Hello, Kevin. Thank you for inviting me to this talk. Hola a todo el mundo. Hello world. My name is Fabián. Mi nombre es Fabián. And as you see, this talk is quite different. Como compruebas, todo esto es diferente porque voy a hablar en dos idiomas, en español y en inglés. My talk will be in English and Spanish, okay? So let me share your screen with everybody. Voy a compartir la pantalla con todos y voy a... Déjame un momentito. Just a moment, please. And okay, muy bien. There we go. Let me hide the floating windows.
And your screen looks really good, by the way, just letting you know.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Pues bueno, to start to talk, I would like to talk about when I started using Blender. Yo llevo haciendo 3D desde el 2001. So since I started in Blender since 2001, well, I started doing 3D in 2001. And I think I started with this version, I think. Creo que fue esta la primera vez que abrí Blender o esta. No estoy seguro. I'm not really sure. And in that moment, Blender was not so good. Como puedes ver, en ese momento Blender, esta era la interfaz. In that moment, learn Blender was quite hard, a little hard. Okay, but I fall in love with the philosophy that Blender had behind. Incluso en ese momento, viendo esa interfaz, era imposible no amar este proyecto. Blender era gratis, te daba poder. Because Blender gives you a lot of power. Blender gives you freedom. Blender is love. Y ese es el poder que tiene Blender, que cualquier persona puede aprender, puede entrar, coger este programa y empezar a crear. No hay barreras, no limitation, just your freedom and your mind, and you're willing to learn. So I started long time ago, and after a long time trying and playing with different 3D software, no te puedes ni imaginar la cantidad de veces que abrí programas. I tried Lightweight, Cinema 4D, Amapi, Amorphium, ZBrush when didn't have even, was only for texturing. All programs that fall in my hand, I use it. But I always stick with Blender and with Cinema 4D. Y bueno, con el tiempo llegué a hacer diferentes cosas. I used to work in motion graphics and different projects, and I use, for example, Blender for this project. Okay, this is a virtual reality app. Let me stop the sound, put it like this. Estos modelos fueron todos hechos en Blender. Como puedes ver, esto es una aplicación de realidad virtual en donde haces un viaje por el cuerpo humano. So we use Blender to create this app. This app is a virtual reality. You just put your goggles and you travel through the human body. It was quite hard because this was done for a university, with doctors that they really need accuracy. Este proyecto fue bastante duro porque requería que yo supiera de anatomía, tuve que aprender un montón, tenía que ser perfecto. All the veins, they have some different deformations, and I didn't know that in that moment. For me, it was overwhelming, but it was a really beautiful project. Y como acabo de decir, este proyecto, aunque fue muy duro por la exigencia que tenía de tener que ser perfecto, pues estoy haciendo una aplicación para doctores, era muy bonito y fue un proyecto que siempre amé. Sadly, I cannot show any file about this project because its proprietary, is non-disclosure agreement. Lamentablemente no puedo compartir nada de este proyecto, como acabo de decir, porque está sujeto a determinadas cosas. Déjame ocultar. Ahí ya está oculto. Muy bien. Well, but in my talk, I'm going to talk about this video game I did with some people. It's all okay. It's called Renhu Rebel Joe. Let me show a few things. Okay. Bueno, como he comentado, voy a hablar de este proyecto que hice y el nombre de este juego es Renhu Rebel Joe. So this is a 2D game that we did in 2016, 2017. We ran a Kickstarter campaign. The boss, he gets some funding, invests in marketing and salaries. And we use, as I told, we use Blender for creating some 2D graphics using a 3D software. Bueno, voy a enseñar un poquito cómo usé Blender para poder hacer los gráficos de este juego. Los gráficos de este juego eran todo 2D, pero gracias a Blender y a un par de trucos, pudimos hacerlo en 3D. El nombre de Rebel Joe comes from Billy Idol, the great Billy Idol, and his son Rebel Joe. Pues bueno, todo esto viene de la canción de Billy Idol, Rebel Joe, and he was our inspiration. Also, our inspiration was different things like iRobot and some philosophical movies and books. And we created different styles. So the design of the main character was based in this drawing. Pues, por ejemplo, empezamos a... Este fue un dibujo de... Creo que este es el original de uno de los chicos que... Sí, el chico que hizo los bocetos. Y el jefe lo encontró y lo contrató para que hiciera varios bocetos. Lamentablemente no tengo los bocetos originales que hizo para él para el juego. But sadly, I don't have the original drawings that he had for the game. That is like the fast drawing. But we have different things. Like they have different testing. Okay. For the main character, I can show the difference for the colors that we try. Okay. And I came to this project after I talked with a friend. So, después de una charla con una amiga, esta chica me dijo, oye, conozco a alguien que necesita un animador. ¿Tú puedes ir ahí y ver si puedes ayudar a estos chicos? Están haciendo un videojuego, tal vez te interesa. Y yo dije, por supuesto. So I landed this job because after I talked with a friend, she said to me, hey, I have a friend that needs an animator. You know how to animate. Hey, are you looking for a job? Do you want to help them? I said, yes, why not? And I was expecting nothing really good, but at the end, I found a project that I love. I really love. So if you want, I'm going to just write the video. Let me lower down the music. Okay. Well, now I will show you some different files that we have. I have to say I didn't model this. Bueno, vamos a ver ahora mismo los archivos de los que son los personajes y algunos enemigos. Es decir, que yo no modelé, sí hice retoques. ¿No? I didn't model, but I add its own retachment. Okay. So here we have the main character. Este es el personaje principal. And as you see here, you will see how I work. I always like to say different versions. Soy una persona bastante precavida. Me gusta grabar diferentes versiones. And if you see the versions 34, 35, 36, and if we go down, 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 we see that I saved 214 versions of this file. 214 versiones de este archivo. Dios mío, debo ser masoca. Vamos a abrirlo. It's opening. Okay, sorry. It's opening in Blender 3.0, but originally was done in Blender 2.77. And I'm going to use this version because in the other version we don't see the texture. Voy a usar esta versión de Blender porque en este vemos las texturas, en el otro no. Also, this version has one of the best splash screen by Pocket Studio. Encanta esta portada, es precioso. Todo el trabajo de Pocket Studio es precioso. Okay, so let's open file. And if we can see here, this is our main character. We can see here with the different textures that we check in that I showed you at the beginning. Las texturas. And here we have all his different actions. There was a lot of work to do. Me pongo a recordar ahora mismo la cantidad de trabajo que tuve que hacer y me da algo, porque el juego requería muchísimos ataques. It was supposed that the game was going to have really, really deep attack. Let me hide this. Oh. All right. And as we can see, sometimes I fail because in this version, select was with the right button of the mouse. Thank you for changing, guys. So well, we have here different animations. And was quite a lot of work to do because I have to animate everything like this little clock here. It has a lot of control for a simple 2D game. Como puedes ver, tiene su complejidad porque la verdad que era un juego 2D, pero claro, hecho en 3D. Y no podemos añadir muchos detalles porque al final estos detalles no se van a apreciar. So we have to be really careful because, for example, this kind of details at the end, you don't notice in the game. The game, as you see, is a top-down. So we lose a lot of details. So we have to be really, really careful not to spend a lot of our time and energy just working something that nobody's going to notice. Okay. Also, you see there's some mistakes in the rig here. Because, well, as I said previously, was a lot of work, una cantidad de trabajo enorme. And you see all the animations, they start with the same. We have to start here, always in the same position, absorb energy, action buttons, todo empezaba en la misma posición. ¿Por qué? Well, the reason that we did this is because at the end we have to create loops in a video game. All the animations, they start from a point. So I needed always a frame 0. So all the animations can be like, let me put this down. Okay, sorry, I have a floating window there. All the animations at the end, they need to loop. They need to loop out. Nothing go down. Why don't you go down, my friend? Now, okay. Because it has another window here. Oh my God. Well, as you see, this is the camera. Later, I will show you how we render everything. But now let me talk about the animations. So, because as I was talking, all the animation starts from the same point. I have to create always different animations starting from the very beginning. And later we will say sometimes. Y como podemos apreciar, todas las animaciones empiezan al mismo punto y, por ejemplo, esta que era una animación para cuando el personaje tocara algo. This animation was to make sound when the main character touch some screens or interact with some puzzles. And we can check the frame like this is an action panel. Is like, this is like a rough one. This is he's threatening somebody like, hey, I'm going to kill your face. Aquí tenemos al personaje principal amenazando a los enemigos diciéndole, te voy a romper toda la boca. Okay. Like of them were like different things, like attacks. The most of them are attacks. Attacks 1, attack 2, attacks ball of energy. That at the end we couldn't do a graphic for the energy, so we use what the game engine give us. You see how it comes there. I can show you how is the graph editor. Okay, oh, lovely. A lot of things as you see here. And I had to tweak all of them to try to create as smooth as possible. Bueno, como pueden ver, esto es la parte en donde tienen toda la gráfica de animación para yo comprobar que iba suave y demás. Esto es mucho trabajo. Okay, it was a lot of work, but really funny work. As you see, this one, but as you see here, starting in the frame 12, no, 13, but it comes always from the main pose. Okay. And there he goes. Different, let me show you more animations. Different animations has a lot because at the end, we were a really small team. Let me show you a little of the team. Déjame mostrarte un poquito cuántos éramos el equipo. Aquí puedes ver nuestro Kickstarter. Also, now I'm going to say that we failed. We totally failed with with this Kickstarter. But well, this is what happens. Fallamos. We asked for 28,000 and we only get not even 5,000. But as I told you, we have a really good time. Here you can see some of the graphics and some of the art that we created, how we talk about the game mechanics. Como pueden ver aquí, hablamos de, podemos enseñar muchas cosas, ves cómo podemos ver cómo son los distintos ataques, cómo funciona el sistema de combate. Queríamos que fuera como God Hand. The inspiration was God Hand, was a game. I never played the game, but my boss was a really fan of God Hand, and he's fighting. Yeah, you can see the music was amazing. The music was the best of the game. Everybody said. And if I go down, oh my God, this is quite big. Okay. Aquí podemos ver el equipo. We see the team is short, but truly, we were always the main the boss, me, and the coder. Y aunque ves aquí la gente que participó, realmente siempre éramos el jefe, el programador y yo. Los demás chicos colaboraban en momentos puntuales, pero durante la mayor parte del desarrollo, as the main part of the development, was only 3 guys. This guy now, he used to work even for Konami, designing games for Kojima, for Metal Gear. I don't know what Metal Gear. Now he's doing virtual games, and now he goes for banking. And I lost the track from the other guys. And this guy, he does translation for Square Enix and Final Fantasy. Okay, so well, the team has some experience. But as I was saying, we're really small, and we had a lot of things to do. Okay, so I was talking about, como yo hablando, yo me encargaba principalmente de las animaciones. different animations, like a lot. So because I used to work alone, they don't have time for me to say, hey, we need these animations. My boss said to me, just create a bunch of animations, a lot of actions, a lot of kicks and punch and whatever you want, and we will choose. ¿Ok? Y bueno, como éramos poquitos y el jefe tenía que encargarse de otras cosas, me pidió que creara animaciones sin tino para poder meterlas en el juego, como fuera. O sea, no en plan, oye, yo no puedo estar perder mi tiempo con esto, así que necesito que tú hagas, que te encargues de hacer un montón de animaciones y luego ya vemos cuál elegir. And after that, after all the different animations, we had a problem because we had a lot of animations and the boss wanted to use almost all of them. For example, let me explain this animation. Vamos a hablar de esta animación. If you see here is Char, okay? There's a moment that the main character, I don't know what is happening with his scarf, but well, I can handle it. It doesn't matter. As we can see, it's a chart. So it's supposed like he goes here. Let's see in the side, and he goes and he's ready to run and jump and hit you. And later, this is charge finish. So it's like he's finishing that one. Let me explain this one. First in Spanish, like, vamos a hablar un poquito de lo que es esto. Como vemos aquí, que le va a cargar. O sea, esto es una situación en la que él carga, avanza y luego en este frame sigue avanzando. So what we do is freeze this frame. He keeps moving like this in one frame, and later we just mix it with this one. I don't remember exactly how we did this one because at the end, this project is quite old. Digo que no me acuerdo exactamente cómo terminamos haciendo esta, pero la hacíamos así para poder ahorrar tiempo. O sea, las animaciones las partíamos. We used to cut the animations like beginning and finishing. And sometimes it's beginning, loop, and finish animation. Okay. This is one animation for starting. Oh my God. A lot of animations. A dash. Okay, like how he stops. A lot. That's hit. How he hit. That's normal. Oh my God. How he finished. How he ended up. He's dead. How he died. Aquí lo tenemos a pobre personaje muriendo. Toma ahí. And later we'll see the game over. Okay. So as you see, many animations. So I like to talk now about how we did the rendering. As you see here is let me see it here. If you go here and see the camera, this here is the camera. And now let me explain how this works. Because for the camera, we did a trick, okay? You see here, camera items, and let me show you. Okay, camera items, animation, meta rig. Let me show you the cameras here. It's this one there. Okay, this camera works for me for different tricks. And if we go here and we enable all of them, do you see all the cameras here? Let me do this bigger. Okay. And all the cameras here that for different different angles. Let me see. Select is like view, cameras, and set. No, active camera. No, this is not the camera. This is to set the view all selected. Align view to align camera. No, is where was this one? Number 0. Using. Well, sorry guys, but well, later I will explain it better. But if you see here is a rig for cameras. It's a lot of different cameras. So we have different angles. So if I go to this camera and let me see if I can find the orbit, flight navigation. No. Select just as camera. Okay, now there. Now we have the camera at the back. And if I go to this camera and I select this camera, select this camera, we have it this side. And yes, we have this one, camera, select. I have it like this. So for all the animations, I only have to do one time and I have all the different angles. Estaba explicando que tenemos aquí un rig de diferentes cámaras alrededor del personaje. Entonces yo ahora mismo, para poder tener las diferentes vistas del personaje, lo único que tengo que hacer es animar una vez y luego tengo las distintas vistas. Y quiero esta y le digo a Blender, hey, esta es la vista ahora. So we save a lot of time with this. La verdad que este truquito nos salvó mucho trabajo, porque poder hacer todas las animaciones que queríamos hacer y simplemente con cada vez la vista es imposible. Okay. Let me show you now some of the textures. Vamos a ver ahora un poquito las texturas, porque el personaje cuando entra en el proyecto, when I started in the project was still almost starting. Entonces yo cuando entré en el proyecto, pues todavía estaba un poquito en estado bastante primigenio. When I started was quite at the beginning. So this is what the modeler had, and had no color. They were doing different testing. So we have to test different things and keep finding our style. But as I told you, the problem was like, hey, it's going to be 2D, but 3D, maybe there is a lot of different details that we are not going to notice. Entonces, vamos a ver un poquito. This was the previous texture. The texture has no color. Teníamos un problema con esto porque al final no tenía mucho color y demás. Entonces, empezamos a hacer tantas pruebas, and after a different test, we start to test with blue and orange. And the blue and orange, because of Tron and all the synthwave music, and will also the complementary colors, we wanted to go for the aesthetics. And with the different versions at the end, I think we stick with this one. Esta fue la que elegimos al final, porque al final estas eran demasiado brillantes y no sé si pasaba algo. Bueno, nos quedamos con esta, creo. No sé si esta también lo... Como puedes comprobar aquí, a ver si lo encuentro el archivo aquí. Aquí, como puedes ver, esta es la boca. You see, this is the face of the main character. And we did a lot of different iterations, trying to find a way to make it. This was only testing just rough things. Also with normals, you have here the UVs, and at the end, this is the speculars to have different details. Como estoy explicando, hicimos de todo con el personaje para verlo y al final lo que mejor quedaba era una bufanda. At the end, we stick with the scarf because at the end was we were saying, hey, this is the best. Also, we add this detail here, like a crystal for just to break all the symmetry. Okay, well, let's see here. When he level up, he played the guitar. The guitar, I suppose I was going to be like a digital effect. So the guitar appears. Y al final, let me show you some of the animations. I have here some tests. They're not real animations at the end. It's like tests. Okay. So, well, let me show you first some of the art that we have at the end. This is some tests that we did. Like we try to say, oh, let's make him a little funny. Like when he hits, he has something like this. But it didn't work. The game was not so funny. If we introduce this kind of elements, it breaks the atmosphere. It breaks the feeling. Bueno, esto fue descartado porque al final el juego era bastante serio, tenía un toque filosófico. Has a philosophical background. And that's about fighting. This has no sense. Esto no tiene sentido en un juego de peleas que no tienen realmente ningún humor por detrás. Como pueden ver, distintos elementos que tenemos aquí. Al final, la bufanda era lo mejor. This is some test for the game. And if you notice here, this here, the logo of Kickstarter. Later I will talk about this. Como pueden ver aquí, es el logo de Kickstarter. Y voy a hablar luego, más tarde de ello, cuando llegue el momento. So this is the main character. This is some difference. With tie. This is corrections for different modelers. And this is me trying to do some of the cinematics. I tried to do it in Blender, but I couldn't. We ran out of time. So I had to use After Effects. Bueno, esto era para, como acabo de decir, perdón, iba a ser para las cinemáticas, pero no tenía tiempo para poder estar usando Blender y tuve que usar After Effects. Bueno, veamos algunas de las animaciones. Let's see some of the different actions. For example, this one is a little test for particles. You see the particles down here, I notice. Como pueden ver aquí, las partículas salen. Esto era un test porque después we could use it here. Let me make it bigger. Y como, as you can see, that test here, it doesn't matter if you don't notice that the particles just are cut. Let me see, this is some different movies of the main character just touching buttons. I had to do a lot of back and forth, trying and trying. Más animaciones de cómo el personaje interactuaba con los diferentes elementos. This is a test, as you can see. How it's supposed that he creates here an energy ball and he shoot it to the enemies. Aquí pueden ver cómo el personaje estaría en las distintas direcciones y supuestamente crearía una bola de energía para disparar a los enemigos. We took a lot of inspiration of mangas, especially for the fighter, for Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball was the king for us. Okay, like suppose like here he's charging energy in Dragon Ball style. How he goes and kick. Okay, you see the animation is cut there because we use the last frames to adapt that to the controls. This is a rough sketch. como puedes ver, es bastante tosco. Es un sketch sobre cómo pegaría un puñetazo. Was based on Dragon Ball and Vegeta. The Gallic Gang, as you can see here. Is as I say, Dragon Ball was our main inspiration for the fighting. And some tests for me to take it to another software to see how we implement it. And you notice here the scarf is not animated. Okay, this is version 2. Oh, it's even worse. Okay, how this katana? Okay, later suppose that some digital katana appears there. This will be the rank. Aquí podemos ver cómo sería el personaje corriendo. Las benditas cámaras nos salvaron de mucho trabajo. As I say, bless the camera system that we have, because it saved us from a lot of work. A lot of work. Okay. For promotions, I did some time lapse. Like, let me see. Just for me, I just record myself using Blender. Let me see. And I just record myself just using Blender, doing some animations. And I share everything in Twitter. So it was one of our main things to do to get some attention from people. Entonces, como estaba diciendo, I almost closed here, Windows 8. I almost closed here. I can't believe it. Okay. Como estoy diciendo, a veces lo que hacía era grabarme y entonces compartía un timelapse en Twitter, en Facebook, and I shared everything. So we just tried to get some traction from different social media. It's like, this is for a cinematic. This is not Blender, guys. This is After Effects, but is how I did a cinematic of the guy falling. I couldn't do it with Blender because we need fast rendering for this one. That's it. And, como puedes comprobar, esto estaba hecho en After Effects. Fue imposible hacerlo en Blender, porque con Blender era el render, la velocidad era imposible para nosotros, tenía que ser rápido. Estamos llegando al final y lo que necesitábamos era rapidez. Entonces usé After Effects para lo que era todas las cinemáticas del juego. Okay? If you want to see I almost go here again to close it. All the cinematics, I have it here in my YouTube channel. Let me show you for one moment, fast. Here, you can see the cinematics. Okay, and I'm going to show you now because we have more files to see. All right, let me see more cinematic. This is the main character taunting. Aquí tenemos una animación time-lapse de cómo hizo el personaje retando. Let's say like the character is a little like Deadpool, like this kind of brave guy that sometimes is funny, sometimes is stupid. And we like that style. So we try to do it. Also in that moment, Deadpool was in the cinemas. And we love it. We love Deadpool. Como puedes ver, estoy hablando es que el personaje tiene un toque de Deadpool. Okay? Chulito, que no siempre le sale todo bien y que gracioso. Entonces nos gustaba eso. Le queríamos dar eso. Luego aquí vemos cómo probar después los tests en After Effects. Okay. But not only the main character. Let me go, because we can take a look even to some boss. This is a bomber. Bomber is not so good. Let me go, for example, to the guard. Okay, as you see, I kept the save system, a lot of numbers. Es una persona bastante precavida cuando trabajo. me gusta grabar distintas versiones. And I do this because in my long experience, I just mess up things a lot. And I lost days of working. Esto es algo que desarrollas al final porque cuando has cometido muchos errores, aprendes a salvar tu trabajo. Well, this is one of the enemies of the game. Let's not put it in. Let's see his dead animation. And at the end, I didn't have too much. Let me see. Oh, let me hide this one. Again, how can I hide this one? Here, okay. Vamos al personaje, cómo golpea. We see here, he's turning around. I suppose that in this pose, he stays a little. And he does a movement, so the player knows that he's going to do this action. And he hits, and at the end, the body has all the energy, he has to hold it a little. And again, here we have the same system of the cameras that are here, hidden, and the same. These are pretty standard for us and save us a lot of time. Bendito sistema de cámaras. Ay, lo que nos salva. ¿Cómo nos salvo esto? Let me keep showing some interaction. No. Attack, golpe, solo energía is... no. Because I'm not selecting this one. All right, okay. Okay, suppose like here he hits and the flow was electrified, and this is, even here we see it's going fast. But in the game, what we do is stop the animation here, so a shot goes through the floor, and we save some time later. He just came back to the original position. Pues bueno, como podemos ver aquí, el personaje golpea, y para ahorrar espacio lo que hacíamos era detener la animación aquí. Entonces después salía una onda expansiva del palo y pegaba al personaje. Entonces no tiene sentido hacer más animaciones por aquí porque perdíamos el tiempo y ocupaba espacio. This is all for saving time, for saving space. And again, you don't have too much space. Okay, this is the game, the enemy hit or being hit. I think he hits here. Okay. The parry, how he gets down. Okay, we can see here, this is a loop. Okay. Vemos aquí hay un loop y el personaje de aquí se repite. Do you see here? Here is almost the same animation. So we can make a loop here. So we can use it. We can make it this animation as long as we need it for the game. Later he comes back to the original position. All right, let's see another different models. I would like to show you this, the dog. I love the dog. Veamos este enemigo, el perro. Okay. We can see that we are already using the camera. Okay. Let me hide the armature. All right, okay. Ahora podemos verlo mejor si la armadura aquí. Pues el perro fue el último que hice. The dog was the last one I animated, and I had a little more time because I really push. So I could spend a little more time with him. Now this animation is from the previous one. Okay, I think this one is from the previous animator. This one is mine. Okay, let's see how he attacks, and be careful to have the line here for him to notice all the energy. Vamos a ver esta animación, cómo empieza y cómo el perro primero avisa. Vamos a mirarlo aquí de lado. First, the dog says, I'm going to attack you. And we stop here, the animation a little, and he attacks. And come back to the original position. Here and here, always the same position, so we can have some loops. Vamos a decirlo ahora en español para que todos se queden. Vemos al perso que está aquí y entonces va a avisar. Dice, que te voy a meter un cate. Entonces viene aquí, abre la boca y ¡pam! Y te pega. Luego se queda aquí un ratillo y vuelve a la posición. Entonces siempre usamos esto, los loops. Nos salvó mucho, mucho trabajo. Oh, really. Big time saving. This is the dog attacking when he was going to, after running. And let me see if I have the run. Okay, here we have the run. So it's almost the same animation. The run and the hit damage was the one hit damage. No, hit damage is hidden. I lost it. I lost the animation. Hit new. Clarified, head attack. Okay. Como podemos ver, las animaciones esto de head attack and run are almost the same. So for us was easy using this method. As I say, it's a lot of time. Stun. Okay, this is the animation for the enemy. When he gets stunned, he kicks and come back and he shakes his head. Como podemos ver, él recibe el golpe, el personaje le pega, se queda aquí rato, and we see this is exactly the same animation here. So the coders, they have all these frames to make a loop all the time that they need. Truly, they only need like from here to here. You notice? And here to here is the same animation always. I did this for me, just to notice. But when I pass it to the coders, I say, hey, this animation goes from here to here. I have to brighten to them so they don't use these extra frames. Como decía, el loop este realmente es de aquí a aquí. Pero si yo animeo nada más que esto de aquí a aquí, luego cuando voy a hacer la recuperación me costaba. Entonces tenía toda esta parte, lo que era el loop del perro aquí medio tonto, después del cate que le mete el personaje, y luego se recupera. All right. So it was a lot of work, a lot of explanation because I had to adapt myself for me and for the coders. I have to think at the end about the coder. And we had a big problem because when we change the color of the main character and when we start to add new colors, new animations, the game looked better because the main character, so we had to redo all the rest of the animation. The dog, we changed a few things. We have to redo all the scenery, all the landscape, everything, all the assets, because the main character looks with the colors and everything looks better. Comentaba que tuvimos un problema cuando empezamos a enviar todas las cosas del personaje, porque el personaje después al final lucía mucho mejor. Como, mira, at the end it takes the implemented 2.8, they take the texture. I thought that didn't, but well. Como decía, entonces al final tuvimos que volver a rehacer escenarios y enemigos, porque cuando empezamos a mejorar el personaje, que si le metimos la bufanda para que fuera esto rojo aquí, que si los tonos y demás, el resto desmerecía. Y tuvimos que emplear un tiempo que no teníamos en mejorar los escenarios. So at the end we have to spend more time redoing some job, some more work. And was like, oh my God, we are really
Hey, Kevin, I think we've lost audio here. Is that?
Zoom kicking me out.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Yeah, sorry, Zoom kicking me out.
Oh,
do I
weird.
start sharing again my screen?
Yeah, you can share your screen. The next session is just videos. So if you want to, make up whatever time, 15, 20 minutes, feel free to go as far as you need
because
to.
I can talk how finish the project, and I can talk what the things I'm doing right now with Blender 3.0.
That's great. Yes, if you want to go 15 or 20 minutes, feel free. You got the time.
So let me come back here and share a screen. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. Zoom kicking me out. Just let me check. Everybody hear me properly? Is using the right microphone?
Everything sounds great.
Okay, amazing. Thank you. So we continue. So I was talking, we finished the project. We just build let me see. We ran this campaign. A lot of people were saying to us, oh my God, the game looks amazing, blah, 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 blah. Okay. And we failed. Something happened. I remember I was with the boss, we were drinking a coffee and we were going to start the Kickstarter campaign. And for us was like, oh yes, now in 2 hours we go there. And we open the campaign, let's pray for the best. We send all the information to all the different websites to talk about us. And we had a demo. You could come here, download the demo, and in the demo, let me come back here to the different that I say. In the demo, we have here. In some part of the stage, if you go here to the Kickstarter with the main card and press, it takes you to our Kickstarter, and you can, if you like the game, you can donate to the campaign. All right, so we have this thing, and when my boss ran the button, no, sorry. So in a moment before we were going there, we went to the websites, and the websites start to talk about us a few hours early than we expected. So some different medium like Medistation in Spain, I don't know other ones, sorry, because I didn't run the marketing campaign. They start to just have a page for us talking about the project. And the Kickstarter was closed. And we were saying, oh no, people can download the demo. And if they go to the Kickstarter, it's not running. It takes you to the test mode. So we went to Kickstarter. My boss pressed the button to run the campaign, and it fails. It didn't run the campaign. And we were freaking out saying, what is going on? What is going on here? So, bueno, cuando empezamos a hacer esta campaña, resultó ser que todos los medios que le habíamos pasado los enlaces para que hablaran nosotros el mismo día de la campaña, pues salieron antes de tiempo. Pensábamos que creo que les pedimos que salieran, que lo pusieran a las 12 y lo pusieron a las 10 o las 9 de la mañana, algo así. Entonces fuimos corriendo y cuando activamos, entonces ¿qué pasaba? Que la gente en las noticias tenía un link para ir a la campaña, podían descargarse el juego y si hacías aquí clic en el juego, mientras jugabas podías ir a la campaña y donar dinero. Y resultó ser que cuando quisimos comenzar la campaña en Kickstarter, fallaba. Había un fallo. Decía que la cuenta bancaria estaba mal. It says to us that the bank account was wrong. And we were saying, why? No, it's working. It's this bank account. We checked a lot of time. Was a lot of drama. After a week, Kickstarter came to us. Después de una semana, Kickstarter vino a nosotros y nos explicó qué pasaba. Decía que era un error de ellos. Well, Kickstarter explained to us that the mistake was on their side. And it's something that happens to the 0.001% of the project. It happens to us. Entonces, esto nos pasó a nosotros estuvimos toda una semana sin poder recibir fondos y es un error que le pasaba al 0,001. O sea, tuvimos esa mala suerte encima. Es que, so we lost the window, all because we were indie developers. The media is not going to talk about us forever. We are not Elden Ring. We are not Nintendo. We are not Sega. We are not big guys. Así que perdimos la oportunidad de lo que fue todo el tráfico que nos trajo las noticias. So at the end we failed. Okay. In that moment when we fail, we start to think, oh my God, maybe we are not good. Let me just put it on hard here. We start to think this kind of things. Pensábamos que no valíamos, que lo habíamos hecho mal. Well, start to think a lot about this kind of thing that happens. But with the time, one day, our boss called me and said, hey, guys, Sony PlayStation selected us for a PlayStation Award. Okay, in 2016. Entonces un día, el jefe nos llamó y nos dijo, hey, chicos, que presenté el proyecto a los premios PlayStation 2016 y nos han seleccionado. So at the end we were selected. So for us was like, okay, hey, maybe we did a good job. We did a good job, but we failed. Fallamos en el marketing, fallamos en distintas cosas. At the end, we passed the project from all other projects, and at the end, we went to the final ceremony. It was a final ceremony, and we didn't win anything. We didn't. Okay, all the awards was for other games, but for us was like winning. Entonces, al final, cuando se celebró el premio PlayStation, no nos llevamos nada. Cerito patatero. Pero para nosotros, sobre todo yo, para mí, fue como, oye, aquí no me he ganado, pero yo me siento que he ganado porque por un momento pensábamos que lo habíamos hecho mal. This kind of situation that you think, okay, we did the best, it was not enough. Okay, maybe we are not good. But at the end, everybody says to us like, hey, you failed in marketing. You didn't run a proper marketing properly. So I said, okay. But for the good things that we have with this is like, okay, you see all the different medium talking about us, showing our art. We have really good reviews and people talking about us. And at the end, this game opened me the windows to teach at the university in the city. They have a program for doing video games with Unity and Blender. And the teacher that was running this course, he asked me, hey, do you want to teach at the university? And I said, yes, for sure. I would love it. Bueno, como decía, el juego este, a pesar de que fallamos, nos trajo cosas muy buenas a nuestra vida. Cosas muy, muy buenas. Y entre ellas a mí me trajo el poder dar clases a la universidad. En ese momento había un programa donde hacían juegos con Unity Blender y el profesor que se encargaba me pidió que se lo podía dar, que se podía enseñar la parte de Blender. And for me, when he asked me that, at the beginning I was really scared, saying, oh my God, what am I going to teach here? I'm not bad to teach. And the truth is, I have 16 years of experience on my back with 3D. But this kind of thing that sometimes you don't think that you are not so good enough to teach other people. But when I write there at the classroom, I start to talk. Right now, like today, right now, I'm talking. I don't stop. I don't even close my mouth even underwater. Bueno, como decía, cuando empecé a dar clases me sentí muy bien, muy bien. Fue algo que me encantaba y lo sigo haciendo desde hoy. And today I keep teaching. I don't teach at the university because at the end, after COVID, they had to cancel. Lamentablemente, el programa este de la universidad no sigue porque después del COVID todo ha cambiado. But I keep teaching in my own YouTube channel and in my own website. Also, some of the teachers, they keep working in games. This is a game that a friend of mine did using Blender. Lo que aquí lo hizo un amigo. Lo hicieron con Blender. Toca Blender y fue seleccionado para los PlayStation Talents. As you see, they were selected for the PlayStation Talents. And they have different games here. Okay, they have a trailer here that you can look if you like. Jay's Ascension. I can run in the background here. Okay, and it brings us a really good things. This guy was the rigger, and he made this game with some other friends. As I told you, my boss now, he was doing virtual reality games in a company I think it's in Iceland. I keep teaching Blender, and everybody we had good memories of this. So we don't consider this like we lost. It's just a point of view in life. Maybe you never know what's going to happen. And at the end, okay, we tried. We didn't have our goals. We didn't reach our goals. But we have a good time and it brings us other things. Al final en la vida tú no sabes lo que va a pasar. Nunca sabes lo que va a pasar. Y este fallo nos trajo cosas buenas, cosas muy, muy buenas, muy buenas. A este compañero, como puedes ver, le dio la oportunidad después de la PlayStation Store. This is some of the projects of the students that I had in some of them. This is for the year 2018. And sadly, I don't have more of the different projects, but all of them, they use Blender for making video games. It's like Blender is just an amazing tool, and it's free. It's free. It's free. I cannot believe that it's free. Well, I pay for Blender. The way I see this is when somebody starts, they can use it for free, but there's a point when you start to develop your skills, and at the end, you start to think, okay, I'm going to support this project. Con el tiempo, al final, terminas haciendo eso, terminas apoyando Blender, porque yo no, aunque lo usaba gratis, después con el tiempo dije, oye, le voy a pagar porque me gusta apoyar este proyecto. Este proyecto es bueno. Blender tiene muchas cosas buenas que aportar y yo que soy un profesional, debo apoyarlo si lo uso. So I help the development. Even if somebody doesn't pay for me, it's okay. I'm happy helping them. I'm really happy helping them. And these things at the end, right now, I have my website that I have a little guide for Blender. It's in Spanish guide, but if I have so many requests, maybe I can write an English version. If you don't mind my Spanish, for sure. And I have this website. My website is abstractia.net. Let me show you here, abstractia.net. And this is my academy where you can download different files for free. Estas son mis dos web, Abstractia y Abstractia Academia, abstractia.net. Okay, abstractia.net. Y como ves, tengo una pequeña guía de Blender. This guide is for free, so you just go there and you download it. And I'm still at the very beginning, okay? And just right now, it's only part of the UA, but I will write some parts for the modeling. Como iba diciendo, puedes ir a mi página web y descargarla, es gratis. Por ahora solo cubro lo que es la interfaz y poco a poco iré hablando de modelado. For the modeling, I would like for the little, let me now go to my website. This is for us. I would teach how to do this file. En la guía pues enseñaré cómo hacer este pequeño personaje de Bomberman. Es muy sencillo, no tiene más secretos. It's really easy. It's like, I think it's a good exercise for beginners. Okay, I will show you later now. And I have different captures. As you can see, this is my, let me go to the main place for my academy. Okay, and here you can download la pequeña guía de Blender. And have this is for with cinema. I love cinema 4D. It's really amazing. This is some things for with After Effects for people that just to use it with the videos. And if you go here, descargas, that means downloads. Okay, si vas aquí a descargas, puedes descargar todos estos archivos gratis. Okay, as you can see, you can download these files for free. Okay, now let me show you those files. Well, right now let's open. Let's close this one. General. Vamos a leer. Let's open this one. Okay. And in a future versions, I'm going to show you how to model this bomber one. Probably everything is in Spanish, but as I said previously, a lot of people ask about the English version. Why not? Why not? I'm happy to help. Like here. And this is a quite simple model. Let me show you how this model is like, has no secrets. Has no secret. Let me put it here in a lower resolution. Now my laptop is like complaining. Okay. I don't know what happened. It's froze. Okay. Well, meanwhile, it's thinking. Okay, I now it's thinking. No color, no color. Okay, well, let me open only in one. It's quite simple. This model is, I think, it's a good exercise for people to learn. Let me close it because it's quite a little slow now. Well, here you can see a bigger version and here different points of view. And also you can download in the displays. I think I was running another version of Blender. Let me close this one. Some changes. I don't know what is. Okay, yes. Close it. I don't remember the last time that I opened that version of Blender. Let me go again here. Okay. So, well, I have this other. No, here. I have a different. Okay, this is one little project that I was doing. That is an enemy for a video game that I love. It's Hollow Knight. Maybe some of you guys know it. Como decía, esto es un personaje de un videojuego que me encanta, que se llama Hollow Knight. Es precioso el juego y tiene personajes muy sencillos. Entonces lo que hago es, para poder entretenerme, modelar pequeños personajes. I do this as for entertainment and for teaching purposes because they're quite simple. It's for people, really easy for people to learn. Look, it's just a subdivision with some really a small cube with some subdivision. That's it. Has no more secrets. Well, the head was quite harder because I had to do some retop. I did the sculpting, whatever. And you can download this for free, as I said previously. No problems at all. You subscribe to my email list, and if you like, you just sign out after you receive your files. I'm not going to get angry. Just go. Como decía, puedes descargarte esto gratis desde mi página web. No hay ningún problema. Te suscribes a mi email. Y luego, si quieres, te das de baja. Yo mando bastantes emails. Me gusta hablar con la gente. Como ves, no paro de hablar. Y si te gusta, te quedas. Y si no, te vas. No hay ningún problema. Also, I have different files like this is, as you see, I always have the same. Different versions. Okay, this is a turnaround of this character. Como digo, hago estas cosas ya por diversión, me entretiene y por mantenerme al día a día ocupado y demás. Mientras hago los otros proyectos un poquito más complicados. This is small projects because when I do a big project at the end, they're quite slow, and sometimes I like to change to do small ones because it keeps me entertained. Okay, let me come back here. Let me hide again. There's again the controls for Zoom. Okay, let me see. This is the main character of Hollow Knight. Let me go here again and don't say. Okay, I have to correct this one. As you see, I'm using the sculpting mode. I love sculpting in Blender. It's amazing. Como digo, como puedes ver, está en el modo escultura. Todavía sigo aquí trabajando en la tela. Voy a hacerla de nuevo. No me gusta nada cómo ha quedado. I don't like at all how I did with the cape. I'm going to change it. And I love Blender Sculpting. Como decía, me encanta el modo escultura de Blender. Porque es una maravilla. Me cuesta creer. Es que es difícil de creer que este programa sea gratis. Y que tenga escultura. Es que es una maravilla. Es algo maravilloso. So saying is unbelievable that Blender has sculpture more. Because it's really, really good. Really, really good. If you know how to use it, you can do really, really amazing stuff. Well, with the time when I finish this, probably I will share with everybody. Okay. I kind of, it depends on a lot of things. Let me keep showing different things because it's like, okay, this is a project that I'm doing. Another project that I'm doing is more complex. Este es un proyecto que estoy haciendo un poquito más complejo para poder hacer este personaje. If you don't know, this character is Mazinger Z. It's from a series from the 80s, I think. It was in the 80s. And I used to watch it when I was a kid. And so this is a larger project. Como decía, este es un proyecto un poquito más largo que estoy haciendo. Y como esto es un poquito más complicado, bueno, no se habla, pues como es más complicado y tiene más detalles, es de estos que voy a un poquito y luego me voy a otro y demás. Because this one is more complex, I want to model it bigger and bigger, okay? Let me close. How many blends I have open? Oh my God, I have 3. That's the reason it's going really slow. Tantas versiones de Blender abiertas. Let's keep here in 3D. Okay. Also, I'm modeling Cactilia from Final Fantasy. Como ves aquí, estoy modelando Cactilia. I'm not going to show it because it's really just at the very beginning. Okay. Okay. This is one of the enemies from Spelunky. Me encanta Spelunky, entonces dije, bueno, voy a modelar el murciélago, es sencillo. I did this in just 2 hours, no, but I did it in really, really short time. Really, really short time, because it's quite simple. And it's good to have this habit, say, hey, okay, I'm going to model something fast and easy. So at the end, when you have more complex projects, you go faster. Okay, this is, probably I will add this one to my website too for people to download it. Okay, let me keep showing more projects like, okay, this project I did was for a contest.
Fabian.
Yep.
So if you want, we can give you 10 more minutes and then a Q&A.
All right.
Would that be okay?
Yes, for sure. Yeah, yes, for me it's more than good.
Okay, cool. So let I will jump in again in 10 minutes with some questions then.
Okay, but you mean the question right now?
No, sorry. What I meant is maybe you can slowly wrap up your presentation in 10 minutes, and then in 10 minutes we can do some Q&A.
Okay. Yes, for sure.
If that's okay for you, of course.
Yes, for sure.
Okay, thanks.
More than okay.
Okay, I will go.
Okay, yes. So well, let me show this project. Okay, this was for in the Spanish channel called Blender Today. It's Blender Hoy. En el canal español de Blender Hoy de Pablo Vázquez. Pablo Vázquez runs this channel, is one of the developers in Blender, and he's from Argentina. He runs some different challenge. And in this one, you have to model a Pokemon. So I decided, okay, let's join it. Let's do a little research about Pokemons. And I found that there was no Pokemons that were like a bull. Okay, este proyecto, como era para Blender Hoy, como había que hacer un Pokémon, y en vez de hacer un Pokémon que ya estuviera hecho, prefería hacer uno por mí mismo. Y vi que no había ningún Pokémon que fuera un toro. Bueno, hay una cantidad enorme de Pokémon por ahí que no terminan. Y entonces decidí hacer esto. So I did a little research, and I have to say that I'm a completely ignorant about Pokemon, because when Pokemon was out, I was an adult, and I don't have any kids, so I don't know anything about Pokemon. So I had to do a research. I only know that a lot of people like it, and they fight against each other. So I tried to do a few things here, like I changed like different tails. Como puedes ver, le puse diferentes colas, le puse distintos colores. I add here a gem. So let me see now that is running here. Okay. I did my own Pokemon, let's say. Okay, this is quite funny project to do. The only thing is, like, I did the sculpting again, and when I had to do I did the retopo. Was a nightmare. Oh my God, retopo is quite boring, but it's the price you pay for doing sculpting. Como decía, me encanta esa escultura en Blender, pero cuando después vas a usar la escultura es un poco difícil, tienes que hacer retopo. Okay, vamos a ver más proyectos. Let's keep looking more projects. Okay, I will add this for sure, maybe for people to download it in my website. As you see, here is a turnaround. I love turnarounds. Sometimes I do like motion graphic styles. I love this project. I have this in my YouTube channel. It's like how to create a sunset like this in Blender. It's quite simple, really, really simple. Has no secrets. It's just you see, a ball and the camera, and just playing just for simulate the water. It's quite easy. It's quite easy. It has no secrets. I have it in my YouTube channel. Here is my YouTube channel. Again, I will show you is Abstractia Studio. Okay. So let me, before I run out of time, let's see more projects. Van Halen, modeling Van Halen stuff. I love rock and roll. And let me see, because now I think I have it here. This one, I would like to finish with this one. Bounce ball color, dancing color, okay. And this one, I was trying to test the Blender caustics. One day I say, hey, why don't we try, I don't try Blender caustic. Quería probar las cáusticas de Blender, entonces quería probar lo que son estos reflejos aquí. Also, you can download this file in my website. También puedes descargar este archivo en mi web y hacer con él lo que quieras. Whatever you want to do with my files, feel free to do it. I don't have any problem. Let's go here. I love this kind of soft reflections here. And you can probably, here you see it even better. And I was trying to say, okay, what I can do with this? And probably I will keep playing with this in more future projects, because I have a few ideas how to play with the reflections. I just wanted to see how fast was cycles right now. Como decía, you can download this in my website here. I think, let me see, it's here. Okay, have it here. Okay, just go there, enjoy, guys, and touch whatever you want. Feel free to do whatever you want with my files. And if you want to share with me, you download that, and I will be more than happy to see it and to give them a retweet or whatever you want. So, well, with this, I just finished my presentation. Again, this is my website, abstractia.net. I'm academiaabstractia.net. Right now, it's everything in English, but in Spanish. But if you want in English, and if a lot of people demand it, well, I will try to help and write English version for these things, okay? Como decía, chicos, ha sido un placer estar aquí. Pásate por mi página web, puedes descargarte lo que quieras, hacer lo que te dé la gana, a veces escribo artículos. Siéntete libre de ponerte en contacto conmigo, que me gusta ayudar. Y I hope to see you, all of you guys, in internet. Also, if you have any question, just shoot.
Yes.
Cualquier pregunta, whatever you want. Let me stop sharing my screen. And how do I stop sharing? I don't see.
Yeah, there's some.
Yes. And now, because I have, okay, right now, I hide the floating windows.
That was a lovely presentation. I like the fact that you use both languages. I'm still trying to learn Spanish, so I need to watch your presentation back again a few times. So I've wrote down, so now we have like some Q&As. And again, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Kevin, for you. Sorry to interrupt you. Thank you for allowing me to do this presentation. For me, this is a pleasure.
Yeah, great. The first thing I wanted to ask is, do you have a YouTube channel yourself or something that you show your videos, or more the resources that you just shared with us?
Well, in my YouTube channel, the main things I have is related to After Effects and Blender. Sometimes I share cinema themes, but lately I'm using more Blender than cinema.
Cool.
Let's say that with Blender, it took me a long time. Because at the beginning, as I said, when I started using, the interface was not helping. Later, when the version 2.5 was quite good. Even when it started, I used to buy the DVDs and have them because I like that philosophy. Later, I started to use it even more, but at that moment, the cycles was not so really fast. So I only use it for the little things like modeling, little details. I use it once again for an advertisement with a DVD. And one of the first time that I used it was for tracking. Let me talk about this. Was funny. I used to work a lot in TV. Previously I've been working in TV for 10 years, doing motion graphics, openings for different TV shows. And sometimes Blender has a little, not everything, because I used to do cinema for the rendering, but I use modeling. I prefer modeling Blender. And one day we have a TV show. It's for kids. And we had a moment where a little girl was running and hold her mother. And the camera moves, and was a really beautiful scene. But in the background, there was a lot of people there and some kids playing. And there was a little boy. And the little boy was playing, was 3 years kid. And his pants went down, and you see his little thing for the boy, and the mother comes and pick up the pants. And we couldn't use that part of the video. And my boss came to me and said, "Hey, we have a problem. This shot is amazing, but look the background. We see the boy, how he gets naked. We need to hide it." And I said, okay, let's try to do it. And was a nightmare to do it, because when the girl starts to pass in front of the camera, it was a lot of hair. The camera moves, the camera did a zoom out. And to do the tracking was a nightmare. And I tried a lot. I tried Synth Eyes, I tried After Effects, I tried Nuke, I tried a lot of plugins. Was a nightmare. And at a moment I said, okay, let's try it with Blender. Blender did it at the first time. At the first time, I couldn't believe it. I said, wow, I cannot believe it. And we're losing days and days trying to do in After Effects and Synth Eyes, Nuke. And Blender is the only one that solved it, that understood what I wanted. So at the end, I just add more work, and I hide the little boy.
Cool. I'm also really intrigued that you, the same as you're jumping in between English and Spanish, you're jumping in between Blender versions. So I was wondering if you use a really old Blender version on a very fast new computer, do you have any speed performances then, or do you have any driver issues?
No. Right now I was doing testing with the version 2.77 because the files that I have are quite old, and because when I did my test to do a proper presentation, it didn't take the UV, because now everything is different, have with cycles, with all these new node systems. I have to say that I don't have any problem at all. Just open and use it. open and use it. That's it. That's the good of Blender. Even if you have a own computer that you asked before to Alba, yeah.
Yes.
Even if you cannot run 3.0, no worries. Go to the 2.7. Maybe you miss a few things. Yes, but you can still learn. You can still learn and do a proper job. Is well, you don't have new features, but hey, if you're learning, the first thing that you have to do when you're learning is learning modeling, learn the user interface, these kind of things. Unless you are focused on visual effects, that you have to learn this particle system. That's it. But it's a good starting point. Also, if you can use Blender 3.0, better. The best always to use the last official version.
And for you as an artist, because I imagine, like, I studied as a cabinet maker, and sometimes you have certain tools that feel nicer to work with. For you as an artist or maker, do you feel that you like to work in between? Maybe for some projects you jump to an old Blender version because it feels better, or it doesn't matter to you? Does it make sense?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Listen, Kevin, when I start to learn all this discipline, I learned a lot of software. I started with Lightweight, Amorphium. Amorphium was, I think, it was the first sculpting app before ZBrush, okay? Because ZBrush at the beginning was only for painting. I use SolidWorks. I use a little Maya, 3D Studio, Cinema 4D, Blender. Oh my God, Bryce. I did a lot of things with Bryce, and all the rendering was taking nice to do it. And the first time that I see real time rendering was with Lightweight in 2008. In 2006, sorry. In 2006. It was a plugin called F Prime. In that moment, I was learning all along, but in 2006, I said, okay, I want to learn proper 3D. And I signed up for a course. And that course, they used Lightweight. In that moment, Lightweight was top. Right now, the development is not as good. And later I will explain that, just comparing with Blender, okay? In that moment, Lightweight was top, because in that moment, Lightweight was the main tool for series like Babylon 5, like Sequest, Terminator, the Sarah Chronicles, Galactica. Okay, and in that moment, I always had to wait for the render. And I remember when I was in the classroom, the teacher said, "No, we are going to use this tool that is real time." And he opened F Prime, and I see at the moment instant rendering. My mind exploded. I say, "What? I've been waiting for years for rendering, and this plugin does the rendering in seconds. I cannot believe it. What is this? What is this?" And since then, I get hacked to Lightweight. And little by little, I start to see these kind of things in other software like Modo. And when I see this developed in Blender, I say, "Oh, thank you guys. And it's something that I really love about Blender development, because since the very beginning, you see how it goes better, and how they listen to the community. At the beginning, always was selected with the right button of the mouse. That has no sense. They change it. It took a long time for them to change it, but they did. Also, I remember Tung once saying that Tung, that is a nice guy. I went today, I visited to the Blender Institute, and he opened the door for me and showed me everything inside. So Tung, at the beginning, he was not really convinced about the PBR shading. When the PBR was starting, because all the paper notes and all little by little some system they start to add it, he was not really convinced. But the community started to say, "Hey, Tom, this is the way to go." And he changed his mind. He said, "Okay, the community wanted." And he always say, "Okay, the community start to develop things to make Blender even better for video editing." At the end, I know when to choose. The community choose. And something that I really love about this, because not only the community shares a lot, the community develop a lot. I cannot believe that how amazing plugins are. There are a lot of amazing plugins. I had to change Lightweight because the development was quite bad. The boss, they didn't hear the community. They didn't hear the community and they did whatever they wanted. And at the end, the software became old. So I had to come back to Cinema 4D. And that moment was Cinema 4D 9 and I was looking for motion graphic tools. And suddenly appears Cinema 10 and they have the MoGraph module. And I say, wow, this is what I wanted. Because the most of the time, when you work in this, sooner or later you have to do typo animation. Typo animation pay the bills. Is a saying that we have. Typo animation pay the bills. And in that moment, those time to do typo animation was a nightmare and Cinema make it easy. So at the end, I keep with Cinema, but I always had Blender at the background for helping things. And right now, for me, Blender is my main tool. Blender is my main tool. Cinema now, I use it sometimes, but Blender is my main tool. Now, with the geometry nodes, it's unbelievable. Now we have nodes. It's not Houdini, okay? Houdini is quite top. I went once to a workshop for Houdini and still, I cannot handle Houdini. It's quite hard, but it's on my list. But now we have nodes. It's like, it's always developing. You cannot believe. If I knew in 2001, when I was starting, that then it will become like this, I would never figure it out. Also, now that I'm talking about a lot of tools, there's something that I always say to my student the first day. When I start the first day, I always say the same beginning. I always say to everybody the same, hey, here we teach Blender. Blender is a gift. And it's a gift to the world from Toon, Rosendal, and his team. And everybody can do whatever. But it's not about a tool. It's not the arrow, it's the archer. Okay? It's not the tool, it's the artist. And I will say to them, yeah, exactly. And I will say to the students, someone that say, hey, I learned Maya. I say, keep using Maya. Keep using Maya. If you're happy with Maya, use it. It's an amazing tool. Someone say, I used 3 Studio, I used 3 Brush. Amazing. Use them. Use them. You have to use the tool that you are happy with. Okay, the tool that doesn't make you go nuts is the tool that you have to use. And for me, it's Blender. Blender is amazing. It's amazing. So at the end, is what I always teach is not Blender. What I teach is 3D.
Yeah.
Because once you know all these skills, how the 3D environment works, why you use quads, what is a subdivision, to how to move points, you use that in another software. That's it.
That's it. You're right. Wait. So just looking at the
more question, please. Let me drink some water.
Yeah. Also, because I saw your lovely my colleague Andrew, he loved your dog. Did you ever 3D printed one of your game assets, or is that something you want to do?
I don't have anything about 3D printing. I know nothing. Oh, sorry. I know nothing about 3D printing. I know nothing. And I knew some people that have printers and they do some stuff, but I don't have anything. Also, I don't know if I can give away the dog because the dog is...
it's not your...
Yeah, exactly.
Your client.
But I can, by some people, maybe I can model a dog similar to this one and give it for free. And people can print it. But people have to guide me and say, hey, you have to do it like this. Because I always model, I try to keep my poly count low.
Okay.
To avoid any problem.
Cool. Well, thank you for all your questions. And you gave, we know where we can find you, don't we? You gave us the slides. I'm not sure if David is around here, my colleague, to introduce the next speaker. So again, Abian, thank you so much, and please stick around on the YouTube chat and the Discord, of course. And,
of course.
And thanks again.
All right, guys, have a good time. I love you all. Keep doing good work with Blender and sharing everything with the world. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Yeah, I am. It looks like we're going to be ready to play the next video. And if I'm
do we have a video or Michael?
Michael is
live?
here, but it will be a video first.
Okay, I see. Because I saw him on the Zoom, I was a bit confused. Okay.
Yeah, and so we'll do the video, which is about 17 minutes, and then we'll pause the video, and then we'll move on to like a Q&A if Michael would be interested in it. So yeah, okay. I am going to assume we're going to good to play it. So let me switch to it. Stand by. All right, here we go.
Hello, World Blender Meetup Day, and hello, Blender World. I'm Michael Proska from Tombstone Tumbleweed Art here in Arizona, United States. Today I'm going to tell you why I rewrote Blender's Ply Importer. But first, I'd like to give a giant thank you with love to the World Blender Meetup Day coordinators for inviting me, and for all of you for listening to me. It's really something to be a part of such a fun, awesome, unique, and weird community as the Blender Heads. So, alright, let's get to it. Here is the quick version for those on a tight schedule. In any stock version of Blender, trying to import point clouds from Mandelbulb 3D or JWildfire was pointless. Either you would get no colors, or even worse, a cryptic console error like this one. These beautiful mesh and point cloud files that come out of the later versions of Mandelbulb 3D are completely incompatible. Well, no longer, my friends. I have expanded the stock importer to correctly load all of these things. And now, everybody gets to do stuff like this. The files are available on our GitHub repository. Search import ply as verts, and there you'll also find example files and links to our YouTube tutorials. And now, the rest of the talk. Why ply? Why this obsession with ply? That was invented like 1 million years ago, right? Well, according to Wikipedia, the ply format was developed in the mid-90s by Greg Turk and others in the Stanford Graphics Lab. Mid-90s, huh? How many of you watching this were born after that? That means ply is older than you. So why use such a fossil file format? That's fun to say. Well, ply was invented because the Stanford group was deeply into 3D scanning. You have no doubt seen the bunny, Buddha, and dragon models. All were courtesy of Stanford and still available on their archive. These were laser scanned and archived in, yep, ply. Whatever failings ply may have, it's really good at storing scans in vertex-colored point clouds because it was designed for that. And like Wavefront's OBJ format, the other senior citizen on our list, it has a text variety that is relatively easy to write import and export functions for. The problem is that ply allows for a number of different flavors, if you will. It's a very loose format. and it sort of relies on an honor system that programmers will stick to the core requirements and not throw strange data in, because really you can store anything in a apply file, but then nothing will be able to open it. Blender's stock importer is a fine bit of software. I have nothing but love and respect for the original programmers who wrote it. It works very well for regular models, which is what it was made for. However, it kind of chokes when we get to weird models. Like point clouds, for example. And so attempting to load a vertex-colored point cloud in Blender confuses the importer because it expects actual geometry, faces, quads, something like that, and not just vertices and colors. The vertices do come in, but Blender won't even process the color information. Prior to this, the best workaround I found was loading the file into MeshLab, re-exporting it, and then finally loading it back into Blender. Not a huge inconvenience, no, but the dream of native import just drove me on. Enter Taco Voxel. Back in 2017, I was playing with attaching a particle system to a point cloud. My buddy, J Wildfire Guru Brad Stefanov, asked me, "How do we keep the colors of the original fractal?" Well, this was years before geometry nodes, so there really wasn't a solution at the time. I thought to myself, well, it's like instancing, really. We just use each vertex in the point cloud as a local origin of a copied mesh and color it accordingly. Okay, well, let's give it a try. This was supposed to take 2 weeks. The original attempt was using Blender Python, but being such a large geometry operation, it really ran slow, and so I went back to my C++ roots. The official first version of Taco Voxel was hammered out not in Visual Studio, not VS Code, but Falcon C++. Very good for prototyping, very lightweight. The program was just a proof of concept, ran in the console like it was 1994, had no preview, but these are the original first images that came out of it, and when I saw these in Blender, I figured, yeah, this is worth pursuing. And pursue I did. Over the next few years, the project slowly matured. By 2019, we had a fully graphical OpenGL version. And the latest version migrated the entire codebase over into Qt 5. And it was pretty. We'll probably find some use for this someday, but at the moment, its potential has been fulfilled. After all, some very technical issues were never resolved, and I was beginning to wonder if I could even finish the thing. As the Cherno says, making game engines is hard. True that. Then, just back in January of this year, I was trying to get this tutorial by Jimmy Gunawan, I hope I pronounced your name right, buddy, to work in 3.1 alpha. For those who don't know, geometry nodes got a big overhaul between 3.0 official and 3.1 alpha. I didn't know that either, and I was just blindly plugging nodes in when, bam, it just worked. I later found out this innocent-sounding entry in the 3.1 release notes briefly mentions new superpowers in the Realize Instances node. Just like that, Blender is now smart enough to see that you have instanced onto a colored object and understands you'd probably like to use those colors. It's magic, I tell you. Also, just like that, the realization dawned on me that these 6 nodes right here completely replace Taco Voxel. And it's just the beginning, because this is only the first stage of geometry nodes, and they're just only going to get more awesome. So, I shut down Taco Voxel for now, and immediately put all efforts into figuring out how to get these to import. All we needed now was just to get them into Blender. As it turns out, the color information actually was coming in from the file, but Blender didn't know what to do with it. By spending many quality hours with Blender's Python console, I gained much insight into the plumbing and all the beautiful complexity going on under there. For any Patrick Rothfuss fans out there, Blender has a truly epic underthing. Eventually, I saw that the colors needed to be piped into a different data block. A data block that would be compatible with just vertices. And it was there the whole time, this humble custom attribute node. By directing the incoming stream of color data into a new attribute, all of a sudden, we had a successful import. From there, I merged the new import apply as verts option back into the stock importer, so that we now have the best of both worlds. If your file has geometry, you can load as either a mesh or a point cloud. If it's just a point cloud and you forget to check the box, it will detect that in the file and correctly load as a point cloud. And as a bonus, that heartbreaking console error we used to get with the newer Mandelbulb files is fixed. It just works. Okay, so it works. What can we actually do with it? Well, let's go over the point cloud workflow. Let's quickly take a look at this. I won't bore you too badly because I've gone through this on our YouTube channel. But bear in mind, prior to February 5th, this literally was not possible. We are on the bleeding edge of Blender, my friends. And this is why the point cloud workflow requires at least 3.1 alpha. So this is the example.blend file from the GitHub page. And this is the basic geometry node tree inside of it called instances. The set material node here references verts, which is this material. Although this call attribute looks like the old vertex color attribute, it is not. Over here in the data panel, we see that there's nothing in the vertex color slot. But down here in attributes, we see it. And we see the type of data we're looking at, vertex color. That's a little confusing. So it's vertex color, but it's not the old vertex color. We kind of have the same name for different things, but for clarification, if we add a new vertex color block up here, it shows up with a data type of face corner byte color, which is exactly what the stock importer tries to stuff the point cloud in. And that was the root of the problem, because it's a face corner. What is the corner of a face corner of a vertex? Silly fellow, there are no corners. So now it's super easy to get your own point cloud in. Open the example.blend file, delete the default fractal. I've waited a very long time to say that. File, import, Stanford apply as verts. Select verts and colors only. Once your file loads, go to modifiers, geometry nodes, instances. Boop. There you go. In the Geometry Nodes tab, we see a very familiar node tree. And of course, we see the rotation and scale inputs, and there are so many cool things to be done here. This verts material here is also very basic, and really just begs to be tinkered with. The imported colors are now just colors, so you can add them and mix them with almost any sort of material, even the awesome PBR photorealistic materials you can find online for free, and then they just work. It's so much fun. I love it. Another really cool new feature in 3.1 that we can exploit now is the brand new point cloud render mode for cycles. In fact, we just barely made the deadline to get featured in the 3.1 release notes. Yay! So this image is 5.9 million spheres. Not UV spheres or icospheres, but rather mathematical spheres similar to CSG objects. This renders stupid fast, at the cost of somewhat limited flexibility for now. At the moment, it only renders spheres, and you can only see it in rendered mode. But you can tweak the scale of them, and make the materials as complicated as you like. Note that despite almost 6 million spheres, there's only 2 triangles in this scene, and that's the ground plane. This new render mode was just added, and like geometry nodes, should only get better with time. Now, let's have a look at the mesh workflow. Importing a mesh is really easy. Back in our example.blend file, delete the default fractal. I just love saying that. File, import, Stanford apply as verts. Leave the box unchecked. Import. Go to the Materials tab, select the verts material, And we're done. No geometry nodes needed for this, and so this will work directly in Blender 3.0. And if you really wanted to, you can assemble a point cloud in 3.1, like we just did, apply all the modifiers, save it as a blend file, open the blend file in 3.0, and you'll probably have to tab into edit mode, select mesh, normals, recalculate outside, or Shift N, and you can get nice results. Photogrammetry. We've all seen those gorgeous scans that look kind of like this. This is probably the best one I've ever been able to pull off my smartphone. Well, if you've ever tried it, you no doubt have had a few that look like this. So what do you do with a scan like this? I mean, it's got enough good data that maybe you want to try and clean it up a bit, it might be useful. I usually go with the Visual SFM to MeshLab workflow that Gleb Alexandrov posted back in 2016 in this tutorial. When you run the Poisson mesh reconstruction filter on a scan like this that has big gaps, you'll get these big smooth patches across it. Of course, that's the brilliance of Poisson. It generates watertight meshes. That's its strong point. Unfortunately, watertight doesn't always mean artistic. I mean, sure, the gaps are filled, but now we have this really irregular sort of detail to utterly smooth. And you probably have to get in there in sculpt mode with a texture brush and try to get all of this to make sense. Now, that's not necessarily bad if you enjoy that kind of thing. I do. I've done it, but it adds an additional step in the workflow for a model that you're not even sure at this point that you're going to be able to salvage. I mean, how much time do you want to invest in this thing? So as an alternative, when I get a degenerate point cloud like this, you degenerate, I rather just go through the point cloud workflow from before, and you see the difference. By just gluing geometry to the actual data points, we can get a much better idea if this scan can be used as an asset. So we just quickly toss in some emissive spheres, scatter a couple little potato rocks from Blender's rock generator, and yeah, okay. I mean, it's not a scientifically pristine photo scan, but it definitely looks cool, and I would say this is a recovered asset now instead of a wasted afternoon of sculpting and cussing. What's next? About 1 million years ago, back in college, they taught us the programming method of make it work, then make it pretty. Well, she works, but she's not real pretty yet. I'm positive I can make it run faster. I haven't looked at the core file I/O module at all. That's probably where the bottleneck is at. The handmade one I wrote for Taco Voxel is quite fast, and I'm confident that I can apply some of that performance over to the Blender version. Well, that's really all I brought. I made all the toys and I give them to everybody, and I really look forward to seeing what people make with these things. So once again, thank you for having me. I'm Michael Proska from Tombstone Tumbleweed Art. Let us all have more Blender fun. Peace, my friends.
But I'm going to introduce Joe Conover to take us away on some of the work he's doing on visual effects. So,
yeah, well, just random work that I've been doing.
Oh, okay.
Some visual effects, but I have another thing too that.
That too.
Can everyone see the screen? I guess.
Oh no! All right, that's not
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so let me switch over. So I want to apologize to everybody on the YouTube stream. There's like this 60-second delay. So a video will start and it'll overlap. So I want to apologize. You might have heard Sterling's voice there for a second. There's just always a weird kind of overlap. And YouTube just runs behind. So Zoom catches up, but we're caught up here. Michael, that was really awesome. I really enjoyed listening to that. Thank you so much for that presentation.
Oh, well, thank you. It's where obsession meets persistence, and I just couldn't quit.
Yeah, what was the impetus for all of that? What got you into it? What just it seemed like you just got deep into this.
Yeah, much farther than I ever intended. Boy, that's a deep rabbit hole. I think it was Brad's original question that I referenced there. I was like, well, how do we keep the colors? All right, well, let's find out. And well, we found out, but that was definitely the long way around, I tell you.
And so I was wondering, what do you think this means for the future? So it looks like Blender 3.1 is giving you the ability to do this. Is there any way you can kind of commit some of this to be as a feature or some kind of add-on or something? Have you tried looking into something like that?
I have. We're working precisely on that. As mentioned in the end, the performance is just horrible because, well, that's Python. It's easy to use, but hard to get to make it go fast. And of course, C++ is the exact opposite. It's horrible to use, but man, it is blazing fast. And I'm sure I can find a compromise in there somewhere. But when all that is ready, yes, I'm definitely going to submit that for possible inclusion in a future version, hopefully by 3.3, maybe.
Nice. Oh, okay. That's awesome to hear. One of the questions is, what is a fractal? Which I think you probably would be the guy who could answer that. So what is a fractal?
Well, I'm one of them. Well, that's another fantastically deep rabbit hole that I first encountered in 1984 when the Mandelbrot set first appeared on scene. I would recommend just doing a quick Google search for that. But in a nutshell, they're little tiny equations that are infinitely deep when expanded. And with that, I will let you go explore yourself, because that's part of the fun is seeing things no one else has ever seen.
Oh, that's awesome. So what is in your future? What are you working on right now?
You know, that's very interesting, because ever since this started, the whole goal was to get us precisely where we are right now. And now that we're there, it's like, oh, wow, we're here. And we have all these fantastic options. I wanted to expand more on what we could do with what node is that? The mesh primitives node to allow other shapes and stuff. And that will be in an upcoming tutorial, but that turned out to be really just more fun to play with than to make a tutorial on. So I'm still working on that as well.
Where can people find you? In fact, that was my apologies if that was covered in the video. I was slightly distracted by a very happy 2-year-old. But where can people find you on the internet?
Our GitHub repository, just search import-ply-as-verts. Yes. And our YouTube channel is just my name, Michael Proska, and I'm on there every day.
Oh, that's awesome. And I see that there's a Blender artist thread as well.
So, there is, yes.
Yeah, I'll post that, because that looks like a good place to really start. Man, I guess my only last question is, this sounds like a big journey that you've gone on. Do you have any advice for someone who might want to start their own kind of journey? Because did you come in this knowing Python, for example? What could you tell someone who's maybe at the beginning of a journey making effectively a big add-on for Blender here?
Well, when I started, I was pretty good at C++, but I hadn't really used it in about a decade just because there was no reason to. And so that was interesting. I had to learn kind of the modern C++ 11 and then 14 and then 17 and so on. I had to learn OpenGL, I had to learn Qt, and got all of that. That's possibly why some of this took about 6 years. And no, Python I picked up maybe in about a week. No, owing more to the use of Python than any credit on my part. My advice really, above all else, is just don't give up. You know, there were many times I just gave up in utter frustration. I was like, oh man, screw this thing. And we don't need this. Well, now we do. And you just have to gut it out and just stay with it.
Hey, that sounds like really fantastic advice, especially, you know, when someone's starting out, they have no idea where to begin, where to look or anything. So that sounds awesome. Thank you so much, man. Seriously, this has been a really awesome presentation. The only thing, how do you pronounce the city that you're in? That's the only one that I can't figure out for the life of me. And where are you? Tell our viewers around the world.
Yeah, we're in the south, kind of like the middle south part of Arizona. And in fact, the Mexico border is maybe 40 miles that way.
Nice.
It is Huachuca City.
Huachuca. Okay, that's awesome, man. Well, good morning. Thank you for being with us. I can see just the glint of the sun rising over there, which is awesome because we saw it leaving Australia when we began with Andrew, and now it's coming just cresting. And I'm here in Florida, and it's bright and shiny, so it's coming right towards you. Well done. Right. Thank you so much, Michael.
I'll be back next year with all the new stuff.
Can't wait. Great. Okay, everybody. So this is David Andrade and one of your co-hosts for World Blender Meetup Day. We are now in the sun has reached North America, and so we are going through a few presentations. I want to talk about what's coming up. Right now, we're going to play a Los Angeles Blender group video. It's going to be a show and tell. This is from a presentation from last November. And then yours truly will be back right around 9:30 Eastern, which is 13:30 UTC, and I'll just do a small presentation on visual effects. My session will actually interrupt the LA Blend session. We're kind of in a little bit of a holding pattern. We're waiting to hear if John McCarthy from Adelaide, Australia will join us. So we may play the full session of LA Blend. We may just play part of it. We're seeing. We're just going to wait. He's traveling right now, and so we're going to see if he can join us. And then after that, we're going to go to the Melrose Center here in Orlando, Florida, with Juan Rivera, who'll be doing a rigging fundamentals course. We'll go back to London with Victor and then go throughout the rest of the day. We'll even have a visit by our friends at the Blender Studio. A lot of people have been wondering, how can I follow along? Where is the schedule? So if you haven't seen it yet, let me share my screen here. You'll want to go to worldblendermeetupday.org. worldblendermeetupday.org. Shout out to Sterling's wife. Sterling is one of our coordinators from Los Angeles, and his wife built this awesome website. Super cool. Thank you so much. And here you can kind of follow along with the schedule. So if you're here right now, we're going to play this session right here. And I'm going to keep my slot a little loose here. We're going to keep it a little fluid as we wait to hear from John. If John can make it, I'll jump in. If John cannot make it, I'll also jump in. We're just going to try to give him the most amount of breathing room while we wait for his flight. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and switch us to LA Blend, and we'll see you in about half an hour.
I'm going to introduce Joe Conover to take us away on some of the work he's doing on visual effects. So,
yeah, well, just random work that I've been doing.
Oh, okay.
Some visual effects, but I have another thing too that.
That too.
Can everyone see the screen? I guess.
Oh no! All right, that's just not sure.
Yeah.
Meeting, share screen. We'll do it with sound.
Share.
All right. There
Cool.
you go.
All right. Let's see. Which one's first? It's this one. Yeah. So I did some Blender stuff. This is gonna be like maybe a trigger warning for some of you guys because I did a lot of like visual effect. I worked at a visual effects studio for the past couple months, so I did some Blender stuff for American Horror Story, which is pretty cool. The latest season. Watch it if you have Hulu. I got here. Let's see. I'll just do that. I got these tentacles. They were giving me these tentacles and stuff, and for the first time ever, I figured out how to use UDIMs, which is I don't know, about time, I guess. Because they gave me the texture and they give me the tentacle, and it's like a super simple geometry, but then they're like, but then it has these UDIMs thing all over it. So I did like manually paint it in Blender, and I figured Blender is just like, I know Blender, so it's just so much faster to just do it in Blender than it is to like figure out another software from scratch. So that was my quick solution. And then here are the tentacles going after these teenage kids. This is just a screenshot from my Hulu, but you can watch the full episode if you have Hulu. Let's see. And then here's a person. They gave me this one. Oh, wait, no. They gave me this person. He's like jumping off a bridge because he's sad or whatever. He had some wires attached to him, and so I'm the man that has to make him jump off the bridge. And so I was actually able to use Blender pretty well to model this guy out. And he's only a few pixels, but I was able to like line it up perfectly and stuff. It was pretty cool. I have a suit at home. I was trying to like figure out how the suit shape is. So I actually put on my own. I have like a suit of my own in my closet. So I was like putting it on and like moving my arms up, trying to figure out how the shape should work and stuff, and like all the little folds. I was able to use the cloth brush, I think, for this one. So this was like a cool use of the cloth brush, which is pretty nifty to get all those like wrinkles in like the right spots that they should be and stuff, which is pretty cool. And then the cloth brush works with collision. So you had like his body's like inside there, and I was able to use collision and stuff. And so that was fun. That was another quick thing. And then the last thing is this one's a little gory, but they had this alien baby that they wanted me to make. And so this was their concept thing, that the director basically was like, here, make this alien baby or whatever. And then so I just had this image, and then I kind of like spliced together, I spliced together like this kind of thing in Blender real quick. I was just using the sculpting, and then just kind of like I used a existing baby and kind of like sculpted over it, aligned it with that image. And then this is how it turned out. This is the final, how it turned out. Kind of
I love the alien baby.
Yeah, it's my alien baby. It's so cute. And it's supposed to be like it's just born, and it's really
You're a
gross.
proud papa.
Yeah. But yeah, this one was a really cool one to work on. It's like I have all the little gross details going on. I got my layers of blood and whatever is on it and stuff.
So no ZBrush in this?
This was well, I started in Blender, and then I did like the final sculpt in ZBrush, where I did like a little bit of texturing and like kind of like pulled it all together basically. So it's kind of like a mix of Blender and ZBrush for this one.
You put it in like a striped polo and do like an elementary school like portrait.
Yeah, I know, I could do that.
With like the fist under the chin pose kind of thing.
Yeah. And then our character animators like it was getting like shot in the face or whatever. And this is just a screenshot from American Horror Story where it got shot in the face. Poor baby. I know, I'm so sad. The episode is like, it's like Amelia Earhart's baby, and then Dwight Eisenhower shoots it in the head or something. It's like it's very silly. I don't know.
So you worked on that episode?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I loved that episode.
Oh, you saw it? Oh, wow.
Oh, awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. So I did like the tentacles. I did the baby. I did some like mucus blob things on the guy's face. I did some like alien cavities, but those are like really, really simple stuff. So I didn't bother.
I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
So what was up with the tentacle baby, the octopus baby that was killing people?
The octopus thing, yeah, the octopus thing. I don't have a screenshot of that one, but that was another thing. I actually did a little bit of like tentacle modeling and stuff in Blender for that. But it was like super simple, but that was a silly mucus blob thing that I was also in charge of. That was fun.
That's
Yeah.
great.
It was definitely like a fun project for sure. I get to make people die or whatever. So yeah, that was my American Horror Story stuff that I did. And then a couple months ago, this was actually all the way back in February and March of this year. I did some stuff for the Scream 5. And the trailer just came out recently. The trailers came out recently, so it's completely different than what I did, but I did hear some like concept frames that I'll start with. Back. Let's see. Here's some concept frames I did. I was messing around with a cloth brush because this was, I think back in February, I was like, oh wow, the cloth brush just came out. So I did this stuff in Blender, and then these are how like the frames looked. I did all this cloth stuff, and then I was trying to do like you got the Scream mask, and I did this blade going through it. This is just for a pitch, just to pitch to the client, be like, hey, we got these designs. I did another one here where I was trying to be fancy, and I took the Scream mask and I made like a displacement map, and then I took it through World Machine, where I did like this like erosion type thing, and I tried to make it look cool. Yeah, and then the final version looked like it was like this landscape that I was building out, and then it's got like the Scream mask there with my erosion and stuff going on. Yeah, and then this was the one that they ended up not liking either of those, so they liked, let me see, which was the one that they ended up going with was like this 5 thing. I did like this 5 thing. There was a little bit of blood, but I didn't have that in the final. It was like a super simple, this is like the knife from the Scream series or whatever. And then let's see if this one plays. I'll try movies and TV because that works sometimes. Is it gonna work? Nope, it doesn't work. I'll try VLC. Let's see if VLC. Oh, wait. Open with. See if VLC does it. Oh, there you go. Yeah, VLC always plays it. So yeah, so this is what they ended up cutting the trailer with, and this was all the way back in February, March. So of course it's like they cut the trailer with this, but of course they're gonna change it eventually. So this is where I ended the project here, I guess. And then in the final trailer, this is like the weird logo that they ended up going with for the final trailer. So it's kind of similar to what I did, but not really. But that's just to be expected, I guess. Yeah. So that's the stuff I did for Scream. And that's about it. Any questions? Anything?
Nice. That's good stuff. Very cool.
It's all my stuff.
Excellent. Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice one. So, at this point, so any questions for Joe before we transition?
I liked his logo better.
I
know. I like my logo better too, but I'm a little biased.
Same here. I mean, just Scream in the end. Come on.
Yeah. They pick whatever they want. So.
All right. So, this is the point of the meeting where we want to take a look at your project. So, does anybody have anything they want to share that's they use Blender to create it?
Well, I need to take off, but I do have something I would like to share. It's just something simple, if you like.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, give me a second. Voice videos on.
Is it a Lightwave feature overview?
No,
Sorry.
it is not. It is. Now, I'm in the Blender group. I don't want to like get outcasted here.
No. Okay. So.
Okay, cool. So give me a second. I'm bringing up the model that I want to show first. I'll show you this one first, and I'll show you the next one. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Yes. Let's go to there. All right. So I'm doing a lot of 3D printing. Can you see my screen in Blender?
Yeah.
Looks
Yeah.
great.
Okay, so I'm doing a lot of 3D printing. So basically, I'm hired by people. Lately, a couple of projects was to do a redesign of a Constitution class starship. So this little thing is all done inside of Blender. This is just an initial concept. And actually what I'm showing you is two different versions. I want to show you another version. Let's go open recovery, that one. So this one that I'm going to show you is for one of the guys at NASA. And so everybody in the office at NASA has Star Wars ships. He hired me to do a Star Trek type of a concept for him. So this is mostly a lot of modifiers on here, a lot of mirror modifiers, subdivision surface, and array modifiers on here. This is just it's not finished yet. It's just in the beginning stages. So, and then I've got a bunch of other stuff that's a lot more detailed, but I didn't have it really prepared for this show today. But I just figured I'll kind of share those with everybody. It's kind of like little fun little beginning projects. And the purpose of this is I'm designing this to be 3D printed. So I've got a 20-inch by 20-inch 3D printer. So this will be a fairly large disc. Some of these may be printed with resin-based printing technique. But the majority of it will be the FDM, which is the filament printing. So when it's done, I'll have actually a complete big ass model of the ship, so that is designed to put in electric wire works and circuit boards and lighting and go inside. I mean, I'm still making decisions on where to put the windows so that they can be lit up inside. The dome will be separate, it'll be clear. An actual bridge will go inside. So it's just in its very beginning stages now.
That's super cool.
Yeah, that's really cool, man. I mean, wow. When you're doing the 3D printing on this, are you just exporting this as an FBX or an OBJ? Or
as a STL. See, Blender can export XTL. So you go to my export, and STL should be right there. So STL is a format that all your 3D printers understand, and then will print from. And what's really interesting too is all the techniques that we learned in Blender in terms of the surface modeling and all of that, all the grouts and all that has to actually be there. Actually, this is the subdivision surface is off. Let me turn that on. Give it a minute. Let's see how 3.0 handles this, because the previous versions were a little bit slow and convert. There we go. Okay, there it is. Okay. So all of the details in here has to be modeled in. So any surface greeblies, any surface modulations has to be built into the actual ship in order for the 3D program to actually print it. So I can't use any. So when I'm printing, I'm often printing with flat shade flat always. I never go to the shade smooth, because the shade flat is actually what your 3D printer is going to see. So if I give this a subdivision surface, in the end, I've got to freeze those polys, right? I got to apply that surface in order for the 3D printer to actually honor these actual shapes. That makes sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, and the geometry comes out pretty clean when you actually put the 3D print.
Oh yeah, it comes out very clean.
Yeah, I've had some troubles here and there when I do 3D print like masks and everything like that. That sometimes I have to clean it up, like some n-gons would be missing, some weird thing.
Yeah, well, this is what's interesting. Learning the 3D print, learning the design for 3D printing is a learning curve. Yes, I've had similar problems too, and I've learned kind of the rules. The rules are you cannot have any open faces, period. Another rule is you want to stay away from n-gons as much as you can, no ingons. Make sure everything stays as 4-point polys. And then I've been playing around with the booleans tool in here. I've done it successfully with 3D printing, but you want to be careful of that as well. So it's it's fun. it's a fun little project, and they pay. I guess they pay decent all right for this. So it was an accident, ran into a 3D community, and I started getting a lot of these little jobs.
Super cool. Glad to hear people hear stories of people making money doing 3D printing. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, these are more fun, making money doing CG effects. So actually I have a lot more, but I didn't really come prepared to show. Next time we have a meeting, I'll come prepared to show a lot more stuff. So
yeah, it sounds good. Thanks for sharing, Stephen.
Okay, you're most welcome.
I love this model.
Thank you.
I'm a Trekkie myself, so I appreciate it. All right, awesome. Okay, so anyone else want to show off some project work?
I'll go ahead. I mean, just the one that I've been working on with my wife, our house. But let me share my screen.
Yeah, sounds good.
Not sure if can you guys see it?
It's coming through now. Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just so one of the big part, I have our whole house modeled in both SketchUp and in Blender. But one of the big tasks is we wanted to remove a wall and then also redesign our kitchen. So we can kind of pretty quickly model different cabinetry. So I could have, say, this guy here. And I'm really interested in more photorealism. So and then I haven't taken it to the VR level yet, but want to get there. And so we can try out different, of course, demo guns. Oh, that's a bummer. Well, I have so many different, we can really quickly cycle through different photorealistic cabinet configurations with different appliances. These are all the appliances from Samsung and all that stuff. And then I'll actually take it I drop them into this house model. I don't know if it's going to render or not, but. And I use that. So one of the cool things I think about Blender is you can actually use real world coordinates and then the sun position. And then I purchased the physical star add-on, which is really cool. So we can put in, our house is south facing. We've got the coordinates in. We've got the time and day. I can look at, what is our new kitchen going to look like on Christmas morning, right? In any given year. It's really cool. It helps us with planning. And I can give you, we actually also used it. Let's see. That's going to take forever, but we used it to design our new front door. So there was we've got our little ring doorbell in there. And this was kind of the concept. And then once we actually got that's our finished, door for our house. And then you can see it's just really easy to quickly knock out different materials and different tiles and different cabinet, colors. So this is kind of what we're doing. It wouldn't work for real time, so I want to figure out a good workflow for getting it into VR. I probably have to bake everything out or get into the Unreal Engine. So if anyone's got any tips there, because I don't want it to look crude. I want it to look photorealistic in VR. So that's kind of the next thing I got to figure out. But that's our
What
house.
does it look like in Eevee, if you don't mind me asking?
I haven't messed with Eevee, so I couldn't tell you. I like cycles. I like the results that I get out of it. I messed with Eevee a little bit when it was brand new, just not on this project, but for something else. And I didn't like, all the different kind of shadows that were popping up in corners and that sort of thing. So I just ditched it. It just wasn't for me. But.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, the next step really is if you want to try to put this in VR would be Unreal. The hard part is taking all your materials and putting it into Unreal.
Yeah. And I'm curious. I don't know if it's possible instead to just bake it and then apply everything and look at it in, in Blender and not even take it into Unreal. I don't know if that sounds crazy or not, but I haven't tried it.
Yeah, I mean, the other step too, if you want to not bake anything, like bake all the materials, is that you can use a substance. If you know Substance or get some Substance layers, is that you can use Substance in Blender, and then ship all your geometry to Unreal and use the same Substance materials.
Oh, okay.
And, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm using Polygon for a lot of the materials just for speed. So maybe, yeah, maybe there's something there.
Yeah, so if all of them are actually hooked up to the right nodes, like if you don't do any color management nodes in Blender, so you just take normals, you take all your albedos and all that without putting in between, and put them into Unreal, it should work.
Cool. Appreciate it. And then as far as headsets go, any preference from anyone on the call? I know we saw one with it was like the Oculus 2. I don't know if anyone's tried any of the others.
Yeah, Oculus so far.
Oculus are
okay.
They're sort of dominating at the moment.
Got it.
Their entry level Quest 2 is like $299, which is
Pretty good.
I'm pretty sure they're selling it below what the cost to make it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to spend more than that. Like, it's fun. So if there's even like something else, or I'm open to it.
Yeah, I think.
No. Oculus so far is
Oculus. Okay.
Yeah. So far they're dominating a lot of the field. If you go to Vive Pro, that's like $600. Then HP makes one that's like $500, and all of them kind of look the same. And like I said, with Facebook's implementation, they're coming down with a loss. I mean, their headsets are pretty good for what they do.
Cool.
So Joe here says he's using an HP Reverb and he loves it.
HP Reverb G2. That's probably like that's the high end, really high quality one.
Okay.
Or a Valve.
Did you grab the new one?
If you want to get
did you grab the new one?
If you want to get the best experience, I would get a Valve Index. Those are $1,000.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just like the best user experience and best, pretty good picture quality.
Okay.
Index is pretty good.
Yeah, I've got some friends that swear by these things.
Yeah, I use an HP Reverb G2 but mine's a little crazy because I use the Valve Index like controllers and base stations with my reverb, but I have like some crazy setup just because the reverb has like higher picture quality or whatever.
Yeah.
Requires a lot of fiddling, so I would just say get the Valve Index.
Okay.
Did you get the new reverb, or did you have the past reverb? Because they just updated their reverb like a month ago.
That one's got like the best picture quality or whatever.
Yeah, now that everything supports like OpenXR, right? It's you're not really locked in as much. They all kind of work with Unreal Engine. And
everything just kind of works. It'll just take whatever
It's really amazing, like having been like part of the Blender community for like probably almost a decade now, to see where it's come. It's just pretty awesome.
Yeah,
indeed.
I'm super into VR though, so that's why.
This video game, by the way,
you
got a VR headset. This video game is amazing.
It's the best.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
So good. I was actually depressed when I finished it.
Yeah, you beat it. Yeah, it was probably one of my favorite video games.
Anyhow.
And then there's nothing that even comes close to it.
Right.
That's the problem.
It stands alone.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, awesome. Any other projects people want to share?
I can quickly share some of my Blender dev stuff that I've done.
Yeah, it sounds good. Why don't you take the share and take it away?
Sure. I guess I missed the introduction bit, so I'll just quickly introduce myself. I should probably turn the camera. There we are. Cool. Yeah, I'm Scott. I'm a pipeline TD at a studio in Vancouver. I'm just hanging out here because I know some people from this group. So basically, pipeline TD, just think software developer, and you're basically on the right path. And one of the things I want to do is I want to get Blender out by working at my studio because there is interest, but I think that there's kind of some hangups, mostly like the animation tools. Like one of my goals is to get one of our animation supervisors to never want to animate in Maya again. Yeah, unfortunately, most of my development stuff has been kind of put on hold just because time, energy, and doing other projects too. But I will show one thing I'm kind of proud of, and this is something that was done in Blender 2.9.3, I think. Desktop 2. So everyone can see my screen, right?
Yep, we did.
Cool, sweet. So yeah, so I added in this viewport display where, oh, what's that at 0? That should be at 1. Actually, no, that's correct. Never mind. So yeah, so you can see that we have these axes that are living at the root of the bone, but also you could say I need to live at the tip, because by default, previous to I think it's 2.9.3, the pivots would be on the tip. So then if you're to go ahead and rotate this, like, you know, you don't know, it's, you know, you're kind of used to seeing that this axis represents, you know, this bone, when in this case it doesn't. So now by default, it does. And yeah, so that's one of the things I done for some Blender dev stuff, and hopefully I'll get back on it. I really want to get some more animation tools worked out.
That is awesome. So is this you're trying to make a robot out of it?
Oh no, this is just showing off, like if you open up a Blender right now, and if you go to the armature tab, sorry, you need to have the bones set up. But if you go to the armature tab and go to the viewport display and axis, so this is the functionality I did, was just add in the being able to kind of choose where the axis gets drawn. So if you're a rigger, that's something that should hopefully be useful.
So Scott, was this put forward to Blender as a patch, or is it in the main branch already? Or
yeah, it's already in. Like I wanted to get it in by one of the LTS releases, so managed to sneak it in just in time for 2.9.3. So it's in 3.0 right now as well.
Ah, very cool. And nice one. Thanks for sharing.
Yep, no worries. Hopefully there'll be more by me. Just
yeah, what was the name of your studio again?
So the studio I work for is called Stellar Creative Lab. They're a studio in Vancouver, Canada. So that's where I am.
Stellar Creative Lab?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think I've got you here. Yeah, these guys.
Yep.
Very cool. All right. I'll check them out. Fantastic. Awesome. Good to meet you, Scott. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, no worries.
All right. So anyone else have any other projects I want to share?
No, I'll go for it.
John, you go first.
Actually, no, go ahead.
Wait, who's going first? We're in a stalemate.
Oh, okay, I'll go.
Awesome. All right. Nice.
So basically, if I share my screen here, you gotta see doubles over here for now. So this is just basically on my Instagram page. So our company does a lot of pre-visualizations / stages. So all of this is practically done in Blender. You know, if you do this, robots and all that stuff, it's all done in Blender right there. some of the pre-vids I do for homes and everything like that too. A lot of things I've been doing right now is a lot of metaverse stuff. So a lot of people would, call me up and say, "Hey, can you make me a living room?" Sure, I'll make a living room in the metaverse, and a lot of that stuff. Some of the architects would call me and just say, "Hey, can you do something with these container homes?" And these container homes, I would just design them in Blender, and then from Blender on, I'll give them the plans and all that stuff. A lot of this is also done using geometry nodes. One of the things that for filmmakers, that is this. This is all done in Blender, but that's a green screen person right there in real time using Axisymmetry and Blender as the modeling package, and Unreal as my my real time tier to say. So let's just say, let's move on to this. This is another scene right here. Again, I was pitching this to a lot of studios. On top of that, I was pitching this to a lot of theater groups who want to do everything online nowadays. Another thing that I've been trying to do is I've been working with a robotics firm for a long time, and I know everyone hates Maya over here.
No, we don't hate Maya. Honestly, like many people in this group, use many software packages. We're not fanboys here. It's okay.
But we've been working on a project called Mimic. So basically, you take a robot, and then you take something like this, and then it would mimic your exact moves to a real rigged robot.
Wow, that's super cool.
So everything like this is all for free. So if you go to mimic.com, you can actually download these packages for free. And what I'm trying to do is I want to actually take this tool and put it into Blender, because right now it's my specific. So yeah. So basically, those are the things that I've been trying to do. Virtual production stuff too. This is all virtual production, which is basically, like I said, green screen / with robots and everything like that. This is all done using a robot to do a lot of miniature stuff. And so, yeah, I mean, basically, a lot of this, like I said, I want to use the tools like using Blender to actually put this as an ultimate free tool for filmmakers and design enthusiasts and everything like that. So yeah, that's me right there. So if you guys want to, feel free to ask questions, or feel free to, if you guys want to look me up, feel free to talk about projects. I don't mind having some fun.
Awesome. And for those that aren't familiar, can you just describe what symmetry is real quick?
Symmetry is a tool in which basically it connects Unreal to do green screen work. So again, something like this. So this is like a quick breakdown of what we did. So Axisymmetry is a software package for broadcast studios that will take something like a green screen package to composite these things in real time. So let's go for one more, and I'll show you like the green screen behind this too. Oh, that's right, I didn't put a green screen. So something, where would I put that? Oh, stand by. So let's go for another one. So let's go back to this again. So Axisymmetry, like I said, it's a tool that takes something like a green screen object, and you can composite it together in real time using Unreal Engine. Actually, to test that better, I could just say, So you could do a lot of these cool things right here, like your green screen assets, and put them in an environment. Say.
Yeah, awesome. So is it software only, software hardware?
It's software only. So
Okay.
you build your own hardware on top of that. So you build your models in Blender, put them in Unreal. From Unreal, go to symmetries, because Unreal's, I don't know if you guys play with Unreal, but the keyers in Unreal sucks. Another thing is that you do a lot of other integration pieces of hardware, like camera tracking and all that stuff that sometimes Unreal by itself can't do. So you need another piece of software to do all that stuff. And it's also free if you want to download the community edition. So things like things that I would do for broadcast studios is that we would do something like this, So complete sci-fi set with someone on set doing their thing.
Very cool. All right. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate it, John. All right. So we got about we got 15 minutes left. So David, I think you were going to share off something. Is that right?
Yeah, that was really cool, John.
That was super cool.
Neat to see that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Alrighty. So this isn't nearly as cool as the stuff you guys are showing. But this type of video has been doing really well on YouTube lately. Actually, can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we can.
All right, cool. Where it's Minecraft footage, but then it's got 3D elements incorporated into it, like fluid simulations. That's the thing people like seeing on YouTube, and it's something that's really fun to create. So I've been making a bunch of these for a client. And one of the recent projects I was working on, I have this scene from the game, and he wanted me to put a realistic golden apple on the table. And if you don't play the game, a golden apple, it's literally what it sounds like. It's an apple that's covered in gold. And I thought it'd be really cool if I could make like the apple reflect my Minecraft character, because that's not really something I've seen anyone do with these like hybrid 3D Minecraft things. And what I was able to do is I was able to record 360 footage. So I'm using a mod in the game that allows you to move the camera around and record different things. And I was able to record 360 footage from the perspective of the apple, as well as get the camera movement from my character. And I put the 360 footage from the apple onto a little sphere. Oh, the zoom overlay is preventing me from doing that. And so I was able to get the reflections, or somewhat accurate reflections, onto this like golden apple in Blender from the game. I don't know if this is making a ton of sense.
Yeah, we're following. Yeah. People in the room here are saying really cool.
Really cool, man. This is awesome.
Yeah. It came out really nicely. Let me see if I can find here's the final scene. Looks more like an orb than an apple.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's cool. Worked great.
Yeah.
But I'm going to introduce Joe Conover to take us away on some of the work he's doing on visual effects. So,
yeah, well, just random work that I've been doing. Oh, okay. Some visual effects, but I have another thing too that too. Can everyone see this?
Hello, hello, hello. Hopefully everyone can hear me. This is David from World Blender Meetup Day here. Let's see if we can get this screen share working. All right, there we are. Good to hear everybody. We are just transitioning here. We had a speaker who dropped out, so we're just trying to buy them some time to see if they were going to come on, but it looks like unfortunately they're not going to make it, but that's okay because we have something really cool to show everybody. Today I will be presenting about work that I did on a recent visual effects film. So let me go ahead and get my presentation up here. By the way, that video that you guys just saw, that was from the Los Angeles Blender Society. They presented that in November, if I'm not mistaken. November of last year, and Sterling and the team, they'll be on live a little bit later today. Okay, so let's see if the presentation gods are happy with me. I'm going to present here, and let's switch back to Zoom. There we are. Okay, so hello, everybody. My name is David Andrade, and I am the co-founder of Theory Studios. Theory Studios is a worldwide animation studio. We've been in business for 9 years this April. It's kind of crazy, and part of the whole Blender journey along the way. We've used Blender since the beginning, since 2.57, with Ray and Clovis there on screen left. And then late last year, we released a game called Blobkin Blaster on Steam VR and on Oculus. And that was also made with Blender and Unreal. And today we are working on all sorts of cool projects, from machine learning to a new VR game and a movie. So my presentation is going to be a little short, and we'll talk a little bit about like this movie and show off some effects, and we'll just have some fun. We're just going to go for a little bit talking about how we used Blender to make the movie A Christmas Karen. Now, A Christmas Karen is not out yet. It comes out later this year on all the platforms and everything. And it's a story of a Christmas Carol, but of course with a really funny comedian who plays Karen, and she's like the main character of the Christmas Carol, so it's really quite fun. And this movie is a little bit of like a horror kind of movie, but it's like a horror comedy movie. So I'm going to go ahead and play this, and let's just take a look. I wonder if I can go ahead and loop it. I'm not sure if I can, but I'll just play it a couple of times. There we go. So one of the things that we had to do for this movie is create a lot of different visual effects shots. And our studio uses really any of the tools that are available to do a great job. We tend to use After Effects. We've used Nuke. We used Houdini. We've used DaVinci. And in this case, we used After Effects and Blender to realize this entire thing. Now, in order to create this, though, we had to go ahead and photogrammetry scan an actress on set. I'll just play it one more time. You can kind of clearly see she is a CG character. And one of the challenges really with this movie was low budget, right? We had to find a way to make it work with the tools that we had at our disposal. So here is our lovely actress. The makeup job was really impeccable. These are just a couple of the stills that I took while we were live with her on set. And you can kind of get a really good idea of what she looks like and all the detail that the makeup department put in. I'm just double checking the stream over here, because while I'm also running this, I'm also running the stream. I also want to apologize if you hear a loud 2-year-old. That's because she is awake and cranky. Okay, so this is our main actress. Her name is Jackie. And again, as I said, the character had a whole bunch of amazing detail on her body. And it was a little difficult to capture. So I decided to use an iPad Pro and a program called Polycam. And one of the cool things about Polycam is that it allows you to very easily capture anything in a photogrammetry method or in a LiDAR method. The iPad Pro has a LiDAR built into it, which is really awesome. And I tried both, and we're going to take a look at some of the scans that I did and everything. But I found that the photogrammetry method works just as well. And one of the cool things about Polycam, which I'll pull up here in a second, is that you can also add any of your own photos, and the website will go ahead and process them for you. So let me pull up Polycam. All right, here we go. So I just want to give you an idea. These are some of the actual photos that the iPad Pro took. You know, I took like 200, so I walked around her, and I wish I kind of blacked out some more of the set. As you can see, I had a bunch of stuff out here that kind of interfered a little bit. And also some of my own shadow casting made it a little difficult. But nonetheless, I was able to get a pretty darn good capture. There are some issues, and we'll talk about how we clean some of those up. But I just want to show this off because honestly, it's just really impressive how an iPad Pro could capture this. And as I said, you can use your device, any kind of device actually, and poly.cam. There's a free service, and then there's a paid one that gives you a few more features. They're like a online web photogrammetry system, so allows you to process all of this. This was actually one of my first photogrammetry scans. This is something that usually we've outsourced, but in this case, I decided to just do it with the iPad, and I learned quite a bit. One of them is definitely be careful about arms and hands. You can see here, it unfortunately ended up capturing a lot of that, and that's because I think a lot of the lighting, the green was spilling, and I was kind of maybe moving around a little bit too much in a non-standard way. And if we also go up to her face, I kind of attribute this to maybe just taking a few too many photos of her face. But you can see here, it didn't really get the face that well. But one of the cool things about Polycam is that because it's all cloud-based, it lets you process all of that very quickly. So within a few minutes, I knew that that face was not a good capture. So I went ahead and did another pass solely focused on her upper body here. And man, this one just came out super, super impressive. You got to admit, like it even caught some of these hair and other little details that I really didn't think it would grab. Now, at first, I thought that like having green here was a bad idea. I was limited to what days she was available on set. So I ended up using the green screen day where we had the most amount of time. I think in hindsight, I would have liked to have a gray or white background, but I'll show you a trick that we did inside of Blender to get rid of some of that. I do want to talk a little bit more about Polycam and some of the other scans that we did though, just really quick. We ended up capturing a key item in the entire movie. It's a golf cart that has a bunch of Christmas stuff on it. And this is, I think, just the problem with any kind of capturing that you do, is that unfortunately anything that is reflective or metallic is going to go, it's going to be very difficult to really grab onto. So that's just something to consider. But nonetheless, it actually did a pretty decent job, even with this thing, which was super reflective. And we used this in a couple of shots a little bit later. Actually, here's a version of it with two of the main actresses in here. This is a better version where we actually covered the entire thing in white. There's no green spill whatsoever. And this actually captured significantly better. And again, you don't need an iPad Pro. I just happened to have one and use it because I thought the LiDAR would be quite helpful. LiDAR is great for bigger expanses, which I'll show down here. Like here's the outside of one of the homes. we were going to potentially do some kind of destruction stuff, but ultimately that was canned. But nonetheless, I was able to capture the home, and this is using the LiDAR method. But both of them are great, and you don't need an iPad Pro. You can actually just upload all of your stuff in here. Anyways, let's move on to the Blender side of things. So let's just go back to Jackie right here. And you can go ahead and export this into any kind of format that you want. I personally found GLTF to be the better version. So I focused on a GLTF export and brought that into Blender. So let me go ahead and load up Blender.
David, while that's loading,
yeah,
John has actually joined us and is in the Zoom as we speak.
Oh, great. Okay, so then I'll wrap up in about 10, 15 minutes, and then we'll switch over to John.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Great. All right, so here we are inside of Blender. So this is the scene that Jackie was going to be in. Let me actually go ahead and hide the scenery really quick. This is just a straight import from GLTF. And one of the cool things, and I'm not sure if it's a Polycam thing or the iPad Pro, but it actually gets the scale pretty well in terms of height. So you can kind of check here and see her dimensions. I mean, 2.8 meters is a bit high, admittedly, but relative to the scene, it actually did a pretty good job. I was really quite surprised. And because she's going to be crawling out of this oven, I went ahead and scanned the whole entire set here too, so you can kind of get a good idea of what's going on. And believe it or not, this is actually part of the movie. The main character is a slob, Karen, and Jackie's going to set her on the right path. But yeah, I went ahead and scanned the oven. There is some camera equipment here, but this is really just to give us a general border of stuff. So now that I went ahead and had some decent scans of the whole area. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me show you the bust as well. Let's go ahead and zoom in here. So this came out super good. It's not too dense of geometry either. That's a blessing and a curse, really. There are a few settings that you can dial in to Polycam to get a little bit more geometry, but because it was an iPad Pro, it was good. I'd even say really good, but it wasn't like super high end, like say a DSLR, which will capture a lot of immaculate detail. But it was good enough for what we needed it to be with the budget that we were facing. So it worked out. All right, now let's go ahead and take a look at the scene. Actually, you know what I really want to do? If we have a little bit of time, let's actually take a look at the character really quick, because I want to show one thing that we did to the character. So I'll just open it up. All right, here we are. So we couldn't use the character right out of the box. We did a real simple Rigify rig. We realized that with any sort of like photo scan and everything, you're just not going to get really good geometry. So we ended up recreating the arms and legs. We just took pretty basic arms and legs that we already had, pretty standard, nice to form kind of stuff, and rebuilt all the textures and just kind of reprojected and then repainted some of those textures right back onto the character. That's what we did for the legs and the arms. For the upper body, we ended up keeping a good chunk of it. Just go ahead and unhide it so you can kind of see. We ended up keeping a good chunk of it there because for what it needed to be, it worked. Now, for the hair, our main tech artist on this shot went ahead and added hair on top of this just to kind of hide the fact that that was hair. So because we had like a general hair, it actually worked out pretty well. And then we just added some hair on top of this as a simple particle system. No dynamics or anything, just something to kind of add a little bit of fuzziness to everything. But the part that makes me the happiest is the main asset artist on this went ahead and created a really simple keyer. So we're using the same imagery, the same texture diffuse that came from the photo scan. And we went ahead and made a simple keyer, which I thought was really, really cool. So that will go ahead and key out that green and kind of fill it with more of a gray, and then do a little bit of soft light into the whole thing. And if we come back to it, we get actually a pretty nice looking shape. I'll go to rendered really quick. See if the demo gods smile upon me. They may. They may or they may not. Okay, so let's actually, we'll go to the shot itself. So let's go ahead and open that, since I know we're a little pressed for time. So once we had a shape and everything that we really liked, and we cleaned up the materials and textures, we went ahead and created the scene. So if we come look over here, we'll just go open up Jackie. So we had that geometry built from before. We cleaned it up quite drastically, actually, but it was good because it gave us a good reference for the entire oven. And actually, I have a scan of the oven even open. So that's how we got the depth of the oven. And if I come over here, I'll turn on rendering. Yeah, we'll just give it a minute because I know Zoom is running. This is running. So sometimes the GPU gets a little funny. There we go. And we'll turn off some extras. We can kind of like go between the two. You can kind of see how everything really lined up quite well. There's some actual smoke that's in there, and we mimicked the lighting of the scene and then animated this character coming out. Now, there's one clever thing that the team likes to do a lot, and that's to use a mist pass. And I want to talk about that. That's really handy, and we're gonna pipe that into After Effects and do something really clever with it. But for now, you can kind of get a good idea of how we took all of this, cleaned it up, and animated a pretty simple character. We didn't do anything to the face. There's no shape keys or anything. It's pretty raw. But for the most part, it actually holds up quite well. So let's go take a look at After Effects. Now in here, I'm actually just going to go all the way to the root of this comp. And you can kind of see what Jackie is doing. We often render with motion blur on. Gives us a really kind of nice look to it. Even though it adds some overhead, it's definitely worth it in the long run. And having that hair really kind of covers up the hair scan and texture. So that worked out actually quite well for us. It's a little bit of motion blur and a little bit of extra motion blur inside of After Effects. And that hair really worked. There's still some artifacting, but that gets taken care of a little bit later. Yeah, remember when I talked about the mist pass? Well, that mist pass is actually all used in After Effects. And going back really quick to this, we render out EXRs. And if anybody who's working on any sort of like production or anything, I highly recommend this, especially multi-layer EXRs. Here's a little tip, in fact, that we kind of learned along the way. A regular EXR that is a non-multi-layer will bake in your color management, which can be kind of frustrating, especially when you want something linear without any kind of transforms on it. However, a multi-layer EXR will not bake any of that in. It'll just come out linear, which is exactly what we wanted. And so what we do with that, and we can go ahead and, don't know if the layer will really show up. It shows up in the next one a little better. So this is the mist pass. And what it effectively does is give us a depth with this render. Let's come out to this one. This is a really good example right here. So this mispass gives us a depth. And there's a lot of work to really pull that. So let's just start from what we get raw. And then we choke that and curve it and try to give ourselves a lot of latitude there. And what effectively it lets us do, once this frame resolves, is it allows us to kind of fade stuff in the distance or add depth of field, etc. There's a lot of layers here. So there we go. We can see we can start to make stuff kind of darker. If I just go ahead and solo just this layer, you can see how she looks pretty flat. Nothing too crazy here. But once you turn on everything else, all the effects, we start to blur it and go darker. And then we do that again by adding a whole bunch of layers of smoke. And because we have a mispass, again, I'm going to come over here and just solo this. It's a little tough to see. If I go maybe with transparency mode, you can kind of see some of it. But you can see here, now we have smoke that is going in a certain horizontal slice of her. It's a little behind the hand, but a little in front of the leg there for a little bit. And it's all getting cut out thanks to that mispass. It's one of the the coolest things in Blender and After Effects that you can do to kind of mix those two together. I'm gonna come up here and just kind of frame by frame a little bit of this, and you can kind of see how it all gets put together. And I'll turn off transparency. There we go. So now, because of this mispass, we know how deep this stuff is. We find the miss is a lot better than depth or the Z depth, etc. I believe it's because of anti-aliasing that mist has that built in, whereas I believe the Z buffer, the Z depth, whatever, doesn't. You might have to correct me on that one, but that's how I understand it from our compositing team. But you end up getting this like really cool thing where now the character can interact and go through an element. And then you go ahead and comp it all together. And you get a really cool looking shot. And she comes out at us. In fact, I'll go to the PowerPoint so we don't blow my GPU as it tries to render. So there you go. You get a really cool looking shot with this going on. Now, I know World Blender Day is highly focused on Blender, but as a studio pipeline with multiple projects and multiple employees, Blender is just a really solid piece of the pipeline. And it plays really well with so many other parts of it, from animated movies to games in Unreal to now high-end visual effects or even low-budget visual effects. Blender has a place in that pipeline. So I'm just really happy to see it there and to see how much it's matured, how much faster it is at rendering. One thing I didn't touch on is how we use denoising now, especially on RTX cards, and just render not as many samples because you don't need as many, especially for this where we're blurring in so much stuff. And it actually turns out pretty good. And you can mix that with, say, After Effects or Nuke and composite yourself a pretty cool looking shot. The last thing I want to say is a shout out to the team that worked on this. There's a lot of great people. Keith Morgan, who is the senior compositor, Josiah, who is the model and shading asset artist, who converted the photogrammetry into a character, Parker, who went ahead and animated, and Zhao, who is our tech artist, who went ahead and added lighting and other cool effects to the hair to bring that shot together. So a shout out to the team at Theory and these great artists. It was really a pleasure to work with them, and we got a pretty cool looking shot. So again, this is Christmas Karen. It comes out this Christmas season on iTunes and all of that stuff. There's no official release date. There's not even an official website. So you guys are getting a sneak peek into it. But this is one of the many shots that we did on the movie, and I'm just really happy with how it came out. So, all right, everybody, thank you so much for listening. Again, this is David Andrade from Theory Studios. You can find us on the web, theorystudios.com or Theory Studios anywhere on social media. I'll take a couple of questions because I know we have John here. So I'll just shotgun through them really quick. The smoke was composited. We did use some CG smoke in other shots, but a mispass with composited smoke. And we used a website called FX Elements. It's just awesome. They have like alpha smoke in 4K and everything, which is beautiful. So we used a lot of elements. Once in a while we use CG, but mostly elements. And we knocked out 80 shots in a month. And that doesn't sound like too much when you just say 80 shots, but they're quite complex. And there's a lot of like zombie like characters like Jackie in them. So it was quite a bit to do in a single month, but we were able to knock it all out. So really, really excited. All right, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to, is it either Andrew or Kevin? Who is going to introduce John?
It's Andrew here. So this is the last presentation from Asia Pacific, and it is a fairly late one. It's currently 12:30 in Adelaide, and it's after 10 in Perth, where John is. So it's been a long day, but we're here at the end of the Asia Pac section, and I'd love to introduce John McCarthy from Flinders University, who is going to teach us about underwater submarines and what you can do with them in Blender. So, John, take it away.
Okay, hopefully you can hear my audio.
Yep, that's sounding good.
Okay, I'll try and share my screen. Okay, so my presentation is about a virtual reality dive on a submarine. And just to introduce myself, my name is Dr. John McCarthy. I've been working as an archaeologist since around 2004. I am currently working as a lecturer in maritime archaeology in Flinders University in South Australia, here in Adelaide. I work as well as in maritime archaeology and digital archaeology, including survey and reconstruction, using whatever techniques we happen to need at the time. So I'm not really a Blender specialist. I'm someone who works in really a whole variety of different software. As usual, I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of this land, the Kaurna people of the Adelaide Plains, where I carried out most of this work, and also the Larrakia and Tiwi people, in whose sea country this submarine wreck lies. I also want to acknowledge the stakeholders who are quite a varied group for this submarine, but they include especially the descendants of the people who lost their lives in this submarine wreck, and you'll hear more about them. So just very briefly, I gave a presentation, I think it was 2 years ago now, at the World Blender Meetup Day. I always like to support the community and to feed back to the community for Blender. My presentation a couple of years ago, it gave more of a broad overview of how we use digital archaeology techniques in maritime archaeology these days, and particularly how I've been able to use Blender and how it's enhanced the way that I work on shipwreck sites and on maritime archaeology survey across the board. Digital survey has become really vital for many of the physical sciences, but particularly for maritime archaeology, I would say, because underwater photogrammetry has really changed the way that we do things. Photogrammetry is a technique that works very nicely on land, but unlike laser scanning, works really well underwater. I won't go into much detail on that, but I would say you can check out this free book that we produced, Springer Edited Volume, which explores that issue. And also you can just check out my presentation that I gave 2 years ago on the 2020, I think it was 2020 World Blender Meetup, which is still on YouTube. So this is a slide from that presentation, and I won't go through this, but it just highlights that we use a lot of relatively simple techniques to enhance our workflow, but it really, what I think it does, it makes us kind of spatially fluent in the way that we handle scan data and the way that we build digital reconstructions and the way that we analyze data. So Blender has been really a game changer in terms of being able to manipulate that data. And the way that we work with 3D software as sort of scientists in a way is a little bit different to the way that 3D modelers and people who make movies and animations and so on tend to work. We're very focused particularly on high resolution scans of archaeological sites, and we're very concerned with the fidelity of those archaeological sites. But things like virtual reality really help us to engage with our public and to disseminate the sort of scientific insights that we get from our archaeological work. So because of the advances in underwater photogrammetry, and you're looking at an underwater photogrammetry model there, we've all had to learn an awful lot about how to work with this data. And one of the things I've done is to learn a lot of 3D modeling software, and I learned 3D Studio Max and all of these things, and sort of pick them up and put them down over the years. But Blender has really been something that's changed that and has just made things incredibly easy and accessible. No matter what organization I end up working for, I'm always able to have Blender on all my machines and not to worry about licensing and so on. So it's really been a tool that's freed us up an awful amount. You can see a link to my talk from 2020 there if you want to get more background. But today I'm just going to focus very much in the next 20 minutes or so on a recent project I did last year over the course of a couple of months, which was a virtual reality submarine animation, I would say. So for those of you who are not very familiar with the Pacific Theater, the Maritime Pacific Theater in World War II, Japan in 1942 was expanding very rapidly, had taken Singapore and Malaysia and a lot of other places. And Australia, where I'm currently based, was really starting to feel very threatened, as you can see from the sort of top left. It's fight, work, or perish. And you can see just the geographical extent that Japan had sort of controlled. So even though we didn't really see very many attacks on the Australian mainland, there were actually some very effective or certainly psychologically effective attacks that took place. And one of those was an aerial attack on Darwin Harbour. There was also a sort of kamikaze submarine attack on Sydney Harbour. And what we'll focus on today is the submarine attack on Darwin Harbour using a mine-laying submarine. So this is the location of the submarine wreck that we're concerned with. And you can see that it's over 100 kilometers, probably, well, maybe roughly 100 kilometers off Darwin Harbour. Just south of the Tiwi Islands, and you can see a little inset map with Darwin up at the very top there. The submarine was sunk about 65 kilometers off the coast of Darwin Harbour. It was laying mines to basically disrupt shipping between Darwin and the rest of the Allied forces. And I won't go into much detail on the historical background because we're here basically to talk about Blender. So I'll focus on the construction of the virtual dive. But essentially the background to this project is that the 80th anniversary of the sinking of this submarine was coming up. It was February 1942, so the anniversary was coming up in February 2022. And the Northern Territory government and their heritage branch wanted to mark that anniversary, and they wanted to do a kind of digital outreach project. They got in touch with me based partly on a virtual dive that I had previously created on an Icelandic 17th century shipwreck. And that was something I did as part of my PhD, which looked at Dutch shipwrecks. The I-124 submarine is quite a different site. Obviously, it's much more modern. It lies in a depth of about 50 meters of seawater. It's a very difficult place to dive. It's also legally protected for diving, and you need a special permit to dive there. Even if you could dive there, the visibility in the waters there is generally very poor. So at 50 meters, it can also be very dark. It really requires specialist skills to dive there, far beyond what your typical recreational diver might get. So over the years, we actually know very little about the submarine site. We really only have a couple of quite bad photographs of different features. I think 2 photographs is all I ever saw. We also have a couple of kind of hand-drawn sketches and descriptions, some of which just contradict each other. So we really don't understand this site very well. The wreck is, it's a Japanese mine-laying submarine. It had been sent down south to lay mines around Darwin Harbour. And Darwin Harbour at the time was one of the most important hubs for the Allied attempt to retake the Pacific. The submarine was sunk on January 20th. Sorry, I said February, January 20th, 1942. And so that marked 80 years. In a lot of ways, it's one of the most significant maritime archaeological sites in Australia. There are very few wrecks of enemy vessels which were lost during attacks on the continent. It was also a really important part of the development of legislation in Australia to protect wreck sites, which a lot of the legislation was developed to protect sites after attempts were made to salvage this particular site for scrap metal, more or less. It was one of the first sites to be given that legal protection. It's also the final resting place of 80 Japanese submariners. So there's a lot of cultural sensitivities around the protection of this site, but also around the representation of it in any kind of digital outputs. The original plan for the commemoration event, I've got February here, I can't remember if it was February or January. It had been to dive the site and to do underwater photogrammetry. And that would have given us the first detailed view of the site that has ever been captured since it sank. And the goal was to demonstrate all of that data through a series of animations and potentially including virtual reality. Unfortunately, not long before we were due to go to the site, we had the COVID restrictions, which really cut down the interstate travel here in Australia. And it meant that our divers were not able to come to the Northern Territory where the shipwreck is. And so initially, it kind of looked like the whole project would have to be cancelled. So fortunately, we actually had, even without going to the site, we had a set of sonar data. And that was thanks to the Australian Institute of Marine Science, AIMS, who went to the site in October 2021, so not that long ago, and they brought their research vessel, Solander, which you see at the top here, and they carried out a high-resolution three-dimensional sonar survey of the site. I discussed this with the Heritage Branch, and we decided that really there was an opportunity to do something a little bit more here. Even though we couldn't get photogrammetry of the whole site, we could actually use the sonar data, and we could do some something that would reach as wide a kind of segment of the public as possible. So One of the things we were particularly concerned with was to try and reach the Australian kind of Northern Territory public and also the Japanese public, and to just make sure that this wreck site was in their consciousness. So essentially we pushed on with this fully digital reconstruction approach that was based on sonar. That sonar survey was carried out using a technique called multi-beam, which is a sort of scanning method not dissimilar to laser scanning. It's usually captured as a kind of point cloud of XYZ, but it's got a few quirks. Normally it's used to map really large areas of the seabed. And so the standard approach for dealing with multi-beam data is to simplify it into a digital elevation model where it's gridded or rasterized into blocks of sort of 1 or maybe 5 or maybe 10 meters. And what that results in is a lot of filling in or interpolation of gaps in the data, which means there's a loss of resolution in areas where a lot of survey might have been captured as so you can see on this image, this is actually from a different site, the famous shipwreck of Batavia, from a paper that's currently in press, where you can see all the individual survey points there in black and the gridded data as a sort of blocks. So really, for archaeological purposes, that's not very useful. For navigation, that's quite good, but for archaeology, we really need to see the maximum amount of detail. And so this kind of simplified data and this way of handling the data is just not very useful. And so that's where the kind of world of 3D modeling can really support us. Here we see that the kind of high resolution data we were initially sent, and you can see that they just sort of assume everything is extending vertically downwards. They have no concept of overhangs in the standard multi-beam software. So it kind of creates this cliff face around the submarine. So the first thing we had to do was just to take the full point cloud and bring it into software to try and mesh it in a more useful way. We can either mesh it from the points, or we can kind of represent it as raw survey data as a point cloud. But each of those approaches creates its own issues. So first off, what I did was I got the sonar data and I meshed it in Cloud Compare, which is free software. It's very useful. If you look at the original point cloud, you can see lots and lots of interesting details there, but when you mesh it, you really create new problems, which result from the fact that it tries to wrap everything around into simple shapes, and that creates errors in different ways. They aren't necessarily vertical errors. Nonetheless, bringing that mesh, a high resolution mesh, back into Blender, I was able to do some really interesting things, use some ambient occlusion shaders to really pull out some of the detail. And so we started to get a real insight into some of the damage on the hull of the submarine. You can really see where corrosion has started to eat away at certain the edges of the submarine. But actually this method is kind of flawed, as well as the fact that it kind of makes a very poor estimation of the underneath of the hull. If you look at the center, it really gives a poor representation of the conning tower, the little tower in the center of the submarine. And that's because there's really just not enough points in that area to for the algorithm to generate a mesh. So this is a color ramp version, and it is also using a little bit of ambient occlusion, and we've just labeled up the different features. But yeah, you can really see the conning tower is almost invisible there. There's no feature there. What I wanted to do was bring this into the animation, and this proved to be quite a challenge. So within this area, this clipped out area around the submarine, there's about 2 million survey points. And the point cloud software really is not designed to render so many points. And Blender is also quite poor at rendering that number of points. What I tried first was to import the point cloud as vertices and then use particle systems, setting them to hair and with the emission set to object and using a really low polygon object like a cube. What I found was my computer, which is quite powerful, really couldn't get away with more than a few thousand points before it really started to get laggy. And it was such a low number of points that I had to make the points really large. And I also had to use kind of an emission shader to hide the kind of gaps. And you can see that here, but it still looks terrible, I think. And it just really doesn't give you a sense of the full resolution of the data. So I was experimenting with lots of different approaches here, including a point cloud add-on called Point Cloud Visualizer. But that really didn't prove very effective because it just wouldn't render very effectively with the virtual reality render. I'll talk about that more in a minute. So really, I started then to experiment with geometry nodes, which I think everyone is starting to tinker with. It's quite intimidating at first, but I actually found out that this was a far more efficient way of rendering points in the survey. And you can see here that it was basically able to, what I've done is I've meshed the seabed into a sort of low polygon mesh, but it was able to handle about 500,000 vertices on the actual submarine itself to show every single survey point. And that was kind of supported by sort of keeping an eye on all these tutorials that Andrew Price and Aaron Dale have been publishing. So you can see the conning tower, it starts to come into its own there and you can really see the detail. Once I had that survey data, I started to build a kind of virtual studio where I combined it with lots of other evidence and brought in historical plans. They're just rendered here with the simple transparent and emission shaders using the import images plane function. And I've got my digital reconstruction in the center. And I've also taken in what we call ship lines of a submarine, this simple image on the top left. And that can actually be stretched out into a three-dimensional shape if you know what you're doing, by cutting things out using the knife tool and the array tool to spread the diagram over space, and then to use a wireframe modifier to create the kind of ship line effect you see there in the red on the left. And I won't really discuss the modeling of the whole submarine from these historical sources because it's, you know, for 3D modeling community, it's a relatively simple process. And I textured that in Substance Painter, which proved to be very effective, especially for producing these rust effects. But you could produce a lot of this in Blender as well. And then for the VR experience, I wanted to kind of replicate the approach I took for the previous virtual dive that I described in my previous presentation. That was a 17th century shipwreck in Iceland called the Milkmaid. And it's a 360-degree animation. That proved very effective, but I rendered that all in cycles, and that just was really, really slow. Every frame of the 5,000 frames was 10 minutes, so it took months to render to get that caustic effect. I'd been keeping an eye on Eevee and seen some of the real improvements that had come up in Eevee, like volumetric principal volumes and so on. And so I really thought that I could improve that for this project. The problem I found was that Eevee it's not capable of rendering in 360 degrees. In fact, what happens is you just keep sort of zooming out and you never get the sort of fisheye effect. So a lot of people have been struggling with that over the years and have come up against this problem. Eventually, I found this add-on called EEVR, which I would recommend. It's very, very useful. I won't go into detail here, but you can find a lot of information on the page. You cannot use the most current version of Blender. It's got a lot of little tweaks and bugs you have to take care of, but this massively reduced my render times and also allowed me to render in stereoscopic VR. I went for 180 VR in this case, so I could really make the most of the pixels I had available, and I rendered out in 8640 by 4320, so pretty high resolution. I also added some glow effects. There is a presentation earlier today on making underwater scenes in Eevee, which I highly recommend, and I added a few tweaks to that. When you're making VR, you have to add your glow in your, probably you have to use Adobe Premiere to do it because you can't do it to the individual images because they're screen space effects. So these are some clips from the virtual reality experience. I won't talk about the Ambisonics virtual audio, but if anyone's interested in making good audio for virtual experiences, I recommend this YouTube channel. Hey, and lastly, hopefully I can just play a little bit of it and you can see what I've done. I think I'm probably just about running out of time on the presentation.
Yeah, John, I was going to say I probably got one more minute here, but why don't you go ahead and play the video and we'll pass it on from here.
So I'll just skip through and give you a little bit of a view of some of the scenes. So we start with a photogrammetry model of the memorial with a little tree made using a foliage add-on. And that's a panorama with a little bit of photogrammetry mixed in. We go from there into a short sequence, which will hopefully start playing, which shows the multi-beam in full resolution. There's a lot of little Blender things in here, ocean modifiers and so on. And this in virtual reality is very immersive. So if you have the headset, go and check it out. Then we go into the mesh view where you can see the color ramp, the ambient occlusion, all of these effects floating in front of you. I then took the viewer through a kind of fly-through of the plans with a bit of emission shaders and a bit of glow. And then we get into the kind of reconstruction of the submarine. So you can see a little bit of a sequence of what it would have been like when the submarine sank, with the submarine floating past you, and these kind of bubbles are just using a particle system, which is very in your face when you view this in virtual reality. There's lots of nice audio effects going on here that you won't hear. We then go into the swim over of the wreck site itself, and this is again a particle system. This is geometry nodes with weight painting to kind of make sure they're on the upper part to give a little bit of vegetation on the site as it is now. And yeah, little bits of ocean modifier and so on. So really Blender has made all of this possible. And just to wrap up the presentation, then you can see there's a two-dimensional version. We got a lot of media interest in this when it was actually released. And as you can see, between the Japanese version, which I had a student work with me on, and the English version, we hit 30,000 viewers so far. And we got lots of nice media coverage from the Daily Mail and from Live Science. So for our purposes, this was very successful in terms of reaching out to the public. And just to wrap up, we are going back to that wreck site this year. We'll be sending divers down and we'll try to compare the reconstruction that we made of the submarine as built to the condition of the submarine now. And we'll certainly be using Blender a lot in that comparison. So thank you very much for listening. And I don't know if there's any time left for questions.
There unfortunately is no time left, but if you could hang out in the chat, you know, I'm sure there's quite a bit to talk about, and I gotta say this is incredible to watch. So I love it. This is like a real application of Blender. I'm making silly VFX, but this is like preserving history, and it's awesome to see.
Well, Blender is an amazing bit of software. It's quite late here, so I'll hang around for 5 minutes and answer some questions in the chat. Yeah.
Great.
Wonderful.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Thank you very much, John. And that's Asia Pacific all done. So, David, over to you.
Good night, Andrew. Get some rest.
Yeah.
Get some rest. Cool. Well, I'd like to introduce Juan Rivera from Orlando, Florida. He joined us last year and taught a class on Blender, taking us back to the fundamentals today with rigging. So, Juan, you need no introduction. I'm just going to hand it over to you. Why don't you take it from here?
All right. Thank you. Well, I feel really honored to be here. And I just want to, just thank you guys for the opportunity to be able to do this. I'm just work for a little place in Orlando, Florida, and to be able to reach, the world. It's pretty amazing. So
there are only 974 people who have watched. So, no pressure.
No pressure at all. All right. Well, welcome to Orlando, Florida, everybody. All right. So let me get started real quick. I just have very little to share with you guys. And we'll just jump right into, first of all, where I'm from. So I'm from Orlando, Florida. I work for a company called Dorothy Lumley Monroe Center. We are a co-working space, and that we give you access to a lot of resources that you can use to work on your own digital creative projects, like computer workstations that have Blender and other software like the Adobe Suite, and game engines like Unity and Unreal and all that stuff. So our job here is to assist our community with access to these resources so they can have their opportunity to create their projects. And we have special instructors for different disciplines. So I'm geared more towards interactive design and game design. And Blender really helps with that because you can create a lot of your assets for your, interactive experiences in VR or just your regular video games or 360-degree videos and everything like that. So, so today I just want to take a little slice of the things that I teach here and just share with you guys because it's one of the things that I'm more passionate about, rigging. I graduated from the university, from UCF and University of Central Florida with an animation degree. And when I went through school, I really fell in love with, rigging concepts and doing that kind of job. Just was a lot of fun for me to do. So, but I also found out that not a lot of people like it and not a lot of people are interested in it. And I think it's because they don't know too much about the process. So, this virtual event is geared towards just getting people familiar with some of the concepts and everything like that. So let's go ahead and just talk about the goals for this virtual event. And I just want to introduce you guys to some rigging concepts, some of the tools you can use, some of the techniques that you can use in Blender. I will take you through some exercises where we'll actually use some very simple rigging techniques, and we'll show you some more complex ones. Hopefully I can do all of this within a half an hour. And then we'll explore an add-on that comes with Blender that allows you to create a human rig for a biped character. So I don't think I'm gonna have too much time to stick around because I'm actually at work today. And at 11 o'clock, I have to go do something. So I won't be available for questions and answers at the end, but if you do have any questions and you want to contact me, here's the website for the Melrose Center and my work email address. And as soon as if you do have any questions, I can email you back. You can go back to the video and check that out. So let's go ahead and jump right into Blender real quick. So I have prepared an exercise to demonstrate the concepts that I'm going to be talking about. And when it comes to rigging, you kind of have to think as an animator. where you have to prepare the project or the 3D object that you are rigging for the animator to ease the job of the animator. And in some cases, in small studios, you might be that same person. So for example, you have to think about what is it that you're animating? So for example, what is it that you're rigging? So for example, this is a robotic arm. When it comes to non-organic objects, the process can be simple depending on how many moving parts and everything in it has. So this is a very simple arm with 3 joints: the shoulder, elbow, and the wrist. And my assumption is from the animator, if I'm not the animator, is that when they go to animate this arm, they probably would like to just select the joints and rotate them and record the values for that joint. But right now this arm was created with separate objects, so they're not connected in any way. So if the animator was to select the elbow and intend to bend the elbow, then they would be surprised to know that they're not connected. So when you bend the elbow, the rest of the arm doesn't move, right? So as a rigger, what I got to do is prepare that so that the animator can intuitively just go to that piece and rotate it, and for the arm to behave the way that that animator intended it to behave, right? So this is kind of simple. All we got to do is just do a parent to child relationship between objects that will make that happen. So in this case, my intention is to rotate the elbow so that the rest of the arm rotates when I rotate the elbow, right? So then what I need to do is make the rest of the arm a child of this elbow piece right here. So I took the liberty of parenting the hand already to the wrist, so I don't have to show you all of that, just keep it simple. But in this case, what I will have to do is make the wrist and the forearm a child of the elbow. So what I'll do is I'll select the wrist, hold shift, select the forearm, and then select the elbow last in the order of selection, because that will make the elbow the active element, which the process of parenting will use the active element. Blender will assume that that's the object that I intend to be the parent of the other objects. This can be illustrated here on the outliner panel. So if I go over here and I say, I select them in that order, the children first, and then last the parent, then I go to the object menu and go to parent and select object. Shortcut is Control P. Now, as you can see in the hierarchy panel here, the outliner panel, now the forearm and the wrist are inside the elbow came up or object. So if I select the elbow object and I was to rotate it, now the forearm should behave the way that it was intended. And then I just move down the rest of the body to do the same thing. So then if I want the same thing to happen with the shoulder, then select the elbow, hold shift, select the bicep, and then select the shoulder last and repeat the steps. So object, parent. So the shortcut is Control P. And then from the little set parent menu, you can select what type of parenting you want to do. Okay, so there you can see now the entire arm is part of the shoulder. So if I rotate the shoulder, the rest of the arm rotates. All right. So that is an example of creating relationship between objects, parent to child relationship. And it works really well for objects like this one. But what if you have not a robotic arm, but then instead a organic arm like this? So then this works a little bit different, right? Let me show you that real quick. So here's my organic arm. Not the best I come up with in a few minutes, but it represents all the different pieces of the arm, right? This has to be done a little bit different. This is one entire geometry. It's not separate objects. So how would you bend the arm at the elbow, for example? Well, if you don't rig it, then what's going to happen is, it is impossible to do. It is, you could do it, but it's impossible. So what you would have to do is maybe go to object mode and select the pieces and rotate them. But you wouldn't be able to animate them. That's just to pose the character. And then you would have to make sure that you select all the vertices in edit mode. And that's nearly impossible. So what you have to do instead is create what is called an armature in Blender. And the armature, it's a skeletal structure that you can assign to different parts of the body, and the bones will control that part of the geometry. All right, so let me just demonstrate that real quick. So what we'll do is we'll create an armature. So to do that, you go to the add menu and then come down to armature and create a single bone. So these other options here are a part of an add-on that I'm going to show you guys here in just a little bit. But if you don't have the add-on added, then you would just have the choice for a single bone. So if I just click single bone, this went ahead and created an armature, and inside the armature, it created a bone. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use this armature for later on to show you some controls and stuff like that. So I'm going to rename this so that it'll be easier to identify later on. And this is going to be my character's armature. Okay. And you can see it's hard to see the bone inside the geometry because it is being obstructed by the skin, which is the geometry itself. You could turn on the X-ray view so you can see it inside, or the preferred way is to actually have that bone structure be rendered in front of anything that is in the scene. So to do that, you can go to the armature properties in the properties panel, go to viewport display, and activate the property that says in front, and that will render the armature in front of anything in the scene at all times. All right. So now we need to edit the bone structure to make it match the geometry. So we'll go to one of our orthographic views and select the armature, enter edit mode, select the tail of the bone. So how the makeup of the bone is a bone, it has a tail, and then it has a head, and you can edit them or move them independent from one another. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the tail of the bone, and I'm going to grab it and move it up to about the elbow, which is right over here. And you can see I created that bump, so it'll be easier to identify. And then I'm going to extrude another bone from that one by clicking the shortcut E. And I'm going to make it go straight up to about the wrist. Okay. Now the elbow itself, I'm going to move it over a little bit closer to the elbow, so that it's more in the center of the arm right here. Okay. All right. Then I'm going to go ahead and extrude a bone for the hand, and then from here you could extrude, for each fingers and stuff like that. But I'm just going to keep it simple and just have it this way. All right. So to connect the geometry to the bones, you will follow the same process as we did with the parenting of the objects, but in this case, we're going to parent an entire geometry to an entire armature. We have to do that in object mode. So we'll go to object mode, and you have to select in the same order as we talked about before, the child first and then the parent. So we would select the child, which is the geometry, hold shift, and then select the bone structure or the armature, which is the parent. And you can see the colors of the highlighted order. Red, orange is the child, and the yellow yellow orange is the parent. Okay, so after you do that, you activate the shortcut Control P for parenting. But in this case, we don't want to select object to object. We're doing an armature deformation. And what we're going to do is go to set up a system where it creates automatic weights. Okay. So what this is going to do is, let me show you real quick. If I select the geometry, and I go to the geometry properties here, you'll see that there's a section here called vertex groups. And there's nothing in the vertex group section. So what's going to happen here is that if I do it in that order and select the geometry and then the bones and parent it using automatic weights, that is going to create a vertex group for each one of the bones that I have in my arm. All right. Bone 1 is the base one, bone 2 is the forearm bone, and then bone 3 is the is the hand bone right here. Okay, so what that is doing is set up a certain amount of influence of the vertices nearby each one of the bones, sharing influence in between the bones where the head and the tail of the bone meet. All right. So to illustrate that, I can go to another mode. Once you select the geometry, you can go to weight paint mode. And that the colors will show you the amount of influence that that particular bone has on the geometry nearby. Red being complete influence, green being about 50% influence, and blue being no influence at all. So you'll see that bone 1, which is the forearm, has complete influence of the geometry that's nearby the body of the bone, and it shares the influence of the geometry for the head and the tail between the two other bones. So same thing with the hand bone right here, okay? So now that all of that is set up, you could pose your character and animate your arm, right? So I could actually go ahead and select the bone structure and then enter pose mode, so I could keyframe the values of the forearm, for example, and create an animation where the hand waves at the elbow or at the shoulder if I so desire to do that, right? Now, after you create this influence between the geometry and the bones, then you have to consider what is this character supposed to do? Like, what, you know, because this is pretty easy to follow, but we need to give the animator tools to be able to do their job a little bit quicker and a little bit more efficient, because time is money and you don't want to waste time on you know, creating well, you don't want to waste it, but you do want to spend time creating a good animation. But we want to give them the tools to be able to do that a little bit easier, right? So for example, let's say this hand is supposed to wave at a crowd. So if the hand is supposed to wave at a crowd, that's easy. You can do that at the shoulder, and you can set some animation points at the wrist as well to make that more lifelike. And that's done, right? But what if this arm is connected to a human that needs to jump over a table, right? So if it needs to jump over the table in the animation sequence, you have to plant your hand on the table and then have the body move around the hand. Well, in that case, that's going to be a little bit hard to do with this type of rig, because as you can see, when I rotate the shoulder, the hand moves. So if I was to try to make the hand stay in place and try to rotate the arm around it, that would be nearly impossible to do without making it look like the hand is floaty, because it's kind of shifting on the table a little bit on the animation. So to increase the quality of the animation, you can set up a control rig for this armature, all right? And the control rig has to have the ability to, in some cases, to switch from 2 different animation types, all right, or 2 different animation modes. The animation mode that needs to be able to wave the hand, for example, at the shoulder like this, that's called forward kinematics, okay? Because the motion travels down the arm, okay? So if I rotate the shoulder, then the rest of the arm also moves because I rotated the shoulder. That's forward kinematics. But the other animation mode is called inverse kinematics. So where if I move the hand, I would need the rest of the arm to be able to move, but being controlled by the hand instead, which the hand would be at the end of the chain of bones, which is why it's called inverse kinematics, because I'm trying to control the entire arm with the tail of the chain of bones. So that can be a little bit problematic, and as it is set up right now, it won't work, okay? So then we need to set up a system where I can switch back and forth from forward kinematics and inverse kinematics. So to do that, I'm going to set up 2 different control rigs using the character armature as the source to create these 2 control rigs, all right? So I'm going to select the control rig in the hierarchy panel here and copy and paste it. So Control C, Control V, and it'll create an entire different armature. Let's call this one the forward kinematics armature control rig, okay? So to be able to see it a little bit easier, I'm gonna offset it so that we can see both of them at the same time. So let me go ahead and move it over here to the side. So this is gonna be my control rig for this arm right here. So now I have to create a relationship between the forward kinematics arm and the character's arm, all right? So to do that, I need to go to post mode, select I'm gonna select them both, select the both armatures and go to post mode, and then set up a constraint for the character bone that allows the forward kinematic control to control the character armature, okay? So I'm gonna go to each bone right here, for example, and go to this property, which is only available in post mode for armatures. It's the bone constraint properties. And I'm gonna add a constraint for the character armature that it's gonna get is copy the transformations from the source, which is gonna be the forward arm kinematics control. So right here, I have to set the target to the forward kinematics armature, forward kinematics control rig. And what bone is it supposed to copy the transformations from? It's going to be the bone 1 on the forward kinematics control. So as you could see, as you saw, the arm switch over to the control rig because now it's matching its transformation. Okay. Now you can control how much that forward kinematics armature controls the rig by changing the influence right here. So if I put it, let's say at 50%, there's 0.5, which would be 50%, then only 50% of that bone will control that arm, as you can see, okay? All right, so now I will have to set up, then I have to do the same thing for each one of the bones, copy the FK rig here for each one of them and which bone is going to control it. Same thing for the hand control, transformation, FK rig, and which bone is controlling it, which would be bone 2. So now each bone right here is going to control that hand. All right. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and set up another control rig, but this one is going to be set up for inverse kinematics. So I'm going to duplicate this control rig here, or the character control rig once again, and I'm going to go ahead and move it to the other side. So let's go ahead and do that. So copy and paste. There we go. And let's rename this one to inverse kinematics armature control rig. Okay. And then let's go back to object mode so I can offset this armature. Let's put it over here somewhere. Okay. And then we're gonna set up the inverse kinematic control with their own constraints. So we'll have to do that at post mode. So let's go to post mode. And I have to delete the constraints that I already had applied to them. I apologize. Let me go ahead and do that. Delete these constraints because I didn't mean to do that. And then this one right here. Because I copied it, I should have copied it before I moved it over. So let's do this right here, okay? All right, so now I'm gonna create a control for the hand here by duplicating this bone. So I'm gonna duplicate that bone, which is, I'm gonna name it my, oh, I didn't duplicate it, let me duplicate it. Oh, I have to do that on edit mode. So let's go to edit mode. Let's duplicate this bone right here. Sorry, there we go. Let's duplicate that bone. And then we need to name it so that we can identify it very easily. That's this one called. We're going to call this the hand IK control. All right, or the arm. Actually, this is going to be the arm IK control. And we need to unparent it, because if it is parented to the arm that you're controlling, it can create a constrained loop, and it will make your animation jittery. So we need to unparent it. So to do that, we can go to the bone properties and go to the relationships and clear out the parent of that armature IK control. All right, then we can go to return to post mode. Okay, let's bring this back over here. Right around there. Sorry, trying to move fast through the presentation, and you want to have it somewhere near the hand there. Okay. All right, so we'll set up the constraint to the last bone on the chain that the inverse kinematics is supposed to control, which is the forearm. So the same way you select it on post mode, go to bone constraint, but in this case, we're going to set up an inverse kinematic constraint. The target of that is going to be the constraint is set up within the inverse kinematics armature. So the target is actually going to be the inverse kinematic armature. The bone that is going to control it is going to be the arm IK control. And how many bones is it going to control? It's going to be, the chain is going to be 2 bones. Okay, so that way when you select the hand control and you move it, it actually controls the rest of the arm. And that hand then can stay in place. And if you rotate the body around it, the hand will stay in place and will eliminate that floaty feeling that you would get from the animation. Okay, so now what we have to do is set up a constraint so that the IK controls can actually control the hand. All right, so we go back to, let me go back to object mode to select all the armatures. And once I select all the armatures, go back to post mode so I can add another.
Hi Juan, this is Kevin from the World Blender Meetup Day. I'm just looking at the time. I know you started a bit later, but could you tell us how much more time you'll need?
Just 2 minutes. I just want to show this real quick. Just 2 minutes.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I'm almost done. So then I would set up another copy transform constraint to copy the constraints from the IK control. So let's go ahead and add that here. And then you just change the influence. You would do that for each arm, IK control rig. And then the bone for this would be bone 1, okay? All right, apologize for the noise in the background. Sorry about that. Then if I was to control the IK control hand right here, let me see if I can find it, I apologize. I can do this, there we go. And you can see how it controls the arm, okay? All right, so I wanted to show you all of that because as you can see, it's kind of it's a pretty intense process, but there is an add-on that can make the process a lot simpler for you. So let me go ahead and show you that real quick. And so the add-on is, you can go to edit, preferences, and then go to add-ons. There is an add-on from Rigify. They would create an entire bone structure for you, and it will also generate the control rig for you. So then after you add the add-on, you can go to armature and create a human rig. Let me show you that real quick here. And the add-on uses this structure right here to create an entire control rig. What you would do is you go to the armature properties here, and there's a button here that generates an entire rig. So when you do that like that, it uses that armature to create an entire rig with controls that then you can actually use its properties on post mode to change. Let me see in my own post mode. Yeah, so if I select this right here, let me you can change the influence between IK and FK here for the hands and the feet. So I'll let you guys explore that a little bit more. I want to thank you for your time. Sorry, I went a little bit over, but I hope that this was interesting and informative. And if you need to contact me, remember you can contact me in my email address and check out Melrose Center. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Juan. What a lovely presentation. Rigging is still one of the things I need to master myself a little bit. Thanks again, and Juan. Feel free to hang around in the YouTube chat. I'm not sure if there are people that have questions for you there. And
okay. Thank you very much. You guys have a good day.
Take care.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. And
then... Okay, I quit sharing now. Let me see. Where is my, sorry, I'm trying to find my Blender controls.
That's okay, Juan.
Oh, here they are. I got it. They moved to a different screen. All right.
Take care. All right. Well, that was a nice presentation about rigging. I still want to, even though I have some automated rig here. Anyway, so now we have a next presenter. His name is Victor. He's from, he's from Europe. And I'm not sure if he's from the UK. I'm not sure if you're here, Victor.
Hi, yes, I'm from Sweden, actually.
Cool. Okay, well, good to see you, Victor. Thanks for presenting for us this year. And I will give the stage to you.
Okay, super. Thank you, Kevin. First of all, thank you for having me. It's really nice to be here and to listen to the other speakers before. It's been really interesting. I'm going to speak about a little different kind of use of Blender, perhaps. I'm not sure. Let me just share my screen. So I study sculpture at the Royal College of Art, and I've been using Blender to explore reflection of places, basically, or as a tool to kind of simulate the reflection of a place on a virtual sea, which I later then bring into as a physical object. So this is basically what my setup looks like when I'm working with Blender. But I'm going to the process actually starts out with capturing a place. So what I use first, the first step of the process is basically capturing what maybe you might be familiar with, like HDRI maps. So I take these photos in places. This is lake around Stockholm. The process of a large part of the process is learning how to create HDRI maps and taking them with the right exposure times and so forth, and then putting them together. I tried a lot of different software, but ultimately the one that works best is PTGUI Pro. Fortunately, it costs a little bit of money, but if it's something that you're serious about, it's a great piece of software. That's the first step. So it's basically generating the HDRI map. And I think I can show you here. I have one. Well, you can see here it shows up. So usually when you work in HDRI maps, you kind of put it as the environment. But I found that for my purpose, what I do is I project it onto a sphere. So basically, I map the texture coordinates onto the sphere, and then I also I play around a little bit with emission. But there's nothing really fancy going on there. It's just to have like easier control. There might be better ways of handling that directly with the environment, but I found this pretty useful because it also allows me to scale up and down and change the reflection. So what we see on the left is kind of like the final result I'm often after, what I'm after. It's this reflection of a place of water. And if we zoom into this one, we'll see that basically now it's moving. So we're moving around, so we see different parts of the reflection. We also see that it has very little ripples. I found in my experimentation with which uses the wave modifier. So if we choose this one, we can see I have a few different ones here. This one is called Mellow. So this is the one that looks almost like imperceptible. So if we look at it from just what's it called? grids, yeah, wireframe. We can see it's very, very subtle, but that's what works best to kind of maintain the relationship to the place. But it isn't necessarily what I use in the physical stage, which you will see later. So there is this, there's this kind of creative license of the physical waves as in relation to the reflection that's created by them. So if, for example, if we look at this one from the camera angle again, if I would switch this one over to the choppy one, we see that we basically get like a scramble. It becomes very chaotic. And what I was looking for a lot was this space between like abstract and pictorial space. So, but I still wanted like the wave structure in the final piece. So basically what I did is I would render out these ones using the more mellow wave modifier. And then I would use the one that's choppy. So the only thing that's different between these two, I think it's the size or something like that, or depth. So they're the same waves, they're just like less pronounced, which gives a good effect when you'll see what I do with it when I do with it later. So this is how I work or work on this project. And usually I would work here by basically rotating the world around in different ways in something I would find interesting. And I would work with different environments and just find whatever image I find most interesting. So that's kind of like the first step. Once I've found something that I like, I would render it out to pretty high resolution. The final pieces you'll see, they're about 140 centimeters tall. So I render it out pretty high resolution. And then, but before I get on to that, I'm going to show you, also, obviously, because what I want to do with this is also recreate the waves. So I have in my presentation here, where's that? So here we can see like these is the exact same waves as we saw in the other ones, but they're just solidified and made into these structures, which I then CNC out as kind of like a pressure stamp or like pressure template to later shape the water. But the first step after creating them is printing them. So we have a pretty good UV printer which can print on aluminium. So I print these on aluminium, and I use this shape, which is an exact replica of what the reflections came from. And this is kind of like where it goes. So here you can see these are the CNC templates for the pressing shapes. And here you can see the final print also like shaped into its final form, so to speak. The good thing about the wave modifier is because it allows you to tile it. I can basically it's one pattern that's repeating 3 times, which allows me to just make a small part of it, and then I can press it 3 times, and it could theoretically press even bigger pieces to tile in both directions. That's a big plus, not just because of the cost of CNCing, but also because the pressure you need to press aluminium. It's really the larger the area, the harder it becomes to press it, basically. So that's that, and then so here you see a little bit for scale. Here's 2 of them. So and here are 4. So these are still like a project, a little bit the work in progress. But here you can see from 4 different places actually. This is from Stockholm. This is from Barcelona, I think, just before sunrise, and this is from Linköping, my hometown. And this is also from Stockholm, I think, but another place in Stockholm. What you'll see in these prints is also, you can see in these photos, you can see there's much more shine here on the top. The printer also allows you to have a selective gloss layer, which it's okay if you use it sparingly. I tried to use it at all parts of it, so not everything is in gloss. and then you can get pretty interesting effects. These are not finished pieces, but this is like a very like ad hoc way of like how it might look later. I'm still not sure if it will be as evident, like the piece in itself or the works they might receive somehow. What I mean by that is like they might be behind something, or I'm not sure that they will just be works on the wall. I haven't really decided on how I'm going to use them later. I was just really interested in creating this effect of capturing a reflection, because that's in essence, that's what I'm doing. I'm taking an exact reflection from one location, and I'm kind of capturing it, and I'm recreating it in a static way, or like in a physical object. Yeah, what else? I think that was pretty much it. I use Blender for most of these parts, as I said. I do use a little bit of Fusion 360 just to, I probably wouldn't need to, but just to clean up the STLs before I do the CNCing. And yeah, the PT GUI for the HDRI mouse, but that's pretty much it. I think I'll leave it there. I'm not sure how much more I would say now that would be useful. So I'm happy to like answer any questions or anything like that.
Cool. Yeah. That was a lovely presentation, Victor. Let me have a look for you in our Google, not Google chat, sorry, YouTube chat. Well, I have a question actually. Have you considered or thought of using other materials as copper or brass or something like that for your sculptures?
Yeah, maybe. It's an option. It's also a relationship to cost, I guess. If it's more, but I could do that. It could be interesting, specifically like maybe some environments, like maybe some environments might be more suitable for other metals. Yeah, it's an interesting point. I hadn't thought about it.
And I might have spoken to you, about one of your previous projects, or you showed a previous project of you that you used like 3D scan data, and you programmed your own plugin or application. Is that right?
Yeah, I made my own volume rendering software. I work as a software developer. So, well, I didn't make the whole volume render and everything like that, but I used a library called the VTK, Visualization Toolkit, which is basically used for, mostly used for medical volumetric imaging. It's really good, like framework to build software. And it allowed me to, maybe I can bring up some video. If I stop sharing for a second, I can share that for a second. So I think I have a video showing quickly how it works. Yeah, I have one here. So yeah, I can share again.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, this is a screen recording of me using the software. So these are computer tomography images that I worked with, but basically allowed me to also edit them in kind of like a block-like fashion. So it's an application built in Qt or by Qt. And in this video, I think I'm demonstrating the kind of the editing capabilities of it, because volume editing is, or volumetric images or volumetric data is rarely used in this way, that you actually physically edit it. But I wanted to be able to kind of like change it, and even though it's in a very block-like manner, it did allow me to experiment with those aspects. Here, I think what I'm doing is I'm showing the color use. I also got interested in animating all of the different variables. When you start building your own software, you want to be able to control and change everything dynamically. But I think the most useful thing of this software is actually like the interactive shell. So basically it has IPython shell locked into, or like connected directly into the software, which allows you to interact with the internals of the software in a way which it's just very useful. You can basically change the application and what the application is doing at the same time. It's one thing I also really appreciate with Blender. I haven't had like the need to use it that much, but the fact that it has a Python shell has been really useful in some occasions, and will be in the future, I'm sure, for specific things.
Yeah. Cool, yeah, really, really impressive. And I just saw some questions popping up in the chat. Lots of questions. Someone is asking if you considered using a transparent material for your printing. So this relates to your your initial presentation.
Maybe I could share screen. I don't know if I need to share that. No, I didn't consider using a transparent material. But I mean, it's like anything. You might try it someday, and then it might be good. And it's really just like, there's really no reason not to. I just haven't thought of it, or haven't been interested in directly doing it.
Cool. And the application that you're shown, is that yours, or is that open source project, or that's like an internal?
Well, I've been considering to kind of just open source it. Because it's a part of my practice that I'm not really, I don't really use it. I spent like 5 years building it, and then I don't really use it. So I thought might as well share it. But it's like always when you spend, I mean, the code is like, okay. But it's always when you spend 5 years writing something for yourself, and then like, it's a little bit, I prefer to clean it up before I share it. At least some people could like possibly use it. But yeah, I definitely like, I definitely am considering to kind of just share it so people can at least look at it.
And have you ever programmed your own plugin for Blender itself to speed up certain workflows, or just got in your hands dirty with the code? Or
I have looked into it once or twice. I just haven't had the purpose. Like, a lot of my use is very much like, what do I need to do right now? And if I need to do something, and code is the easiest one, that I'll do it. But no, but as I said, like I do remember doing something a few years back with the Blender, doing it programmatically in Blender. One thing I am interested in doing actually with Blender is programmatically generating different light scenes for more physical sculptures.
Okay.
So kind of like from an HDR environment, or from a physical recreation or a virtual recreation of a light environment, work with lighting conditions. So you have a work, for example, in a place, and then you can kind of dynamically recreate different lighting conditions and render it. It's kind of like exploring a physical work in relation to like light and time, I guess. So that's kind of like a loose idea on how I might be able to explore it. I guess it's more like scripting a Blender than developing a plugin, but definitely those kind of things to kind of like speed up, just like augment your like physical workflow to have like virtual recreations of your ideas. That is something I'll probably do.
Nice. And would that be your next project when you graduated, or this is like a long-term thing, or it's like, yes, this is what I'm going to do in August? Or...
To be honest, I mean, I guess it might be a little bit interesting to share what I'm actually like. My work nowadays. So I do mainly sculptures. So I make things like this. This is a sculpture in carbon fiber. It's called When the Wind Turns Around. This is another sculpture of glass, aluminium, and a bowling ball downstairs. So my practice is rather physical, and usually I use computers like when I feel like it adds something. But since I work as a software developer, I guess I need some freedom from the computer sometimes, and I just like working physically nowadays and using it when it helps me. But otherwise, just try to be a bit in the real world too.
Nice. Yeah. Find a nice balance between the screen and the workshop or something like that. Yeah. Cool. So I had another question, like the application that you showed us earlier, the HDRI application. Are you aware of any open source alternatives, or like something that people can do it manual, or is that software a no-brainer?
I mean, there is. The reason I built it was because I didn't find any software that, you can find software that works with volumetric data, but not necessarily that kind of like models it in the way I do, like changing the blocks around, because I just wanted to like be able to distort the contents of the data, because it's a matrix of numbers basically. So it's pretty easy to wrap your head around how it works. If anybody knows programming or like Python, basically like I loaded the whole thing into a NumPy matrix, and then it's basically you work with it in the similar way where you'd work with it in like data science, basically like blocks of numbers, moving them around, or like changing how they work. So from in one level, it's easier kind of to understand than like classical 3D rendering, where you have to think a lot more about trigonometry and these kind of things. I didn't find any software that directly does it, because if you want to do anything specific, well, I think there are some software, but it's more like, I mean, the difference is between like Photoshop and Illustrator. So like what you normally do in Blender is everything has points, but volumetric data is more like pixels or voxel stuff. So basically I have seen something, I can't remember it from the top of my head, which you can interact with this data sort of more similar to Photoshop, where you can like paint it or do things like that. But yeah, no, I can't remember what they're called right away. Again, there is this like, there are many software, several open source alternatives that use VTK. I think one is called, so VTK would be like the main visualization toolkit is called VTK. It's called VTK.org or visualization toolkit. I think the website is VTK.org. Yeah, VTK.org, and they also have a lot of like open source applications that showcases their framework. Again, it's mostly geared towards medical and scientific visualization, but you can just use it for whatever, and it's really well built.
Cool. And have you, now that geometry nodes is coming up, would it be an advantage for your voxel based workflow?
I don't know for that, but I'm really something I'm kind of intrigued of, because I have looked in. I mean, I've been intrigued to learning Houdini basically for the same reason that they have this kind of like node-based structure. It can like it's kind of like non-destructive editing, so it coincides with the way of working where like, yeah, it allows more creativity because. Or freedom of creativity, or whatever you want to call it, like, because you can go back in the steps and then edit the earlier parameters. Sometimes, like in Blender, you find yourself like, I'll make a copy that doesn't have the modifier applied, or like I'll save this one 10 times because I want to go back. But if you have everything in nodes, it's much. For I guess it's how different people think. For me, I think it would be pretty suitable. Again, it's just like I haven't had a reason directly to use it. I suppose I'll play around with it someday, but it's like definitely like the most interesting addition lately to Blender. The other thing I actually saw on Hacker News, I think it was there, that there was a Blender plugin for parametric modeling. I guess that's the one thing I would miss most, and that I would also like to explore, because the one thing I like when I make something physical, usually I need like, okay, measurements where I have an idea in my head, it's 50 by 20 by 30. And software like Fusion 360 is really good for that kind of thing, because it just allows you to like, but if I had like, and I saw this plugin, I can't remember the name now, but I'm sure it's easy to find, that basically allows some kind of parametric sketching inside Blender. So you can do the sketches of like, with real units. I guess that's where like my main gripe has been before with Blender. So if I need to do anything specific, I'll model it in Fusion 360, or I'll model it in Blender and take it into Fusion 360 to kind of set the dimensions right. But that would be also like an interesting area to kind of find that crossover, or like I think Blender could be even more interesting in the future.
Cool. And What else did I wanted to ask? I think. Yeah, do you have a website or a Twitter handle, something that you can pull up on the slide so people can find you? I noticed I tried to put on details in the Google chat, but Google deletes it. Ah, great. Yeah, cheers.
Yeah, it's victorlibrary.com is my website. And yeah, I basically only use Instagram. And I'm at Victor what's it called? underdash library.
Nice. Cool. Well, thank you so much, Victor. Really inspiring presentation. I always like to, I like the fact that, yeah, Blender is known for in the TV industry, animation and film, but I really like the niches of Blender, like artists, makers, designers that, yeah, use it for the practice. So yeah, Victor, feel free to hang around on the Google chat. I think that maybe there's some more questions there for you. And well, thanks again for your presentation.
Super. Thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so now we have our next presenter, and that's gonna be Willem from Blender Kit.
Hi. So can I start?
Yes, of course.
So first, thank you for inviting me. And my name is Willem Duha. I'm representing Prague in this meetup day, even if I live in Berlin. And yeah, I'm here to present like how to work with the Blender Kit add-on. But I will start from myself a bit. I will start a presentation. I've been a Blender user for about.
Presenter, and that's gonna be.
I'm sorry, but I'm losing the signal a bit.
Yeah, sorry. One of our speakers was unmuted. Yeah, please continue, Willem. Apologies.
Okay. Okay, great. Yeah. So I will start from myself because I've been a Blender user for about 20 years, and I did also a lot of art, like the previous presenter. I was doing sculpture and like animation, film, virtual reality installations. Like where I ended with art was like with wooden sculptures like these, where I used some scanned data to create basically woodworks in Blender. I developed a add-on called Blender Cam, which is used for machining from Blender. But how the years went by, I thought about like what I could do for Blender community, and I thought about like the fact that there was a library missing. You know, I was doing these sculptures where I needed a lot of objects, and I thought like, why doesn't Blender have some really great library directly inside Blender? And there are libraries from Blender that are great. I love them, like BlendSwap and others. So I wanted to do something that builds upon my experience and that brings something to Blender users. And the result of it is a company we are running, and it's called Blender Kit. And we have this website where we offer our add-on. And if you download this add-on, you can use about 14,000 assets currently that were uploaded by over 800 people by now. So it's a community library built by Blender users for other Blender users. But it's largely free, but it's also a bit commercial. Like, why is it a bit commercial? Because there were ideas behind it to, you know, make it sustainable, make it high quality, and support Blender development. And yeah, so we by now on the website you can check it, and we have like plenty of models. We have a material library that is 100% free. Because yeah, that's a condition, only free materials. We have HDRIs, which are predominantly synchronized from Polyhaven, which are like really friendly, and so you can use the HDRIs in Blender. We have some brushes and more stuff. I have some statistics a bit for you. A bit. we currently have about 260,000 registered users, like about 4,500 people who support us with subscriptions. We have 160,000 people monthly use the service. We have about 14,000 assets, and like 56% of all the assets are free, which is up to our creators. Like they decide what is free or not, with the exception of the materials, as I mentioned, because all of them are free. So from the numbers above, you can calculate that about 97% of our users use the free version. We have like several terabytes of data per day, and yeah, this I'm not sure. Yeah, and we support Blender development, which is quite essential part of our mission. Currently, I think we are, besides Adobe and others guys like this, on the list of the Blender Development Fund. You can check it. I'm not sure. Like I think we are between Google and Microsoft, which is really nice feeling because we are a company of about 3 people. 3 people are the core team behind BlenderKit, and but there are about 5 more 3D artists who help us with the validation, which is like we check the quality and we allow people to publish the assets they upload. We don't publish everything. Yeah. So, and what I wanted to do in this presentation, like please check my time if you can, because I don't see my time here now on the computer. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you still have 25
yeah,
minutes or so. Yeah.
Yeah, I started pretty fast because what I wanted to show, like how to create a scene inside BlenderKit. Okay, so okay, this is an old presentation. Okay. Okay, let's go to Blender. And I wanted to like present like how we envision the tool, how it should work for the users, so that they can really quickly start something and finish something, or like it's not like BlenderKit is not meant to like replace Blender workflows. You need to know Blender pretty well to use it efficiently, but it can make your work faster. So I wanted to like try to create a scene, and yeah, a city scene. So I will like search for a scene that is like yeah, this one is it, like, and let's say we have scenes that are basically like semi-finished. Some users upload finished scenes, some are like templates which are meant to, you know, like to serve as a background. Like if you have a nice model and you want to have a quick render of it, like with some nice background, you can use the scenes for it. So we use like what BlenderKit does, it downloads the scene and it appends it to Blender, and it directly starts like switches to the scene, and then I can start working. I can see. So, and I will. So to switch the rendering on. Want to find a screencast add-on because I wanted my keyboard to be visible. Okay. Okay, so no shortcuts. I'm sorry. I hope to show the shortcuts during the session, but the add-on doesn't appear there. I'm sorry, like Zoom is blocking my view a bit. So. So I get the scene and I tried it a bit, and for example, I don't like the buildings, so I will delete them and try to do something else. I also delete the fog object because I already checked the scene. It has some kind of fog, but I want to do something else. And let's start with some buildings, right? Because we need some buildings. So here on top, I have basically the add-on search bar where I can search for stuff. I already searched for the scene, and now I can go for some buildings which are available there. And I'm limited by the street lamp search. That wasn't what I wanted. I wanted buildings. Okay, now I got some buildings. Yeah. So let's say I want to have this kind of urban environment. So I will drag drop a few buildings, and these are already downloaded on my computer, so you can see that it appended immediately, kind of. So it's like pretty fast. I can see it. Yeah, just when I start presenting, my mouse starts doing some. And yeah, that's why I say, like, sometimes you need to tweak the asset, like, for example, delete some stuff or like move things around. So it's not all perfectly ready, but we try to be the assets to be as ready as possible. So all the assets should render with cycles, for example. And if they don't, they are just like, they need to be something special for EV, for example. So sometimes we have some users uploading like some special effects for EV, so these aren't compatible. But otherwise, we try to be compatible with cycles as much as possible. Okay. Let's find. Yeah. I wanted to show, like, for example, if I want to, I like this outdoor, right? Like these buildings have some kind of style, so I want more buildings in the same style. So if I right-click the asset, I get a lot of information about the asset, like face count and detailed description, but I can also find assets by the author, which helps me find the ones I don't have yet. And I can see there is a little green line after those that I already used, so I can use those that I didn't use yet. So let's select this, and I will check the camera. Okay, I think there are more cameras in this scene. I want this one. So, yeah. Okay. I'm working on my laptop because my kids are ill, so I had to stay home. So it's a bit more constraining than other times. So let's say I want some more elements in the city. So I will check what I have here. Maybe, yeah, I think like I would like this to be like a bit dark scenes. So I'm looking for objects that are a bit dirty, like for example, this one, even if I'm not sure what that exactly is. Like I put it here into the scene. Let's look for some trash. Okay, this is not perfectly fit, but for the quick session, it will do. So I will check how it looks now. I will try to switch to Cycles. Hope it will not kill the computer. Like as I said, like the add-on makes your work really fast, but sometimes you have to, for example, check memory usage, because like it's really easy to throw in gigabytes of data, and then like your card memory may overflow or things like that. We have for the purpose of like memory optimization, we have something called resolution. Like a lot of assets have generated resolutions. Okay. Oh, sorry, it's still switching to Cycles, so I have to wait a bit. Please don't die, Blender. Not now. Okay, good. Something's happening. Yeah, I can see like, yeah, something is happening in the scene. Yeah, and I can see these assets are 4K resolution, for example, and they don't have generated resolutions, because like this process is automatic and some assets are not that compatible. Now I can see like it's, for my taste, like the Starry Night is a bit too dark, but yeah, I will keep it. But I could switch the environment anytime by just going here and switching to another night HDRI. Let's try it. It's at night. Yeah, this one, but this is lamps already. Yeah. If I click it, I can download like 1K resolution HDRI, so it's really fast and it doesn't eat up too much memory. Okay, so this was obviously too light, so I will undo. It should. Yeah, I undid it. Yeah, I just wanted to show how you can switch the resolution. So yeah, let's try some materials, because I think like the sidewalks are too, yeah, it's simply like just asphalt, the sidewalks, so I want some paving on that. This, for example. Simply drag drop it on the and I will switch off weak border noise, because I think it's doing basically more noise than I want. And I think like now the scene is wet, the material isn't, so I want to make it more look wet. So just switch to shade to trend. Okay. Yeah, I'm on the paving material, and I will find the roughness. And just use probably math mode to basically tweak the material, and I want to subtract from the, or multiply the roughness by something small, so it will be shiny. Yeah, it's a bit too much. Okay, but I can see now the scene like looks wet again. It. Okay, so that's it, and I will just keep adding some props. Zoom is always like popping up some windows over my screen, so it's kind of hard to click. Let's look for some cars, like personal cars. Okay, again, I need to delete this. Yeah, and I want to, yeah, there are many nice cars, many luxury cars. I want something simple, something oldish looking. Like this one, it's a hippie one, but it will do because I will put it into background. Yeah. And let's look for more cars. Yeah, this one is also like a luxury car, but it's old at least, yeah. So I'll put in there. And, you can see we already have like a lot of cars really in the database. So, yeah, this one looks nice too. And let's add some people, and I think like there is a problem with this scene with the houses because I think they are too big. The author like we try to validate and we try to check the quality of every asset, but sometimes like small problems can slip in. Like, and just this week we released comments, so everybody can comment on other users' assets to, like, for example, either praise them, but also to point out possible details that are like missing. Yeah, and I will again search by author because this guy has some photo scanned people. I think they are the most popular thing on the whole add-on because like people just download these few photo scans. And if I add this guy for scale, I immediately see that yeah, the houses are too big, so I need to scale them down. It will be the same with this one. And like this one doesn't matter so much because so simply duplicate it, like to rotate it by 90 degrees. Okay, so let's try it, how it looks. Again, switching to cycles takes a while, but like in my experience, switching to EV would take much longer. So I always preview my scenes in cycles because like it's actually crazy fast. If you think about how many polygons I did throw in this scene, it's like crazy numbers probably. So it's good that yeah, it's still switched on to the render relatively fast. And what I see now, it's like the lighting of the scene kind of sucks. There is no mood in it. Like the camera needs fixing, so there's quite a lot of work still. And it's the casual like Blender work. Like it's not using the add-on or something, but just So I know I wanted to add some mist here because it's like I have this mist asset which I wanted to use. Yeah. So it's a bit misty, and now like what it really needs is some light, right? So let's at least try to add some lights in the time remaining. because the lamps kind of like they don't do their job well. So I need to. Some spotlights. There. I will adjust a few because it's like, yeah, and I will take the mist asset that I downloaded and I will like scale it because okay. And I think that's it what I can do now. Like I don't have more time, but I will just try to fix the lights a bit and that's it for now.
Yeah, you still have 5 minutes, and we're still
I
waiting
have 5 minutes.
for our next
Okay, good.
speaker.
Yeah. I wanted to maybe like meanwhile you can ask questions if you have some like.
Yeah, sure. Let me have a look in the chat for you, Willem. And thanks again.
Yeah.
I'm a big Blender Kit fan as well, and I work in a university. And one of my colleagues, when he's teaching Blender, yeah, he's always using it in his tutorials with the students. It's yeah.
Yeah, we are honored. Like we are honored by every user we have because like it's always so heartwarming. Like if people write us, because there is mixed combination. Like when we started, there was like a lot of like, hey, like just another guy is trying to steal Blender. You are doing like this commercial add-on inside Blender and etc. But like it's a lot of work basically, and I really love a reaction from people if they love it and use it and use it for free or not. Like it doesn't matter for us because like it's really nice to do it for people. So thank you. It always like makes my day.
Nice. And is it true that contributors that can they make a little bit of money as well? Is that right?
Yes. Like we explained the system. It's a bit like Spotify because you have a subscription where people pay $10 per month or something like this, or like even less if you pay for a year. And it's like basically like every month it gets redistributed. So now when I downloaded the cars and the street and the houses, like if I would be a paying user, which I'm not, but then like my $10 would be split between all these people who contributed, who uploaded these assets. And it doesn't matter if the assets are, because we have like something called full plan, which is like what you pay for, and free plan, right? And you have free plan, you get access to this, I don't know, 8,000 assets. And if you pay, you get access to all of them. But also the free assets actually make money through the subscription. It's the same after you pay. Then I will hide the mist because it's like, yeah, I did something in half an hour. It could look better. I think
it looks nice because you're also working from a laptop, no? So you're a bit hindered.
It's like, yeah, I'm on a MacBook, but this is like remote desktop in my studio. So I actually, it's a video transfer from my studio to here because I have to watch my ill children, they are ill. So I had to stay home. So yeah, it's from a MacBook Air. So it's a bit
cool.
Yeah.
And then you answered one of my questions because the Blender Kit plugin works on all platforms, as in Mac, PC, Win, Linux now. Yeah.
We try. There are always like bugs to be fixed. Like currently, I'm here working from a development version. So, for example, I think like we had to fix a lot of things, and now will be a like big fix release, like which basically on Linux systems or sometimes like crashes, and now I think we obliterated all of them. So it will be much more stable and usable. And there are things like comments, so people can comment directly from Blender. That will be in the next release.
Cool. Also, maybe you answered my question already, because I noticed that you have 3 columns on top of each other. Is that like a standard feature, or is that your feature? As in your browser, you have like 3 rows or 3 columns with assets. I only have like one.
Okay, yeah, that's standard feature. If you go to preferences, like you have max asset bar rows.
Cool.
And as a user, I usually use 1 row, but as a developer, I want to, make it really heavy to test the performance. So I'm doing it this way. But also, it's sometimes faster to find what you need. Like if you set more rows, but then of course, like it also kind of, blocks your view a bit. Like a lot of people don't realize there's a shortcut. It's a semicolon by default. And it hides it and shows the asset bar. So then you don't mind that it's kind of blocking your whole 3D view. Okay. Yeah. I think it's my time's out, so I don't want to. So I want to thank you a lot. Like,
yeah, we're still if we're still waiting for the next speaker, unless you need to go, of course. But let me have a look at my at if there are any more questions for you on the chat.
Yeah.
Lots of compliments to your plugin.
Oh, thank you.
And yeah, one question I have: do you have like a favorite asset or model?
Yes.
You think like, wow, that's my top
like
one.
Yeah, I have to show something. Like, okay, I won't save this. Like, we have a new creator now. Like, okay, like favorite. Like, we have a lot of amazing people on BlenderKit, and I couldn't like stretch like how amazing they are. Like, if you click it, like number one, we have Polyhaven, as you can see. But for example, Joachim Bornemann is like doing a lot of robots, like, and it's crazy complex models, right? So I really like. We have like a personal relationship with a lot of the people. As George Novgortsev he's from Russia, and he's uploading crazy complex assets. Like then we have like this Czech author who's doing like top quality cars. They are really optimized for virtual reality and for everything. So I really like them. It's like and he's been uploading from the very beginning. But currently, like, my favorite author is also Julia Silat, who is doing like amazing materials. And it's like all in Substance Designer made, but all from scratch, like you can see a lot of handwork in it. Like, it's amazing quality. It's like, I think, the best quality materials we have. But I'm now quite amazed by this author, which I think is from Malaysia. I hope I'm not seeing it, and I need to show you something, because that's really something amazing. Because like one thing is that you have like anatomically correct animal that is low poly, yeah, because he's a HR developer, and I can see he imported from another application, which is fine, because like, but yeah, I need to show you something. These animals are animated, and like the animations are pretty awesome. Like, and he uploaded like about 20 animals, and all of them have like this kind of animated loops that are just great. And like these animals are really optimized for real-time views, so they are like low poly, which is like kind of crazy. But from the thumbnail you wouldn't see. That's why I'm mentioning him, right? Because the thumbnails are quickly remade in Blender, but each of the animals has a really great animation, not only with limbs, but with all the a lot of secondary motion, like ears and everything. So yeah.
That's quite amazing. I've never thought of, of course, the asset can be animated as well.
Yeah. That's what we added in the new version. Animated assets you can search.
Wow.
So it's like, yeah.
Cool. So I just noticed that our next speaker, I've seen him in the chat, Willem. But I want to thank you again for your lovely presentation and for the add-on as well. And also thank you for showing your journey, that you started off with making sculptures in wood, and that you went from there. So where can people find you? What's your website or your Twitter or?
Yeah, we basically we have a about page or contact page on BlenderKit, but my personal and it's better to contact me there because my personal email is so full I cannot check it.
Of course,
So contact me through the company, because there we have a big responsibility, because we try to answer all emails.
Oh, that's great.
And my personal email doesn't get this luxury anymore. So
okay, cool. Well, thanks again, Willem, and good luck with your.
Thank you for organizing this event. It's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. I will spread the word with my my colleagues. All right. Thanks. Simon, are you here with us?
Yes. Hello. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. And great to have you on. Your image. Do you have a strobe, or is that just me? It's better now.
No, it's,
your image was flickering.
Yeah, I see it. Wait, hang on 1 second. Maybe I can fix it.
Sure.
But yeah, I'm here.
Cool.
Thanks for having me. Let's figure out if I can maybe change the settings of the camera so it doesn't flicker around.
Are you in a club?
It's still flickering. No, I'm at the Blender headquarters.
Okay.
I mean, the mood here is fantastic, but not that party usually. I don't know. I think it's trying to auto adjust to the exposure. It's not really working out. But if I just stay in a static position like this, it should be fine.
Cool. Okay. Well, thanks. I will give you the stage, and yeah, see you in a bit. Thanks.
All right. Cool. Thank you. I'm not really sure why it's flickering around so much. When I was testing it earlier, it was totally fine.
Cool.
But I'll just show the screen here in a second anyways, and then we just make do with that.
Cool.
So let me just see. So with the screen, it should be a little bit better. Yeah, hi, I'm Zima Thomas. I'm an artist at the Blender Studio. For those who don't know, the Blender Studio is making open movies with Blender, directly tied to the development of Blender since a while ago already. So if you just go to the website here, you can see the collection of films going all the way back to 2006, Elephant Stream. And it's been pushing forward Blender development for ever since then, really making sure that Blender can be used in production directly from the source, because we're always working with Blender Master, so always the latest features first go through what we're doing for the production of movies. And that's really, really good for Blender, and the other way around also for us, because get to test everything immediately. And my role is as a generalist mostly, but also as a technical artist, where I'm directly tied also to the development specifically. And in this presentation, I wanted to talk a little bit about how during the production of Sprite Fright, which is our latest finished production, came out in October 2021, how we were using and developing geometry nodes in strong connection with this. So there's always, with every open movie production, a strong tie with the development, like I said earlier, and there's always a focus on specific parts of Blender. And for the production of Sprite, there were multiple others, of course. One big one is the use of overrides to exchange the previous proxy system for the production. But another part, which I was personally more strongly connected to, is geometry nodes. And yeah, I'm sure everybody knows about geometry nodes probably by now. They've been in multiple releases by now. And it's kind of interesting how Sprite Fright also played a role in that, and the other way around, how geometry nodes helped develop the look of Sprite Fright. And yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about a little bit here. So in terms of timeline, to just get that sorted out in the beginning, when we were starting with SpriteFright, that was towards the end of 2020. And that was also the time where Geometry Nodes started as a project. And yeah, my involvement personally was spending about 1 day a week on the development side of Blender to help out the developers in a group where we were working on a project for the first implementation of Geometry Nodes to help out with the design of how the features should work. And that was strongly tied to the development of, to the production of SpriteFright. We were actually developing the features specifically for the first iteration to the things that we need there. And if I just go to developer.blender.org, which is the the development part of Blender where you can follow everything basically. On the Geometry Nodes page, you can see a lot of nice examples. So the first three are the ones that I kind of want to go over a little bit, but there's also plenty more from the community that are really nice. But yeah, these first three really just showcase how kind of the chronological order in the production and the development of Geometry Nodes was in the beginning. And that started out very simple by just scattering assets, which is something that's really important for the set dressing in a production, that you want to be able to freely just use the assets that you made in your pre-production and just scatter them around to use them in the sets. And that was basically the first main use for Geometry Nodes. So in the beginning, it was really as simple as scattering around a bunch of pebbles, which obviously you could already do in Blender with the hair system, with the particle system previously, but we wanted to basically be able to reproduce that with a fully new system, which is Geometry Nodes. And yeah, so the goal there was for SpriteFright to not use the old particle system for scattering assets at all. And I mean, that was a little bit of a risk because at the point in time where we started with SpriteFright, there was obviously no Geometry Node system yet. So that was one of the main targets. And yeah, that was kind of how this was developing alongside. And the next, a little bit more complex use case example was to be able to not only just simply pebbles that can be oriented in any way, have a little bit of a more elaborate system where you can paint in maps and everything to control the distribution of vegetation in the sets. And then even all the way to even more complex things like distributing leaves on the branches of trees and a bunch of moss also on the surfaces, and being able to control everything with input maps. But one of the main targets also for this was to have a very stable workflow, because previously with the hair system for scattering assets, there were some issues with flickering, or on different machines it was used a different distribution and you wouldn't be able to render everything. And so like one of the main targets was to actually have this very stable, to be able to use this in production. And let me just go into one of the set files of SpriteFright. So here we have the mushroom grove, and all the scattering here, even though yeah, this was in the very beginning of the life cycle of Geometry Nodes, we have every scattering done, of course, with Geometry Nodes. And for that, it was very nice. So we could just build the scattering systems and reuse them in all of the sets. And if we just go into the Geometry Nodes workspace here, oh, getting lost in the trees a little bit. Then, of course, everything here is just driven with nodes. So if I go to the plants, I could just change around the seed of the clover here, and paint in masks and everything. And that was a big step to actually make this make Geometry Nodes as a tool ready for production. But of course, this is also still using the legacy node system, which you can also see here with a warning. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. But Geometry Nodes was during that time, of course, because it was in its initial steps, undergoing a lot of changes. And that also played a big part in how we were using them. Yeah, and for the sets, then of course, as I showed it earlier as well, the power of geometry nodes here was also that we could build assets modularly, and then within the set use a procedural system to distribute moss and leaves. So here, for example, we have the tree asset, which is basically just the trunk and then a bunch of branches. Here, not everything is shown, obviously, for some performance reasons. Just navigate this a little bit better. But as you can see, this moss here is also procedurally created with geometry nodes. And when you just move around the branches, it automatically just adapts, and you can see that it's kind of connected here, and it's just one solid chunk of moss. This is also why it's a little bit slow when I'm moving it around, but it's super nice to have this interactive way of just building sets without having to worry about things like the orientation of leaves, for example. Because also, just find the leaves here in the outliner, go to the tree. Where are they? Here they are. This is tree 5. Should be right here. There they are. So we could just have any orientation of these branches, and the leaves are just scattered on top of that afterwards. So we can really just modularly build these assets, and within the set file, we actually, after the fact, distribute the moss and the leaves on top. And you would still be able to, of course, also paint and mask. Like the distribution of the moss is driven with weight maps, where we can just revise them and draw in exactly how much moss we want in the set file itself, so that it works in the camera view. Yeah, and that was basically the main focus for the use of geometry nodes in SpriteFright, to be able to use it for set dressing. And that went to the point where really basically every frame that you see in the movie is to some extent using geometry nodes. I'll just play it here in the background while I talk over it a little bit. And further than that, even, so you, for example, you also see all of those leaves. Those are all scattered with geometry nodes. There's a little bit of like movement going on with some noise. It's also using geometry nodes. It's quite subtle. And also the clouds, for example, are using geometry nodes. I can show the example later as well. But yeah, the goals were specifically aimed towards the set dressing with scattering, which is also why a lot of the features of geometry nodes up to this day are still focused on that for to some degree. But in the end, it went much further than that, where every task that I was personally working on, every problem that came up, the first thing that would spring into my head looking for a solution would be, maybe I can use geometry nodes for that. And a lot of the times the answer to the question, if I could, was really yes. And that was even with one of the more basic and fundamental implementations of geometry nodes as it was a year ago or so. And yeah, that really speaks about how flexible and customizable the workflow really gets in Blender when you have access to such a powerful system where you can just build any tool modularly out of smaller chunks, which is quite connected to scripting and coding directly, but it's much more accessible than writing Python scripts yourself, because it's just exposed in the UI with nodes. And yeah, like all the set dressing here, of course, done with geometry nodes. But like I said, it also went into smaller problems that we had along the way. So one example would be, maybe I can, not sure if I can find it right now. I think it was something with controller. Yeah, these set files are getting pretty large by the end of a production, but I think, yeah, this should be it. So one example would be that we had certain shots where we wanted, I'm not quite sure why it's not working right now. I was checking on it earlier, it was. But what's supposed to show up here would be a setup where we wanted to have a more high resolution ground for close-ups where the camera was really close to the ground, and we wanted to be able to render it in high resolution. But I'm not sure. Oh, there it is actually. So this is a patch of the ground basically that just has a separate modifier system that makes it more high resolution, and we could basically just shift around a helper object to place it wherever we want to. I'm not quite sure why it's not showing up right now. It should be some display setting that's not quite set up as it should be. But the thing is, it's basically shifting around this object and cutting out the rest from the main ground to kind of blend in the high resolution part. And that's something that's just a relatively simple thing to do, but geometry nodes make it very easy to just with any problem that you have that can be solved in geometry level, to just dive in and just put on a bunch of nodes and work your way through that problem very quickly. Yeah, now that we talked about the problem of scattering for set dressing, there's of course also more things you can do with scattering objects around. And one of the trickier parts where also having a stable distribution was very crucial was the look, or basically the technical implementation of the beard of one of the main characters, which is Elder Sprite. You see if I can just find the right spot where he is being introduced in the movie. Yeah, we have a very big close-up of the guy, and he has this beard. Well, he's basically all beard. It's just a fuzzy ball, and it's very important to get these the look right of this fur here, and to not have things jumping around all the time. And this is also using geometry nodes. It's basically a little bit of a mix of the old hair system and geometry nodes. But what geometry nodes was able to give us here is a dynamic distribution that depends on how the mesh is deformed. So if I just go into the rig settings, let me just find them here and turn on the particle hair, you see a certain percentage of the final hair. And what we have on the body here is using geometry nodes. We can find the right object. There's a bunch of objects here combined. I'm not really sure which one I have to look for. It's been a while. Should be somewhere here. No? Well, this one. There we go. So this is the geometry nodes modifier this is using. I can find the workspace. All right, this doesn't even have a workspace yet because the file is a little bit older. Okay, there we go. This is the geometry node setup. And if I just go into the rig in pose mode and just move his jaw down, you can see that as I'm deforming the mesh, there's more and more particles popping up to basically keep the density the same. And in some cases, or in usual cases, this would not be an effect that you would want to have, because you don't want random hair particles to appear. But with this stylized look of the guy and the very high density of fur that we have anyways, you don't want to have bald spots just popping up as he's doing an exaggerated facial expression, which happens quite a lot in the movie. So it's actually a nice effect to be able to have the fixed density of the hair that depends on how the mesh is being deformed. And this is something that geometry nodes could give us very easily without messing up the rest of the distribution, which is a big part in this. So everywhere else on the body, the distribution is completely stable while this mesh deformation is happening. And that part, to have locally stable distribution for points that are being distributed with geometry nodes, was also a very, very important point in the beginning of the development of geometry nodes. And yeah, then there's some additional setup going on to make sure that the particles or the strands are still oriented correctly when he's moving around. But yeah, this was really a big thing. And same thing for his mouth, because it's basically just cutting away from the base mesh, and it's not deforming the mesh in the same way that it would on another character, but instead the particles are kind of stationary and the mouth is just, yeah, swimming through it basically, which again is not always something you do want to have, but in our case with stylized art style, this was actually something that we wanted to go for, because it's kind of cartoonish to have this floating mouth that's just disconnected from the base mesh. And yeah, those that level of flexibility is something that you can't really get with a linear system, as we had before with hair and particles. With geometry nodes, you can really just do whatever you can think of that's possible, obviously, with implemented nodes. But yeah, those are getting more and more every time we build Blender new, because we're working on master that gets all the patches all the time. There's more and more nodes coming to really give you all the possibilities. And yeah, so that much about Elder sprites. So that's a nice showcase how distribution of particles was really used, or we were able to use geometry nodes for a sprite fright, which really helped to push the visual style of what we were trying to achieve, due to how geometry nodes were developing, and at the same time also how that use of geometry nodes in production could really push forward the development and help out with that. Right, and yeah, that's the final result. Having the dialogue with Elder Sprite, and you can see how it's really the pattern of the distribution on the beard is really stationary, while the mouth is kind of floating through it. Yeah, and then also another example of distribution is, oh yeah, spoiler alert, by the way, for those who haven't seen Sprite Fright. If you haven't, go and watch it. It's great fun. But we had this shot where there's a huge amount of snails covering this character's body, and they're all kind of moving a little bit, just very slightly, but with a limited amount of people working on this and with a relatively tight deadline for the movie, you don't really want to go in and by hand add all the snails and make sure that they're all moving so that it doesn't look, so it looks a little bit lively. And that's another example of where we're not really planning on using geometry nodes. We kind of always had in our minds, it would be nice to use them for this. But because, like I said in the beginning, before the production of Sprite Fright, there was not even geometry nodes in Blender at all. It was never really clear if we would be able to get to that point where we can actually use it for applications like this. And yeah, in the end, we could really make it work where we just place these snails around, and it's probably not going to play back very slowly in the viewport. But yeah, we could just move them along the body very slightly, and also importantly have them kind of curl around. So that feature is right now turned off. Let me actually see if I can turn it on without my computer exploding. It should be fine. But yeah, the idea was to distribute them first, move them around a little bit, and then make sure that they're actually touching the skin everywhere. Because the snail acid is just animated on a flat plane. So the belly is also just flat, so it's not sticking to the curvature of the arm. But in theory, yeah, if I turn that on now, it's just snapping onto the surface with a shrink wrap effect, basically. And yeah, having this modular setup like this, that's just fully procedural without having to go and apply a bunch of things, is not really something that would be easily doable without geometry nodes. This specific thing, I think, would actually not even be possible before. But yeah, so this is another example of a place in the production of SpriteFright where we weren't planning on using geometry nodes for this specific thing, but we could. And I mean, there has to be a solution for any problem that we encounter. And just because geometry nodes were readily available and in a state where you can actually use them for production, we just use them. And that, of course, gives more opportunity for feedback also to the developers. And yeah, there were a bunch of cases where we found some crucial bugs also with users like this, I think. So yeah, that's really where the strength of the Blender Studio for the development of Blender comes in, and how much it can really help the development, as much as it's benefiting also the other way around. Let me see. So yeah, another use case of geometry nodes would be this nice effect. It's a kind of a cartoony hairspray effect, because we have a character in the movie that is using a lot of hairspray. Just gotta take a drink very quick. And we wanted to have kind of a stylized effect that's not just a smoke simulation or something, or just a regular particle simulation, but something that's a little bit more cartoonish with this cone here and then these bubbles coming out. And this should even play back in theory, yeah. And this is basically just a mesh that's 100% just generated with geometry nodes. I also, on our platform, well, I think I failed to mention that in the beginning, but the thing with open movies in our Blender Studio platform on studio.blender.org is that we're documenting the whole process of the production, and also sharing the result and all the files, basically. So if you just go into the films and select the SpriteFright project, for example, you can go to the content gallery, and there's a whole bunch of categories of the different steps of the production and assets and explanations of what we were doing. And then one thing that's really cool is the shot production files, which is really just chunks of the repository for specific shots. So whenever you download one of these, you'll get basically everything in the production from the libraries of the assets and everything with the sets that is necessary for that shot. So really everything that we use for the production is in here. And apart from those results that we're uploading in terms of assets and shots and everything, there's also these steps in here. So if I just go to research and development, for example, we have like, yeah, is also the geometry nodes category. We have all those different things that we're incrementally putting up while we're doing the production, to just document what we're doing and what we're figuring out and the different problems we encounter and how we solve them. And yeah, of course, geometry nodes was also a big part of that. So I put up a bunch of videos as well, explaining those things in more detail. Unfortunately, this is using the old geometry node system, which has been revised for 3.0, and before it was quite different. So yeah, take these explanations with a grain of salt, but yeah, it's still nice to have this all documented. And yeah, for the hairspray, Actually, let me also find that in the movie, maybe. Should be something right here. Yeah, so this character here is using a hairspray. Yeah, they're messing up the forest. There's a more close-up shot. So we were going for a volumetric look in the end, but it still has this stylized shape. And we go back to the assets on the studio platform. Yeah, I just recorded a bunch of explanations of how this works. So now with the new jumping node system, of course, the same thing can be accomplished. It's just that the node tree would look a little bit different. But yeah, it's very nice that we have this asset where I just go back in here. You can also download it on the platform. That you're able to just change all these parameters. This is just a factor to ease in and out the effect, which we can just control in the animation file. Overall angle, density, and then importantly also a viewport resolution, which is very useful for lower performance machines where you want to be able to just play something back in real time and then render it on full real resolution afterwards. And a bunch of animation settings and yeah, speed of the effect and everything. And of course, with geometry node assets like this one that are fully generated procedurally with some form of randomization in there, you can always have a C to get a different variation, which is also very important for a bunch of those assets.
Simon, this is Kevin from the World Blender Meetup Day here. Just wondering if Thomas is here as, sorry, because we have a next speaker lined up, but he is one of your colleagues, Thomas Dinger. So I'm not sure if he's here already.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Great.
Simon, maybe if you can wrap up, and then I can give the stage to Thomas.
Yeah, but just as an information, don't worry. My presentation is more leaned towards 20-25 minutes mostly, so Simon can happily have another 5 minutes if there's still something that he wants to share.
That's great.
It's fine. It's fine. I can wrap it up very quick. I was mostly just planning to share a bunch of the examples and then go over them, but this is one of the last ones. Anyways, I'll make it quick.
Take your time, Simon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, so maybe just this one more thing then, which is one of the most important effects that we have in the movie, which is the melting effect of the sprites. With this shot relatively in the beginning of the movie where the character finds out that these mushrooms are actually living beings. The melting effect was also achieved using geometry nodes. So we have the salt grains that are falling on top of the mushroom, and then with some effect of proximity from those salt grains, we have the melting effect. And of course, you could do that with simulation, but we had a lot more control over how the actual look is if we actually animate the base. And I think I have the file here now, where we can animate the base mesh fully by hand, and then actually control whenever this splits up into two separate objects. Oh, unfortunately, there's one missing. I think it's just the view here. But yeah, we could just animate the base by hand, and then on top of that, paint and masks to have a procedural effect of the melting. And then on top of this, there's also a little bit of extra manual work to have these strings here that are coming down, which is done with grease pencil and then converting that into a mesh. But yeah, so that was also an effect where it's a good example to show where we kind of had the idea that we might be able to use geometry nodes for this, but at the beginning of the production, there was no plan to actually do this. And geometry nodes came in very handy for this as well. Yeah, but that's really it then. was nice to see like a little bit of a timeline of how things developed, like in parallel with geometry nodes, and how much they really influenced each other. And it kind of culminated in the end with geometry nodes going a complete overhaul with the field system, which I kind of touched somewhere around here. But the thing is, we never really used it in production because it was only implemented towards the end of the production. We didn't want to mess things up, so we used the old system for the very rest of production. But it really helped to use geometry nodes in production for this, to really see what are the drawbacks also, and where can we improve. And out of that came also the overhaul with the field system, which works super nice, and I'm super happy that it's in Blender. But yeah, if you want to see more of the specific files that I was showcasing, they're all on the platform where I showed you as well, at studio.blender.org. And yeah, join the studio if you want to support more of this work. But yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, Simon. And yeah,
sure, thank you.
Fantastic. I still need to get my head around geometry nodes. It's another world of Blender.
Yeah, it's really worth it. I can say.
Yeah,
but it takes some time to get into it. It's a different way of thinking.
Fantastic. Thanks again. And yeah, I will give the stage now to your colleague, Thomas Dingers.
Hello.
Hi, Thomas. Great to have you here today. And,
great to be here. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. And yeah, please start.
All right. So, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Great, excellent. All right, so welcome everyone to the Amsterdam Blender Institute and to the World Blender Meetup Day. My name is Thomas Dingers, and I'm a long-time Blender user and developer. And in this presentation, I want to give you guys an overview of what I have been doing in the past and how I made my hobby become a full-time job. And also, I will focus a bit on what changed in the past few years inside of the Blender world and the Blender ecosystem, basically. All right. So, I'm Thomas, as I already said. I'm 30 years old, from Germany, and my first contact with Blender was roughly 15 years ago, when Blender 2.44 was still the new and latest release. As you can see, I'm not sure how many of you remember these old times, but it was really a bit different to use. And I remember quite well that I downloaded Blender a few times, tried to get
Thomas,
used to it.
We can only see the start title of your slideshow, I think.
Oh, okay. Then let me quickly check what's going on here. Okay. Can you see my slides now?
I can see, your package and Blender 2.44 slide,
okay.
but I can't see full screen. Maybe a workaround could be exporting as PDF. I have this problem myself with.
Or possibly just check that you're sharing the correct screen.
Yeah, I'm only having one screen here, and I'm sharing the full one. But I can just keep it minimized and then do it like that. That's also fine, I think.
Yeah, that would work. Thanks for that.
Okay, great. Okay, sorry for the technical issues. So yeah, I started with Blender 2.44. 15 years ago, I was still at school. And as I said, I downloaded it once or twice and removed it again because I had no idea how to use it. And so I got on the internet and searched some tutorials, basically. And it wasn't the days of YouTube and there was no Blender Studio just yet, and websites like CG Cookie, and where you could get all those tutorials and YouTube and everything. So that wasn't really a thing yet. So yeah, basically I was going to the wiki books. We had a pretty nice German wiki book where you could do this little gingerbread animation. And it was roughly like 30 minutes to get the basic mesh up and running, and another 30 minutes to like have some really basic animation going on, and applying a few simple armature, and then having it do a little walk cycle. So that was really how I got started with Blender. And trust me, it was really difficult for me back then. It was like, this program was full of magic and I didn't know what I was doing, basically. And yeah, in the beginning, I basically wanted to become an artist and just create animations and art. I remember I even wanted to do my own open movie. I was really excited to see Elephant's Dream, and Big Buck Bunny was just in the making back then. And yeah, it was really interesting, but also I quickly realized that I'm not really the artist type, and that was quite difficult, and I only did some really simple meshes and stuff. So I got a bit more into the technical side of Blender, and at first I helped, for example, with the website. I changed the links when a new release was coming out. I got in contact with Ton and the Blender Institute back in the day and helped them a bit with website things and stuff like that. And yeah, later on, I downloaded the source code and I just wanted to figure out how is Blender working? What's going on behind that program that you can open and create amazing things with? So one of my first patches was really just to fix like URL scripts in the help menu. So you had the help menu back then already, and with some URLs to websites, and they were outdated. So I simply changed them. So really easy things. But later on, I was lucky to come on board during a time where the 2.5 project was happening, and 2.5 was a big rewrite for Blender, and one of the parts that changed a lot was the user interface. And basically at the beginning of 2.5, the interface was empty. There was just like gray faces and no buttons, no menus there. It was just empty. And the interface then was written in Python, which was pretty easy to get started with. And so I helped the Blender team to implement the 2.5 interface and adding back all the buttons. You can see here one of a screenshot from my first 3 commits that I made in 2009. As you can see, like changing, fixing some stuff in UI and basically adding back those buttons. Here, for example, in the second one, I added back the camera buttons, so you can change the camera point, field of view, and the aperture and everything. And yeah, that was really easy to get started with, but at the same time, that was the start of how I got into Blender development. I was still going to school, and I basically did that in my free time. At the same time, I was also quite involved with the community, especially the German community, and I organized the German Blender conference, Blender Day. We still have that conference in Germany today, but it all started back in 2009. You can see some of the conference team pictures that we did. And it was really nice to also connect with other people. And if you're from Germany, the Blender Day is still taking place every year. I'm not organizing it anymore, but a friend of mine, Tobias Günther, is doing it. And if you're from Germany, especially from the south, and you're interested to meet other Blender people end of July, then please take a look at the blender3dschool.de website. I will also be there and do a presentation about Blender. So I would be happy to see some of you at the Blender Day this year. Okay, as I said, I was starting with the 2.5 interface, but later on, 2011, Brecht von Lommel announced the Cycles render engine, And I think I immediately fall in love with that. And I really wanted to do something there. I mean, 2.5 was done at that point. The interface was there. And I searched for a new task, basically a new opportunity to also learn more about the code and dive into different areas of Blender. And so I started to work on cycles. And I then participated in several Google Summer of Code projects. For the first time in 2013, I implemented some shading nodes there, a new sun sky model back then, some utility nodes like blackbody, wavelength, and a simple toon shader. So that was my first Summer of Code project. In 2014, I worked on performance optimizations, implementing several things in volume rendering and also making it faster on CPU. And 2015, unfortunately, we weren't accepted as an organization. So we skipped that year, but 2016, Summer of Code was taking place again and Blender was accepted again. And then for the third time, I worked on cycles. And in 2016, I mainly worked on the texture system, making sure that you can render more textures on the GPU, but also making it more memory efficient, because especially with GPUs, you always have like a limited amount of memory and you just have to make sure that you can get as many textures and data into the memory as possible. So I worked on optimizing that there as well. So basically, as you can see, I did all kinds of things. I was an artist. Yeah, I tried to be an artist. I did a lot of development. I helped with communities. I organized Blender conferences. And so I was basically doing everything, and I was really feeling welcome in that community. And that was one thing that was especially important to me, and also very nice to see so many people from all kinds, from all different countries and places all over the world collaborate with each other and work towards a common goal to provide a great free software solution for 3D graphics and 3D animation. And I always felt very welcome there, and it was really nice to do that in my free time while I was still at school and later on university then. But after a few years, I just realized I needed a pause, basically, and just do something else. And yeah, I called this slide Busy with Life, because I mean, everyone who is a bit older knows that at some point you're getting older, you don't have so much free time anymore to work on those things. You're not in school anymore. You're having to take care of your life and be responsible for yourself. And yeah, so I was having a pause for 4 years. I was still studying a bit, already working then later on. And I also became a freelance photographer. I really love to take pictures and do photography and also play music. And it was great to do something else. But in the end, I was always missing something. I was missing those good old days at Blender, being at a Blender conference in Amsterdam, contributing to the code and just being with many great people and yeah, who also became my friends over the years. So I always hoped to come back, but I wasn't really sure how this would be possible, because yeah, as I said, when you're getting older, you have less time. And yeah, so it wasn't really clear to me. But then last year, I was really lucky and I got a chance by Ton Rosendahl. He mailed me and said, "Hey, Thomas, how are you? We are having this open position for a community coordinator. Would you be interested to work for us again?" And yeah, then we discussed this a bit more. I had a trial period for a few weeks already doing some of the work. And then November 1st last year, I was really lucky to basically come back. And that's why I also called my presentation Coming Full Circle, because at the beginning, I was just a little kid in school downloading a 3D software and getting just, it was really great to see what you could do with Blender, and I got really excited. And nowadays it's my full-time job, and I'm really happy to got the chance of working full-time as developer, community coordinator for Blender. And what I'm doing there, I will talk a bit about in a second. So that's basically my past and my the things that changed over the years and how everything developed. And it was really interesting to come back after 4 years because Blender changed a lot. The community changed, Blender changed, and also how Blender was used and recognized within the industry. This was really different than what I remember it. And so let's take a bit of a look at of a few things that I think changed especially. So one of the things that was really different than in the early days was the bigger team. I remember quite well that when Elephant's Dream was the first open movie was released 2006, and then later on Big Buck Bunny, the Blender organization mainly was consisting of a few artists, Ton Rosendahl, of course, as the founder and creator, and 2 or 3 developers who worked on Blender. And that was really a small team. And like you can see here, that's a screenshot from the Blender website. We have a really large team these days with, I think, roughly 40 people, both artists, designers, and also developers who work on Blender today. And it's just a whole different level of company size and everything. So that's really one of the things that I was really, really excited to see how that changed over the past few years and how everything was developing, and that there are many more people these days that can work on Blender, improve Blender, and also, like Simon in the last presentation, is able to create great animations and art and also share the process. And that is really nice to see that. And this is mainly thanks to 2 things, mainly the development fund and the Blender Studio projects. So this is a recent screenshot. We now have about 160,000 euros a month from contributors, both from people in the community, but also from companies. And this is really giving us the opportunity to make Blender better, to work on Blender, to improve it, but also create content, share animations, open movies, provide rigs and assets and everything for you, for the Blender community. So I can only encourage everyone, if you want to support Blender, please take a look at the Blender Development Fund or the Blender Studio and see if you can spare a few euros a month to support us. And that will, of course, get back to you because you're getting a better product and more content. And we're really happy to have this opportunity. And in behalf of everyone at the Blender Studio, I want to thank everyone, every supporter and every contributor for your contribution. We really appreciate it, and it helps us to do more and grow even further. But it's not simply about the team size or the money. It's also about how the community and how the industry is seeing Blender. These days, we have basically every major hardware vendor on board, mainly Apple, AMD, Intel, and NVIDIA. And they're not only supporting us financially, they also have giving us resources, also in-house developers that work at these companies, and they work on Blender as well. So for example, Apple recently contributed a metal rendering backend to Blender that is in Blender 3.1. So Cycles can make use of metal for GPU acceleration as well. We got backend from AMD, allowing Cycles in 3.0 and 3.1 to work on the latest AMD GPUs and work much better there and faster. And we're also getting support from NVIDIA and Intel, who also provide feedback and support for us. So that's really, really great to see that. I mean, back in the days, especially when Cycles was announced, it was always it was our job basically to make sure that Cycles and Blender in general is working on all hardware devices. And nowadays we have support from the hardware manufacturers, and they make sure that Blender and Cycles and Eevee and everything is just working nicely on their hardware. So there's a really good support from them and helps us a lot, because we're having the resources to focus on general development while they also make sure that everything works smoothly. But there's also a much bigger adoption from studios and schools and companies who use Blender. there's much more going on, and I think this is something that I'm especially proud of, because I remember a lot of discussions where people said like Blender is just a toy and it's just being used in, you know, as a hobby and everything. And nowadays it's much more professional and it's being used in many more areas, and that is really nice to see that. And I'm really happy about that. And yeah, as I said, I'm working as developer community coordinator now. And what I'm doing is I basically do many things. Just quickly want to emphasize some of them, so you also know what I'm doing and how I can help you as the community, especially the developer community. I'm mainly working on onboarding developers. So when there's people that want to get started with Blender development but don't know how, they can approach me and I will help them finding resources on the wiki, for example. I'm also offering a weekly open chat where people can just join in a video chat and ask me questions about, hey, Thomas, I want to contribute to Blender code. What can I do? Who can I talk to? So people can come to me. I'm helping a lot with planning, communication, project coordination. So for example, I recently coordinated the 3.1 release, making sure every deadline is met and everything is coordinated and all the resources for the release notes are there, and we have all critical bugs are fixed and stuff like that. And I'm also coordinating the Summer of Code now. So yeah, I'm making sure that new students and contributors who want to contribute to Summer of Code this year can do that. And yeah, so that's just a few things that I'm doing and what I'm working on. And basically, to summarize all this, I'm here to help you, especially if you want to get involved with Blender development. Please always feel free to approach me and talk to me, and I'm really happy to help you. A few words about Summer of Code. As I said, I'm organizing this year, and Google changed this a bit. So it's not only for students anymore. Summer of Code so far was only available for students, so you had to be a university student, basically. But now everyone can contribute as long as you're 18 years old and new to open source development. So if you want to get involved with Blender development and would like to help out and do some development this summer and get some money from Google in the same process, please talk to me and we can check if there's a project that might be interesting for you. We also have some resources online about possible projects. So if you're interested, again, it's not only for students anymore, so everyone can participate. Please let me know. And at the end of my presentation, last but not least, I want to give you a link to my wiki page, wiki.blender.org/wiki/user and then Thomas Dingers. You can find all contact information there. So you can approach me on the Blender chat, on developer.blender.org, on the Dev Talk forum. You can find me on Twitter by my handle Dingto, and you can find further resources there on the wiki page. So that being said, thanks everyone for watching, and yeah, I hope you found it interesting. And again, I'm here to help you. I'm here to help the community and the developers. So please reach out to me whenever you want and you have a question, and I will happily help you and connect you with other developers. And yeah, so thanks a lot, everyone.
Awesome. Thanks, Thomas. That was excellent. This is Sterling Getz from the World Blender Meetup Day. We really appreciate you joining, especially on a Saturday. We know that you folks at the Blender Studio work really hard, and so we're really happy to have you here. And thanks for taking part in our event.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank everybody at the Foundation in Amsterdam for producing such amazing software to pull together a community like this. So
thanks.
Yeah, you bet. All right, fantastic. Well, Thomas, your timing is perfect. You know, you're finishing right on time, right about 10:02 local time here in Los Angeles. I see we have Felix Kiner on the phone. Felix, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. All right.
Oh,
well,
wonderful.
Hey, thank you so much for joining. And so Felix from Felix Kiner Animation Studio in West Hollywood. is going to talk today on The Broken Candle, which is a short film that he's done. Felix, perhaps you could just take a moment to introduce yourself, explain what you're going to talk about, and then take it away. You have the next 30 minutes.
Absolutely. And thank you very much. So I'm Felix Kinner, I'm from West Hollywood, and in 2020, I kind of switched careers and became an animator. I always play with Blender without going too much in depth, but then I got approached. I did a lot of, since I'm here, I'm an artist, I'm here in Hollywood. I've done a lot of like film adjacent stuff. I did the storyboarding, but never animation. And I got a client that I just said yes to and got stuck with like a project, like a smaller project before The Broken Candle. And I delivered it, everybody liked it. And I used Blender. First of all, it was free. Second of all, there's a huge community of people who go on YouTube and make how-to videos. Like I couldn't find it for any other software like that. So I could just literally have a problem and type it on YouTube and find it. And this is how, within a very short time, I learned not everything, but exactly what I needed. So I produced a few shorts, and then on the Hanukkah of 2020 came, and they said, let's do something for the kids, something that they can come with their parents and have like a drive-through experience. We'll make a wonderful short. And they brought a lot of talent, a lot of voice talent, like A-listers. You will see, we're talking about Tiffany Haddish, Eugenio Derbez, the voice of SpongeBob, Tom Kenny, and amazing people. And they all said yes. And we had like 2 months to produce it. I hired about 15 animators from around the world, and it was just brilliant experience, very, very tasking. And I learned a lot. And everything due to Blender and wonderful developers who gave so many tools, and it was brilliant. I want to show the short, and then if you have questions, I want to show you the production stuff. And if you want to, it's just 9 minutes. Let me.
That's great. So Felix, be sure that when you share, if there's audio, you click the share with audio checkbox.
Okay.
And optimize for video for playing.
Okay, video. Let's do that.
Yeah. It's the green share button at the bottom of the screen.
Okay, share. Do this. Optimize for video and share sound. Share. All right. So maybe like just to test everything that everything works. Like a 5 minutes about the production, and of course everything started with like a script and the storyboard. So this is the storyboard produced upon receiving the script. It's very short, but very kind of like intense. There's a few locations, and that's how it looks up close, with some wording. So that gave us a little bit of clarity on how it's gonna look. So one of the tasks, kind of like tough parts, is to develop the visuals for the candles. This is one of the initial sketches. This is a kind of guide to how they should, like the variety of them, should look. This is like a city of candles. There's one shot. It's not exactly like that, but this is another one that for the little character shows up for a second there. This is a dog in the test, the fur test. Not very pretty, but it gets pretty. This is the one of the characters played by Tiffany Haddish. This is me sketching, giving a little bit character to the eyes and the mouth. This is how I work with the animators, giving them notes. So we had four groups around the world, since we have only 2 months. So I split the movie into 4 parts and found a few teams literally around the world. India, we have South America, we had Ukraine, a bunch of people, and they all had like their little part, and I was communicating through drawings. I would draw on video. I will show you later. This is the interior. This is the logo. This is how the eyes should move. That's my kind of explanation. This is the main character, how it looks from all sides. This is the first kind of a rendering of. They changed, but that's kind of like initial look we found, and this is the kind of the lighting we went for. This is one of the characters, a robot. Also a sketch before. This is me. This is how it looked when I directed the voice talent. Everything on Zoom, of course, and it was amazing, really. This is me and Tom Kenny. He is truly like amazing talent, of course, but very also collaborative, very generous. You know, the caliber of talent is just immeasurable. And just a sketch of how I wanted the week look and how to behave, I guess. This is how I work with animators. They would send me their stuff, and this is how I would give them notes. I would write on a video.
Wait, what?
How everything should look, and the changes I wanted. So the snap and the bounce and the timing.
Are you okay? I'm broken.
Oh, that's bad. She'll never get past QC. I'm just saying.
QC?
Quality control.
I don't want to be sent back. It sounds awful.
Oh, it was. I've been through twice already. It's my 3rd time. Just roll over. They only check one side.
Really?
Somebody always freaks out. Yep, I totally hit the panic button
You
last
see,
time.
it's very easy to communicate
Ryan?
this way my
Wants
ideas.
a broken Hanukkah candle. Don't listen to her.
Instead of there was a really like no time and the time difference, so I had to find a way to communicate my ideas clearly and without wasting everybody's time. There was no meetings, there was nothing, just exchanges of ideas and such. So also before we went into this production, we went. This is the example of the animatics I did.
Last night
So between this blocking and storyboarding, I did the entire movie like
It's
that.
gonna be lit up here tonight.
I always knew I was destined for greatness. I went through QC twice just to make sure I was ready for this.
Yeah, you mentioned that like 1,000 times.
Ella, what's going on?
That doesn't sound good.
Mazik, no! Somebody save us!
It's another example, and then we, as we went and produced the shots, we replaced the animatics with the blocking.
I'm a shamash.
I'm a shamash!
Dude, my man is a shamash!
Welcome to the big show, Candles. My name is Ella, and I'm your Hanukkah. I almost didn't make it this year. Mazik thought I was one of his chew toys. That dog has to put everything in his mouth. But thanks to some crazy glue, I'm here to celebrate the Festival of Lights with you.
You're welcome!
But enough about me. This is your time. So let's
Okay,
shine bright
let's
and kick
watch the
this
movie.
party off right.
Enjoy, guys.
Wow, that was crazy. Where are we?
Is that your first time?
I guess so.
Yeah, my dye job wasn't right, so they sent me back through the whole machine thing. I'm Brian.
I'm Nira.
Brian? Brian! Over here!
Gerald? Hey, so good to see you again, buddy.
Oh, going through that machine again was brutal, man.
Totally. The remelt is the worst.
This is so soothing.
I know, right?
Luke, I am your father.
Hang on tight. This could get a little intense. Whoa!
Not too much off the top, please.
Wait, what?
Nira, are you okay?
I'm broken.
Oh, that's bad.
She'll never get past QC. I'm just saying.
QC?
Quality control.
I don't want to be sent back. It sounds awful.
Oh, it was. I've been through twice already.
It's my third time.
Just roll over. They only check one side.
Really?
Someone always freaks out. I totally hit the panic button last time through.
What are you doing? Nobody wants a broken Hanukkah candle.
Don't listen to her. Do exactly what I tell you and you'll be fine.
Amateur.
Come on, Nira. You can do it. Good. Now straighten up. Hold it. Hold it.
No. I don't want to be remelted. Oh, I'm so young. I'm like literally 5 minutes old. I have no regret. Third time's the charm.
Thanks, guys. You're awesome.
You okay?
You know, keeping it together.
Take your time. There's place for everybody. I'm Shomer, and I'm here to protect you on your journey. Who's ready to make the world a little brighter?
What's happening out there, Shomer?
Just a little turbulence, Nira. We'll be fine.
Yeah, nothing to worry about. We're just in a metal tube, 30,000 feet above the ground in the middle of a lightning storm.
Oh, thanks for that, Mara. I wasn't scared before, but now I'm totally freaked out.
There's no place like home. There's no place like home. There's no... Go!
Thank God for Schleppers on Prime, just in time.
Oh boy, this must be the place.
It is. I can feel it.
Who's ready to light the Hanukkah candles?
Ben, Rachel.
So exciting.
Ooh, I know.
Oh, brilliant. Fabulous.
Mazik, no!
Is everyone okay in there?
A little startled, but I think we're all in one piece.
All except for one of us.
That's just rude.
So rude. I'm over here. I want to be the Shabbat.
Pick me! I want to be the shaman! Oh, come on, for the love of the Maccabees, pick me!
over here. Woohoo! Yeah! First night of Hanukkah, guys. So awesome. Until we meet again, my friends. Hey, kid, believe in yourself.
Thanks. Good luck.
It was an honor to serve in the same box with you. Oh, there I go.
Kids, which candle should be the shamash?
That one.
I'm a shamash. I'm a shamash.
Dude, my man is a shamash.
Welcome to the big show, Candles. My name is Ella, and I'm your Hanukkah. I almost didn't make it this year. Mazik thought I was one of his chew toys. That dog has to put everything in his mouth. But thanks to some crazy glue, I'm here to celebrate the Festival of Lights with you.
You're welcome.
But enough about me. This is your time. So let's shine bright and kick this party off right.
סוף 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 חנוכה הוא חג טוב, חנוכה הוא חג טוב, סביבו סוף 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 חג שמחה אולי, נס גדול היה שם, נס גדול היה שם.
Get excited, Candles. Last night of Hanukkah. It's gonna be lit up here tonight.
I always knew I was destined for greatness. I went through QC twice just to make sure I was ready for this.
Yeah, you mentioned that like 1,000 times.
Ella, what's going on?
That doesn't sound good.
Mazik, no!
Somebody save us! Drop it!
Dog, why do you have to put everything in your mouth?
That's what I've been saying the whole time.
Shomer, are you okay?
Yeah, I'll survive.
It's the last night of Hanukkah, everyone. Who's ready to light the candles? Oh, see you up there?
Finally!
This one is broken.
She looks so sad.
I think she should be the Shamash tonight. I think so too.
I thank you for my life, body and soul.
I'm so sorry. I never should have been here in the first place. I don't want to ruin Hanukkah for everybody.
Wait, I've got an idea.
I'm perfect the way I am.
Hold still.
A little broken too. And I will live each day as a gift I give to you.
Welcome to the big show, Nira. You have a huge responsibility this evening. These 8 candles are counting on you.
See, guys, this little broken candle is kind of like the story of Hanukkah. When the Maccabees took back the temple, it had been destroyed. But just because something is broken doesn't mean that the spirit is gone.
You glow, girl.
You're killing it. Best shamash ever.
I'm sorry. I was wrong.
It's okay.
She ready. She ready.
Okay. If you have any questions.
Awesome. Really great, Felix.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I have some time. If you want to ask any questions, I'll gladly. There's one thing that I want to share. This is the how. Let me share it again. I want to show you how we did the mouse, because we want to do everything possible to make it as easy as possible. So so this is how we did the mouse movements. We basically created 2D mouse for each and time, like used Adobe program Animate, I think, and we just auto-generated mouse movements, and we just stuck them on the geometry for each character, and that's how they very, very primitive, but it's very it worked. Here we go. That's the last part.
Yeah, just a question for me. How long did it take to render this entire production?
Ooh, a lot. Like we had like 2 months from the start of the production to the end, and because we had a date of screening, and we started rendering like a week, almost a week or so before the deadline. And the last thing we rendered was literally like 2 hours before the deadline. So about we just as soon as the animators were done, we rendered that. The animators themselves, whoever had extra machine to render, they rendered it. We had I bought like a computer to render. There's it was just everybody rendered at the same time for a week. And
yeah, collectively.
It was a nightmare.
Yeah, we're getting some comments from the YouTube chat. You know, Bernard Hugoville says great. Ross O'Leary says nice animation. So yeah, you're getting some applause from the group.
Thank
I
you.
love this. What a great story from Byron Kindig. So yeah, if you hear the YouTube audience, you'd probably hear some applause.
I really love it, and I want to thank by the presentation I see there's a lot of developers of Blender here and programmers, and I just want to really thank you guys for making this software brilliantly and free, and whoever. Beside that, people who teach Blender for free, who share tips and how-tos for free, like what a generosity. And I just want you to know that all of this work is absolutely impactful. We're talking about 2020, the pandemic is here. Kids are sitting at home they don't go to school, and then their parents are taking them to the cars, and they drive and they see this movie. This is like a first thing they experience live, like outside their homes in months, since January. So we're talking about Hanukkah is at the end of the year, and the outpour of gratitude we received for this movie, and kids writing us letters. Those letters of gratitude I forward them to you guys. We did it standing on shoulders of people like you who developed and shared the knowledge, and thank you. That's all for you. If you want to contact me, felixskinner@gmail.com. My other shorts and other work is felixskinner.com. felixskinner.com. So there's contact info there. You feel free to ask me any questions. I want to be as open and as teaching and as knowledge forwarding as you guys were to me. Okay. And thank you for I think I hope you enjoyed that.
All right, thanks, Felix. I put your felixkiner.com into the YouTube chat, but feel free to jump in the chat and answer any questions. We appreciate you presenting the session. And just to reiterate what you said about Blender being an amazing community, I guess if you have the means, you know, as Thomas Dingus said, feel free to donate to Blender, you know, to make it free for those who aren't able to afford it. But yeah, thanks, Felix. Appreciate your time here.
Thank you, guys.
Have a great rest of your
You
Saturday,
too.
and hope to see you in my local LA Blender user group meetings.
I actually went like a couple of years ago, like when it was a small thing. I want to see you guys in live.
Yeah,
Bye-bye,
yeah,
guys.
we want to see you too. So
Bye.
we're about to start holding physical meetings
Let's do
again,
it.
which is
Let's do
great. Thanks, Felix.
Bye-bye.
All right, so I see Mike Cameron has joined us. Mike, are you on the line?
Yeah, I'm here, but we're going to have Dennis Sue go first and present his stuff, and then I'll go after him. I think he's ready.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks for joining, Dennis. Hi. This is Sterling Guest from the World Blender Meetup Day coordinators team. Maybe what you guys can do is, before we get presenting, just introduce yourselves, let our audience know who you are and what you're going to talk about, and then take it away. You guys have the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, I love the way Dennis has his screen behind him backwards. It's really kind of neat.
That's a Zoom default, by the way. This is a checkbox, but yeah, no, we appreciate the spirit, Dennis. Thanks for that.